I never have technical problems like this. Anyway, so I'm just going to keep going. So, when I started, my whole transition, the whole thing for me was that, like, I was so worried about my wife leaving and my body changing and so many different things happening that I actually thought that it was going to be a huge issue. And as I changed, my wife adapted to us, you know, and she calls it our transition, not her transition. And so, she's the one that, she's the one that gives my hormones. She's the one that makes it so that, I transition. And so when my
She's
boobs,
involved.
right, exactly, she's very involved. And so when my boobs started to grow, and then, I started to smell different, and like she said, your skin gets softer, your scent changes, your whole body changes. So many things change about your body. And then my biggest fear, and because I was off the hormones before surgery, bottom surgery, you have to come off your hormones for X amount of time. And so my biggest fear about that was that, I kind of went through it was really funny because I had night terrors and I had hot flashes and I was second guessing the shit out of myself, saying, what is happening? What is going on? Should I do this? And I must have second guessed the shit out of myself because I kept thinking to myself that once I had no longer, that male part left of me, that was going to be the end of our relationship. And it just wasn't like that. And she actually asked me just before I had surgery, she had asked me, do I get curious or am I curious about what it would like to be with a man? I mean, and of course I'm curious what it would be like to be with a man. I've never been with a man in that capacity, you know. I don't think that I could, but I mean, I'm still curious what it would be like to have a man in my life to do those types of things to me. I've never really been touched by a man, but I'm not really into men either. So there's that. So curiosity is there and whatever, but I mean, we have a really intimate life and it's really, really deep and in depth, and it's fucking amazing. But I don't know as a trans woman, but I can tell you what it's like to date as a trans woman because I had actually transitioned prior to, in 2016, I had started a transition and dating was extremely fucking hard. Like I couldn't even, um,
I would even say risky too.
oh my God, yes, it was so risky. But
Question.
I couldn't even like just, I grabbed onto the first thing that would show me any love. Most people were rejecting me, and they just weren't interested in the trans woman because I still had my male parts, if you will. And so it was actually really, really hard to date as a trans woman. I wouldn't want to do it again.
I love the fact that we're bringing up dating because, as Asta had mentioned earlier, we was having a conversation yesterday. So what I want to do is I want to use this time to discuss my situations of what was going on yesterday that Asta was giving me some feedback on. So now, because we were trying to do it mid-game, and it was so funny. This is why I love my Asta. Let me tell you, she gets on my nerve a lot, but I love
Wait,
my
wait,
Asta.
wait. I love you too, but before we go to you, do you mind? I had a question for Lexi.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to ask her a question after you. Go.
Oh, I just wanted to know, that might be a little personal, so you don't have to answer, Lexi.
Go ahead.
But
Sure,
has
just give
your
it in.
wife ever had tendencies or was ever curious about being with a woman?
Um,
Or was she
she
100% into guys?
she was actually with a woman once, just to
So she
get a
okay.
only, but not like with a woman, like for dating. She was only with a woman one time, and that was just to get a reaction out of a man.
So oh, damn.
Yeah, so her man, the guy that she was with at one time apparently had wanted a threesome or something. I don't know. But she, she did, went down on a woman, this, that, and the other. But she had only done it
Okay.
one time other than me. And
Gotcha.
so she had never dated man. I mean, she was married for 20 years,
Okay.
single for
Okay.
10, dated for a few, and then, met me. And of course, that was the end of that. So she was only did it just to get a reaction out of a man. Nothing more, nothing less.
So, chat. So, for knowledge purposes, for those
Gotcha.
who are having trouble understanding what's going on, so Lexi, not Lexi with the dreads, Lexi over here with the curls, she transitioned male to female, married to a female,
That is correct.
and that I love because I mean I think it was me and So Fly was having this conversation about I forgot who it was or why we started talking about it, but it was sexuality and sexual preference.
Hmm.
They have nothing to do. They're two different things.
Very different.
Those two are different things. And and it's like people can go and the first thing they'll see when they see me is gay, 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 gay. Or they
Mhm.
see Lexi, gay, 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 gay. That's besides, seeing us as a woman. But however she identifies, if they want to be however they want to look at it, how are you categorizing me for being trans, still being with a man, and then say I'm gay, but yet she's trans and with a woman, yet she's still gay?
Yeah,
What's
like
the
you're not gay because you're a woman.
You're straight.
You're literally straight. It's really not that hard to understand.
No.
And let's not put people in boxes anyways. Like who
yeah?
gives a fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
And I was in the
right
shower.
there.
When I was in the shower shaving my booty hole earlier. I was like, you know what?
Okay,
I
you're
said,
awesome. That's great. How many hair did you pull out?
oh, girl,
I was shaving the kitty earlier too, but I didn't bring it up.
Right, but that's why I say since we're talking about it, can you give us more details? Like how many fucking hair did you pull, huh?
Well, they're
How
in the
many
trash.
tell us that? How many fucking hair did you pull out in the asshole? Let's not.
You're a mess. They're in the trash right now.
Oh,
But
okay. I'm great.
I can go get some.
We're good. Yeah.
Girl, I don't want to see your razor. I'm good.
Maybe we can send it to the guys that are posting YouTube videos of Lexi and ask them to study that shit. Huh?
I'm like,
Yeah,
where did
here.
this-
Hey,
where
you
did
guys
them-
want content?
where did this come from?
Right.
Oh my god. No, but seriously. So yeah, I just wanted to get that out of the way for knowledge for chat. But now that Lexi said something earlier about it being difficult to date as trans, I want to talk about my situation. First, let me ask do you have anything before I bring it
No.
up? Because I know you gave me a lot yesterday, so I just
we
wanted to
are
touch on
all
that again.
open. I don't. Everything is open about me except my legs. So you go ahead.
I wish I can say the
Talk about
same.
'em.
I guess I got to just leave it at everything's open about me. What about you, Lexi?
I'm with Asta.
Lexi?
I'm with Asta on this one.
Okay.
I'm
and
with
Lexi-
Asta. Everything's open but my
Okay,
legs.
we need. Let's do this. Let's do Lexi curls, Lexi dreads. There you go, Lexi dreads.
curls. Lexi
We
D.
So okay, Lexi D, Lexi double. Well, both of them got double D's. All right, you know what? I give up.
Girl, I got triple D. Screw you.
Okay. All right, Lexi triple, Lexi double. Okay, so
Technically, I'm a 32 triple D.
Girl, that's
give up.
that's technically a 32E. Technically, I wear 34E. So, but by American size, it's triple D. So,
okay, I give up.
just
We-
call me
we don't
Lex.
leave it
Just call me Lexi F. How's that?
I'm gonna forget
F
that
for
shit in
what?
2 more minutes. Oh yeah, that is a good question. Lexi F for what?
I don't know. For fucking hot.
Lexi F. For fuck's sakes.
Call me Lex. Just call me Lexi K. How's that?
That's cute.
Lexi K.
Oh, Lexi K for cute
Lexi
with the
K.
K.
Or for my last name? Yeah, either one works.
What's your last name?
Night.
Dang.
Oh, she's a night girl. You know Nightland? Oh, you don't play Call of Duty.
All right.
She don't play.
Yes, back to Planet Earth calling on to transaction. Bring your ass down to Earth. Hold
That's
on,
it.
y'all
That's
there?
it. This
I'm
segment
ready
gets
to-
out to the trolls, and that's it. They're coming to my house now.
Oh no, they don't want to do that.
No, they don't actually.
They really don't want to do that. Listen. Okay, so let's be more. Okay, let me get more serious. Okay, I forgot what I was talking about because last thing I
Dating.
did was Call of
We
Duty.
were talking about
Dating in your booty hole.
And your situation. Right.
Which situation? My booty hole? I'm confused. So she's a mess. No, okay, but seriously. So first, before I say my piece, I want to know, Lexi K, what the hell is Lexi W doing?
It's Lexi D.
Oh,
Get it right.
What?
And stop deviating from the fucking topic.
Oh, sorry.
You 23-year-old.
Wait a minute. Wait
Yes.
a minute. It's Lexi C. Lexi C. Lexi K.
Okay. Lexi
So why you gave her D? Wait,
because we said dreads. Y'all are losing me right now. Like, keep
Yeah,
up, youngsters. You said Lexi
I'm
dreads.
confused.
So I said, oh, Lexi dang. Okay, so
Okay.
now
Oh my
it's
God.
Lexi C. We're going by last names, right? Okay, Lexi Korea, Lexi C.
Hey,
Okay,
why you
Lex-
let me know?
Yeah, now we know.
Well, you Lexi C anyway. You're about to be my wife.
Yeah, you're right.
Right, C.
Oh, this is so cute. Look, I better be invited. I'm throwing
Me
rice,
too.
chicken, collard greens.
We'll
I'm
stream
throwing it.
that shit.
Yes, Lexi, you better come
Ooh.
too. Oh, Lexi lives so far away. Yeah, Lexi could be live on stream. Give
Girl,
it a
I've been all the
We're
way to
thinking
fucking
about moving
Thailand.
to. We're
Yeah, you
thinking
can-
about moving to
Nevada.
Nevada, Las Vegas.
Vegas, baby. What
We
happens in
love
Vegas stays in
Las
Vegas.
What happens in Miami
Yeah.
stays in Miami. Then it travels a little bit too. So
We got
now,
ourselves some- Okay, go
can
ahead.
we stay on track? Okay, Lexi.
You're the one to get off track, girl.
I knew y'all was gonna have something to say. So look. So before I say my piece, I want to know, why do you feel that it is difficult for us trans girls to date?
Actually, I've heard a lot of theories behind this. One of the theories I've heard is that a lot of lesbians don't want to date trans people because they feel like they're dating men, or because we still have, well, a lot of trans women still have their bottoms, you know, and so lesbians just aren't into dick. It's pretty simple, but it really shouldn't matter when it comes to you know what body parts one has. See, if it really mattered what body parts one had, then me and my wife just wouldn't be together, right? And she wouldn't have adapted it. I was just saying last night on my stream, I technically made my wife gay.
Yes, pretty much.
You know?
If we're gonna put the people in boxes.
Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna put it in boxes, I made her gay, and you know, I feel like I've heard a lot about lesbians and trans people and how they just don't want to date trans people because of the toxic masculinity that some of us still harbor, because you know everybody thinks, oh well, you're a woman and magically you just show up and now bam, you're a woman. But everybody forgets that, you know, when we were raised as men, boys, right? And so it takes a long time to lose a lot of that bullshit that men would do, the toxic masculinity and the misogynism and this, that, and the other. And you know, I had heard a TikTok the other day that said, well, if you've always been women, how come you have to be taught how to be a woman? Well, isn't that what you did from the time you were a little girl until you are now?
Right.
Were you not taught how to be a woman growing up? Well,
Right.
we weren't. We were taught how to be men, how to be boys. And, you know, it's as much as we were, you know, girls on the inside, call it what you want, you know, woman trapped in a man's body, call it whatever you want. But, you know, as much as that is, we were still raised as boys. And so I'm lucky enough to have my wife to teach me how to be the woman that I am today, and, you know, do the things so I don't go around dressing and looking like, you know, a $2 hooker, I guess, if you will, or, you know, putting my makeup on fucked up. What? No, you look fine. I'm not talking about you. Stop. You got a guilty conscience over there? Damn, girl. And so,
Too cute.
and so, you know, I have to learn how to be a woman like anybody else. I can't just pick it up. It's not all of a sudden I take hormones of like, I'm instantly a woman, here it is. No, I mean, I'm a woman, but now I need to learn how to act like one and be like one and do the things that women do, et cetera, because I've been raised so long to do the things that I was trying to do to impress others, to show that I'm, quote, a man. And it took a while. And I think that's a lot of it when it comes to dating as a trans woman and lesbians. Now, as far as men are concerned, men, I think, don't want to date trans women for almost the same reason. Because a lot of us, only 5 to 13% of all trans women even get bottom surgery. And I think a lot of men are so fucking insecure with their sexualities that they think if they have, you know, a trans woman with a penis, that all of a sudden now they're gay. And that's really not the fucking case. You know, if you love someone and you like someone, you learn to adapt. And it's not always about getting their thing wet. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's just about love and compassion and understanding. And I think that so many men, I've heard it so many times, well, if I'm attracted to a trans woman, am I gay? No, you're attracted to a woman who may or may not have had surgery. And even if they didn't have surgery, that shit shouldn't matter. Because when you love someone for them. What's between their legs, what's on their chest, that shit shouldn't matter. You fall in love with someone because you love them.
I want to speak for people who do have that weight over them, that pressure. I don't want to date a transgender woman because it might be perceived as XYZ. You know, like, I'm all for, yeah, find your way, you know, what you do is just your business, fuck what people think about. I'm all for that. However, there is a lot of pressure on people. A lot of pressure on people.
Yep.
For
You're right.
that. And even though it's sad, it's still there. It's got to be acknowledged. So personally, Like if I were a transgender woman, like, and I like a guy and he likes me back, but he doesn't want to go public because of what people might think. Yeah, that's fucked up. Yeah, that sucks. But I would understand that too. It's the same with women if we're lesbians. A lot of women are not out, but
Yeah,
they're
oh, that's
curious.
true.
They're curious and they want to try it and they want to do that, and then it feels so good, but they're still stuck in that like bubble. Like fuck, I don't know how to come out. I don't want to come out.
Because it's
So many
stigmatized,
lesbians, exactly.
and it should be.
It shouldn't be, and that's why it's so important for kids to learn about different orientations, different sexualities early on, so that it removes the taboo. It's all about taboo.
Can I interject though?
Yeah.
Because I do feel like I get what you're saying, how it's similar, but I definitely feel like there's a difference. Because I think the struggle to be trans and dating someone who, you know, presents himself as straight, I think would be much more difficult than two women dating. Like me and you, it's easy.
Why?
You know, for me, like I wasn't scared to tell my family. I didn't feel no way. But like if I felt like I wanted to transition or be a man, like that
It's
would
the
be
harder
very. That's a
battle.
totally different
It's the harder
ball
battle.
game, in my opinion.
Why?
Because I think that would be much more difficult as far as how people would be accepting. You know what I mean? Like basically, I'm saying I think coming out as trans is much more difficult than just saying you're gay. You
Oh,
know
I
what I'm
think you're
saying?
right.
Like
Mhm.
I think you're
It's
right.
like it's like women and men as well. There is that difference. And a lot of people feel like it's easier for a woman to come out as gay than it is for a man to come out as gay because of how hard the repercussions are gonna be. And that's the truth. That's I'm not gonna say it's a fact. It's not a fact, but it's something that we know is there. There is a
Yeah.
difference, unfortunately, and there shouldn't be.
You know how many times I hear it that when people say like not after the fact of me being very rebellious and fighting back, but like growing up and around that time that I didn't really know, you know how I wanted to identify. Um, People would always say, "Oh, it ain't okay to be gay," blah blah blah. Like talk about me, like it's not okay, but they'll say like it's okay for girls to be gay, and I'll be
Yeah.
like,
right.
It's a double standard. There is definitely a double standard, and there is definitely a steeper hill for people. The if you're transgender, your hill is like a fucking. It's impossible to climb barely. If you're a
Mhm.
man, it's harder to climb. If you're a woman, it's less. You know what I mean? Like you guys have it definitely harder.
It's so funny how
It's
for some
unfortunate.
people like freedom has a limit. Like they want to be free in so many other ways, but when it comes to someone expressing their own personal like sexual preference or how they want to present themselves, then that's where they draw the line. And
Right.
usually that's when religion kicks in
Oh,
and belief systems and you
all
know
that.
all that
Yeah.
weird stuff.
What kills me
You
is
ain't
when
wrong about
somebody is
that.
so quick to bring up what the Bible says.
Oh,
Oh,
Oh
well, the
my
Bible
god.
said this, and the Bible said
I
that,
was
and
just telling
they created this, and not Adam and Steve, but it was Adam and Eve. I say, well, did
How does that even
Steve
apply
have
to
a wig?
lesbians?
Because
you.
oh,
It's funny because like I get
good
like
question.
asked that in the work we do. Like there's people like, oh, like the one lady stopped me. Oh, did you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior? And I just look at him. I'm like, yeah, sure, absolutely, yeah.
Let me get right on top of that.
you know, they be asking me like, especially on Sundays, we take a lot of like people with disabilities to church and whatnot, right? And they'd be like, "Here's your pamphlet. Did you read this?"
And I'd be
Are
like,
you? I'm like, "Ma'am,
scrap paper.
wow,
That's some crazy shit right there.
wow."
I got somebody in my audience that says, teach kids young so the stigma is erased and they are educated.
Exactly.
You're absolutely right. And I really want to just take a minute. So the people to my left is Astaflex and Lexi, and down below me is Transactive. You can find Astaflex and Lexi on Kick at, was it kick.tv or kick. Whatever. It's Astaflex on Kick anyway. And then you can find Transactive. You can also, guys, you can find her on Twitch at twitch.tv/Transactive. Every Sunday we do a podcast where we've been getting together. This is my third week where I've been invited to be here and participate in education. And we just kind of have a general discussion about whatever. And right now we're talking about this. So I put their names up there so you guys can see them. You all know who I am. So I don't see the point in putting a name. You're very welcome. Anyway, we're going to continue. So let me ask you this, Lexi. If and I'm going to actually ask to and Lexi, I'll ask you both. If one wanted to transition to the other, would you stay with them?
Hmm?
If one or the other wanted to
If he
transition,
wants to transition, it would be very hard for me to.
So I already told her if she wanted to, like, it wouldn't change how I feel about her.
but there's a but. I can hear it.
I feel like I hear one
No,
too.
there is no but for me. I was gonna say but for her, she feels differently.
Yes.
Like if I were to transition to a man, she likes to be the more dominant.
I'm not attracted to manly men, manly women.
So you're more
No,
so.
thank you so much for calling on-
So in the typical scheme of things, because I have a lot of straight people in my audience, you would be the butch lesbian, and Lexi would be the lipstick lesbian, if you will. Is that right?
technically speaking, if we're gonna put us in a box, yes. But
I don't want to put you in a box. It's just for straight people. I don't know what else to say.
no, absolutely, yeah, no. That's why I'm saying it, and I'm not taking anything too hard. Trust me. When
I would be considered the
try to
lipstick.
explain
So
those things too. Yeah. So the interesting thing that you're asking is, when I was a kid, I thought I was a boy, and I wanted to. I literally thought I was a boy, and I wanted to. I wanted to do the thing. I didn't know what the thing was because it was non-existent.
I understand that exact feeling. I wanted to do the thing, but I didn't know what the thing was. I get it.
I didn't know what, like, I wanted to be a boy, but in my head it was impossible. Like, how can I can't be a boy.
Well, you can,
It
but
was now I can.
you could then too. You just didn't know it.
Well, the thing, exactly. Like, I grew up in Saudi Arabia. For crying out loud. So yes, I was raised.
All right, you're right. You couldn't have. Not then.
Facts.
It's just that the information was not available. Like,
No.
if I were a teen today, I would have probably transitioned. But the thing also is that as I grew up, I'm getting more in tune with my feminine side. I may dress like a guy or whatever, but I'm very much so a woman. Like, inside, I'm very. From the way I smoke, because I used to smoke cigarettes, the way I walk, the way I talk, I'm very soft spoken and everything. I'm very sensitive and all that good jazz.
Well, let me ask you
But-
this. So, if you could have transitioned as a teenager, and you said you would have, you have. What do you think is with the kids today? How do you feel about the trans men today? Do you feel that they need to wait to come into their femininity, or do you think they should get the care that they need? Because it's interesting that you brought that up. That you said when you were younger, you would have
very
transitioned, but
interesting,
now you
I
would have
don't want
waited,
to.
right?
Right.
And so, I almost asked you why you haven't, but then you actually went into it without me ever asking you. And so,
Exactly.
would you, if you had transitioned then, do you think that you would have regretted it?
I don't think I would have regretted it. Honestly, the way I see things and life in general is that you live in the moment and you're mindful, and whatever decision you choose, you do the best out of it. I don't have any regrets. I don't think I would have regretted it. If I had transitioned back then, I would have been proud and happy and just been okay with myself. This is just a journey and the path that I'm on, and I'm not looking backwards and I'm not thinking about it. I'm very happy regardless whether I had done it or not. I'm very happy.
So sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. From a woman's perspective, a lesbian woman's perspective, what are your feelings? And now, obviously, you're with Lexi, and Lexi's with you, but what is both of your perspective on dating a trans person? Would you have entertained the idea of dating a trans
Oh my
person?
God,
And if not,
yes.
wait, let me finish. And if yes, why? And if not, why?
Y'all are fucking hot. You kidding me? Oh my god. Okay, so before I met you, by
What?
the way, no,
Girl, I ain't even got no makeup on today. What's wrong with you?
No, I'm talking about in general. Like, before I even met you, ladies. Like, I was big in like the LGBTQ scene or whatnot, but I've gone to like shows and whatnot, and I've gone to, like, I lived in New Jersey, so I've been to the Pride in Austin, and I would always see beautiful trans women. And I found trans women very attractive. I wouldn't have been opposed to the idea of dating a trans woman. It just never happened. I never sought it. I never went actively and seeking it. I'm very passive in my dating.
Regardless
lifestyle.
regardless of bottom surgery, you would have dated a trans woman?
Yes, absolutely. I'm
Okay.
sorry, pardon my French. Dick or no dick? I mean, if I had fallen in love with a trans woman, I guess you would have fucked me too. I don't know. I'm just very open sexually. With
Well,
the
I mean,
person
I was with a lesbian. I was with a lesbian in a prior relationship, and it was she had dated me, whatever. And it was one of those things where I attached to the first person that I fell in love with. You know, first person who showed me love. I didn't really love her, I guess, but nonetheless, I had
Man,
attached
that's
to the
cold.
very first. It is cold, I know. It was just I was desperate for attention.
Huh?
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute, what?
How do you just say that if I transitioned, you wouldn't want to be with me, but you just said that you'd be open to dating a trans woman?
Because you're not a trans woman.
Right, but
That's it.
I'd still be a trans person.
That's a great
I'm
point.
saying if I had met you and you
Oops.
had those feelings, I would have considered it and I would be open to it. But if now you're having these thoughts and these feelings and it's brand new, it's a little odd to me. I wouldn't want to. We would talk about it.
Think I
would
started some
support you,
shit.
but it would take me longer to accept it or understand it. Does that make sense? Or let's say when we first met. When we first met, you're like,
you want some
okay,
boots and a shovel?
gender is different. Wait, what?
Said you want some boots and a shovel?
Yo,
I'm
that's
sorry. I wasn't trying to start shit. I was just
No,
asking.
it's a good conversation. Like we're very open. We don't mind inviting people into these private conversations. And I think it's a very good question because the way I see things is when I met you, you never told me you were XYZ. You told me you were ABC, right? Now, if all of a sudden you decide to be XYZ, I have a right to say, well, where did this come from? I was not privy
So
to
you
this.
think our love would transcend that?
I think it would. I'm saying
So you're
it's
saying a two?
I'm being
you're,
honest
You're
with
saying
you.
a whole different answer right now.
No, I'm being honest with you in saying that it's not something that
Ouch.
I want. However, because I love you, it's something that I'm willing to work towards. Does that make sense?
I don't know. Your answer seemed very cut and dry the first time.
And it's gonna try. I don't want it. I don't like it. I wouldn't
Okay.
want to. But if you do decide that, then I would like to sit down and have a conversation and see how we could work it. I wouldn't mind.
Well, to clear the air, I'm comfortable as I am currently.
Right. So why are you
but-
pulling my
but-
leg? Woman?
I'm just saying because if you were to change, I wouldn't care.
Changing. I don't want to change. Actually, I want to be more effeminate.
Oops.
So you gonna let me?
If you want to use a strap on and fuck me in the ass, yes, you could. Is that the where we're going?
So
Is that where we're going? It's on record.
So
You
one
wanna
of the
fuck me in
people-
ass? You can.
one of the people in the audience over here is saying, I think Astaflex is saying it would be hard to accept a transition, but easier to accept someone who is fully transitioned.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, love has to transcend everything, and you know, with my wife,
I just need to know.
right? No, I get it, but with my wife, it was one of those things. You know, I mean, I met my wife, you know, looking like a total dude. I mean, let me see if I can bring an image up. Give me a second here, real quick.
Oh,
Yeah,
you saw
actually,
me.
there it is. Well, yeah, but I want to show these guys. So, you know, oh, I don't think I can bring it up. Yeah, could you see that? Can you see that?
No, we cannot. But,
Okay, well, my people can. Okay, so I just showed a picture of.
we're not your people, I guess.
No, you know what I meant. I meant on my side, you smart
I got
ass.
you.
I don't know how to bring it up on Discord because I'm not using that camera. So I don't know. But if I was, you know, when I met my wife, I mean, I had a beard and I had muscles and, you know, I looked and acted as though I was, quote, a man. And of course, my wife was the one that asked me to transition. So my situation's a little different than most, but
You look like
for the most part, she still adapted to the fact that I wasn't a man. And that couldn't have been easy for her, I'm sure. You know, people ask me all the time, what would I do that, you know, if my wife wanted to transition? And now she doesn't, but what would I do? I would, if I didn't accept my wife for who she was and allow her to do it, then I would be a fucking hypocrite. You know what I mean? And I would still love my wife regardless. I mean, she's not changing who she is, just how she looks. And while that would still be hard for me, I would still love my wife regardless and stay with her. You know, I'm not going to leave her because of it. And I think that's what it kind of comes down to. You know, it would be very, very hard for me, even though it was easy for her, because I'm not into men, but I could make it work with my wife because I do love her, you know, and I wouldn't want to be with her. It's really hard. It is hard. But I mean, like Carrie says, you know, we fall in love and devote our lives to our partner no matter what. And I would devote my life to my partner regardless. So I guess from Lexi's standpoint, like, so how would you have felt if you had met a trans woman who's, let's say, hadn't had bottom surgery yet and was working their way to it? Is that something, I mean, you think you could work with?
100%. Absolutely.
And Lexi,
Yeah.
how do you
Yeah.
feel about that? Yeah?
Yeah, I already told her if she wanted to, wouldn't matter to me.
But I mean, what if you had met a trans woman out in public? Forget about Asta for a minute. If
Oh,
you
okay.
had met Asta,
Yeah.
well, I know, but let's say you hadn't met Asta, you were in a dating pool, and you came across a trans woman. Would you be able to date a trans woman who's still pre-op?
I mean, if I had a deep enough connection with her, like I'd say I'd be pretty open, especially like before her and I started dating. Like I was kind of going through something where I was dating more traditionally. I was dating men, and like so I was trying to open my mind because I did some prayer or whatever to the Most High, and I was like, hey, so you know, I ain't found the one yet, and I think I'm looking in the wrong place.
Just to say, the
So-
first date after we dated, I mean, not date, but like after we met, I was convinced she was not into women. Like it was, I swear to God, I was like,
Why?
this is not gonna work. Based on the conversations we had that day,
I was
it
still
just-
very like I was
very
breaking
guarded.
I was breaking out of that traditional way of thinking. Not that I was opposed to it. I have several people around me that are trans or are gay that I fully support, but to think that it was for me, I was like, but why would suddenly it be for me? I'm in my 30s. Like who does that? You know what I'm saying? So it was weird, but it's not but I always found women attractive the same way I found them as men. So like in dating her, I realized more about myself. I learned that I am actually attracted to both. It's just I never went that far with a woman because I had that like thing in my head where I just felt like
It was
I didn't know
wrong.
how either. Like I didn't look up lesbian sex or anything. Like I felt I was really ignorant. You know what I mean? Like I've always had deeper connections with women, but just never,
I'm
crossed
certainly
over.
learning all about lesbian sex. I don't really know a whole lot about it. My wife and I don't know a whole lot about it, but we're making it work for each other. You know,
the
it's
emotional connection is what reeled her in this relationship.
well, and I think a lot of our connection, is that intimate connection. It's that emotional bond that we have together, which really helps, especially when we're intimate. Because it's not about what's between my legs or whatever. We just want to make each other feel good, pleasurable and happy and like we give a shit. It's actually hard because not coming from quote the perspective of having my parts all of my life, and not being raised or grown up with them, to learn about different things is something that I really do need to learn about, not just for her, but also learning my own body because it's very, very different. I haven't had a lifetime to learn my body. I've only had a year, and so my body is very, very different for me now, and so many things, and my body responds so different to different touches now that they didn't before, and so it's a fucking road for me, let me tell you, and it is for her too because it's not like she's really ever had lesbian sex. I mean, she's always been with men, so it's an adjustment.
Let me ask you this, Transactive: would you date a woman?
Great question.
Okay, we know you like white. We know you like white people. So would you date a white woman? Would that be easier for you? You're muted.
I just heard first of all.
Right.
Because
Let's just.
That's a great question.
Just say you had a sexy,
No,
beautiful
for some reason-
white woman.
like
you know
girly,
you like-
girly, like
No,
girly.
no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if she's a girly, not girly, but whatever. Would you date a woman?
My first thought and the first thing that came to my mind is what I said. Hell no.
Well, that puts me
But-
out of the pool. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No threesome for
Yeah,
you
that's-
guys.
Well, here's the thing. But me, I like to say I'm different. I like to say I don't like to focus on the physical body. I feel that the physical body is just clothing. It's just you have your spirit, and that is the true you.
So
And
you
I
would
feel
date a
like
woman then for that.
so that's where I'm going. Now, here's the thing. Me in particular, I feel like I'm very difficult to get along with. I don't like a lot of people. I don't like a lot of shit. I don't like a lot of people. Asta, can we not?
So you seem like pretty easy to get along with now.
Well, we're different. Like,
Wait till you get
I-
blocked, re-added,
shut up.
blocked again.
No, listen.
Re-added.
Don't listen to them, Lexi.
Blocked
Lexi,
again.
gaming is a whole
Re-added.
different world. This whole gaming life is a whole new world. Listen, outside of the gaming life, we're gonna say, well, that's hard because I never really do shit but game.
Yeah.
I want to game all day, every day. But outside of that, I don't feel like I have a life enough that I even meet people. So whenever I'm out, like the way I am on the game, like when I'm energetic and all of that, whenever I'm out by myself, I'm kind of just to myself. But I'm always thinking like, I don't want to say the wrong things, but I'm always thinking about something that would keep me safe and protected. Like if we're out eating, for example, I'm out looking like, okay, well, let me see what this guy's doing. Why is he, why is his hand in his pocket for so long? Why he got this mask on? Why is he sitting over there in this corner? Like, why does it look like he's being observant? So my life, like that's how I live. And a lot of people say it's because I've been, locked up for so long. That could be. I'm not gonna be the one to be quick to say no. But I like to say it's because I've been through so damn much that, and I haven't seen this coming. I just walked so blindly, and I was trusting people, and was, I walked so blindly into my own fate. I'm just getting myself beat up, or I'm not knowing what's going on. All of a sudden, I'm getting jumped. I'm just out with a park or with friends at a park, and then I'm getting jumped. They gone and stuff like that, or stuff like that can't happen to me now. I'm not gonna say it can. I'm not gonna speak, but it's very rare that it will because I'm always on my toes. I'm always on. But why everybody trying to sneak away? What's going on?
Would you say you're on your toes more because you're a trans woman of color, or would you say that you're on your toes more because of your prison time?
Oh, that was two good ones to put together. How can I say that? So I never really, although I know now, especially what's going on in the world when it comes down with trans, black and stuff like that. If I compare me now to who I was before, like now I feel like that I can get on any level as any other person out there. Like and I mean that in like very disrespectfully. Like I can go to any extremes and not care about the harm that I did to somebody. I can get back on the game, call it a day, because I've seen so much. Like at first, if I see somebody get beat up, or I see any blood, or I see any hurt, my stomach just get queasy, and I'm just like, oh. But I've seen somebody get stabbed to death in front of my cell before. I've seen somebody get beat to death, like literally dead. Like
Wow.
I've seen somebody get beat with a lock and a sock to death.
That can't be easy.
No, and then the officers will just come, and then most of the time it's the officers that are sending these what they call hits. It's the officers that's getting people to do it.
What?
And yeah, like people think they can go in jail and tell the police or tell, well, in prison, because jail and prison two different things.
That's not corruption at all.
Right.
No. So but they'll be like it'll be
Jesus.
them, and then they'll just, okay, listen, I'll let you come out of your cell more today if you go kill him. And you got to think about it. There's a guy that he was one of my good friends in there. His name was Face Down. I wish I knew his. I know his name, but I can't think of it right now. But if I do, I can tell you. We can look him up, and I can show you. He had at that time 11 life sentences, and I was handcuffed to him. When you're in transport, they have to minimize the handcuffs, so they would cuff another inmate to you, because let's say they only have 10 handcuffs, they'll transport 20 people, but then they'll cuff you two together. You see what I'm saying?
I see
So
exactly what you're saying.
I was handcuffed to somebody that had 11 life sentences.
Nothing
And
to
I
lose.
didn't know. No. And here I am. I didn't know this until I had like 8 months left, and he was just crying next to me, and I'm like, what's wrong with you? Me just being me, all just out, whatever. So then he was like, it's just so crazy how, how the world works. And I'm like, okay, but you talking crazy now. I'm handcuffed to you. I said, what you mean? Like, what's going on? And then he was like, when you go home? I said, well, I only got like 3-4 months left. And he was like, well, you know how long I got? I said, no, but I'm assuming since I'm cuffed to you, bitch, you going home soon too. He was like, no, I got 11 life sentences. I ain't never going home. He said, if somebody like you is handcuffed to me, he said, I feel like they be doing that shit, for a reason. They're trying to get him, hoping that he don't like trans, or he don't like the LGBTQ lifestyle, anything like that, and then hopefully he snaps and kill me.
Jesus
So then he showed
Christ.
me that, and I was asking, I was like, so what's the problem with you being cuffed to me or whatever? So at this time, I'm already skeptical now. I'm trying to figure out, can I get out my cuffs in time? Because it's the thing, like what you're doing there is
You think
Yeah,
you
the
about to
granger.
you about to die, you
Yeah.
think.
when you bend that thumb in like that,
Yeah,
sometimes
yeah,
you might
yeah,
have to
yeah,
crack it out of place,
yeah.
and then you can like snatch it out. So I'm looking at my thumb like,
Jesus.
okay, am I gonna be able to like snatch this out in time to be able to, if he snaps, you know?
Right.
But initially meeting him, you would never think he was just a calm, just so cool, so quiet. But one thing I've learned is to observe the person's respect, and then I figured out why he has the level of respect that he do. Everybody respected him,
Because he's got 11
and
left sentences, nothing to lose.
that's when I asked him. So he when he gave me the article wasn't from outside sources. It was them writing stories on the inside of what's going on the inside. So it showed that he killed the police officer. I mean, he killed a correctional officer. This and this and that. So I asked him. I said, "Wait a minute. So how do you?" I said, "Can I ask you like personal questions since you asked me? I mean, bitch, you asked me was I going home? I think that's personal." So he gonna start laughing. He was like, "You're really just something else, huh?" I said, "No." I said, "If it's rude, just tell me because I don't want you to kill me." I said, "Bitch, don't kill me. You hear me? I'm going home soon." So he was like, "No." He was like, "That's why I don't like to tell people that because they look at me different." I said, "No." I said, "Don't think I'm looking at you any different. I
I'm
still think
looking at
you're
a dead
cool."
man walking with nothing to lose. What do you want me to
My
fucking
God,
say,
I
dude?
didn't know what to
Seriously.
say. It's like everything that came out of my mouth was just wrong, and I didn't know what to do. So he was just like, "Listen, don't look at me different." I said, "No, I'm not." I said, "Bitch, don't you need to shut up at this point because now I'm confused." He was like, "No." He was like, "Just ask me." I said, "Okay, listen." I said, "No disrespect." I said, "But what do you feel like? What do you get out of killing a person? What do you feel when you killed 10, 11 people?"
That's a great
He was like,
question.
"It's just another number."
What?
That was his response. He said, "It's just another number."
Sociopath.
Well, I
I
suppose
said,
after you
"What
do
is
it once, I mean, seriously,
Right.
after you do it once, you get caught, you're convicted. I mean, what is it really?
Yeah, and
I mean, I
asked
guess
him,
that makes sense.
I said, so you don't feel like you're not scared of getting you're not scared. What is the thing called? I said, the electric chair and all that stuff, being on death row. He said I was on death row a lot. He said when you're on the streets, when people hear death row, or when the news reports that a person's on death row, they think that they're sentenced to die, which is the case. But the prison itself, hear me now. The prison itself can take you off of death row. Remember what I told you about what they do is they get these people to go kill these other people, and then they cover it up. So what they do is the news would find out that he killed somebody, and they would come in. They'll say, "Listen, listen, listen. We can't get you out of prison, but we can offer you all this and this amount of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars, if you confess to the media what really happened inside the prison." You know what the prison gonna say? Listen, the warden of the prison gonna come tell you, "Listen, they can't promise you any freedom. If you give them a story, we're going to leave you on death row. So they're going to give you hundreds of thousands of dollars.
You're
You're
gonna
not
spend
going to
it.
be able to spend your money because you're going to be inside this cell. If you keep your goddamn mouth shut, we'll let you back out on the compound." And the media will say, or when you look up their name on the website, it's going to say sentenced death row. So us not being in prison and not knowing, we're going to say, "Oh, that person's in this little cell waiting to be killed or whatever." And
It's a
that's not really the
business.
case. It's exactly a business, and
It's
it's
a
nothing but a
business.
number. And you know what he says? The only thing they're gonna do is just give him another life sentence. He said he realized that 10 life sentences ago. He said
Oh.
now he don't tolerate no disrespect. And I tell you what, in my whole sentence, that guy was like my brother.
Oh.
And right when I was getting ready to leave,
Kind of somebody I'd want on my side, to be honest with you.
Right.
yeah, but
You found the right person.
here's this though. Right when I was getting ready to leave to get released and all this and all of that, everybody was asking me because the officers, they sneak in little cell phones. Like out here, it's a little cheap little touchscreen little $20 phone that you get from the corner store, whatever. You put a little chip in it, call it a day. And there's those phones are worth $500, actual $500.
A $20 phone?
So the
Wow.
officers, they'll sneak them in to a person that they trust on the inside of prison, and that person would tell, like I would tell such and such, "Hey, I got this phone. Tell your mom or whatever, email or send me $500, and I'll give it to you." So they do that, and then they put a little chip, activate it, give it to them, and then what they do is they go tell the officer, "Hey, such and such got that phone." They go ahead and steal it. The officers do a shakedown, take the phone back from them, lock them up, transfer them. They give the phone back to them, and they sell it again. But you got to give the officer half the money. Oh, It goes
Oh
down.
Oh
my
my
God.
fucking god!
And I had my hand on a lot of stuff, so I know a lot of stuff. But here's the thing: so I had one of the cell phones. I
You
didn't
need to
buy
write
it.
a book.
He gave me
No
one.
shit. I
You
thought I
need to
could write a book, but girl.
transacting. Me
Here's the-
too.
But here's
Yo, you gotta write a book.
here's the thing now, Asta. Now, mind you, I think this is because this is gonna help answer that question about like the trust and all that stuff that I have.
Wow.
So now, mind you, this guy was like my brother, and I always felt I would never have to. Nobody could never get me. Like I could not get caught slipping. Like if I'm out in public, you're not gonna. It's not gonna be easy for you to just come up and rob me, steal from me, do anything harmful to me because I'm already seeing it. You see, and I know how to position myself in a way. Like on Rebirth, Asta gonna talk about. Well,
Okay, now.
let me
Alright.
not go there because
Man, I could sit here and listen to this shit all night.
Wait, look, let's see, like Rebirth. What's
Transition.
That's the video
into
game.
Call of Duty. This is
So
Call
look,
of Duty.
So yeah, let me go back. So anyways, so with him, I always felt that I couldn't be touched. I couldn't be because I was
Fucked with.
always ahead of.
You couldn't be fucked with.
Yes, because I was always ahead of the game, and I had people with me, face down, for example, that I knew, and then I could fight. So I was just like, I was ahead of the game, but everybody kept trying to figure out who was gonna get my cell phone when I leave. So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna give it to such and such. I'm just telling people I'm gonna give it to them so they can leave me alone. But in my mind, I'm like, Face Down been with me for so long now. As a brother, he had the biggest crush on me, but I was dating somebody and I could not. And I'm like, I don't see you that way. You're like a brother to me.
So
I
you
just
were in jail as a trans woman.
No, I was in there as a whole man. Like,
Okay, so you didn't have
they
your
didn't give
you,
it to him.
you didn't have none of this. You were
No, I did.
Okay,
But
say it. So how was that? Let me ask you, and I don't mean to interrupt your story because goddamn is it
No,
interesting.
go.
But so you were in jail
Mm-hmm.
as well. I mean, you were essentially as a man, but you're still a trans woman. I mean, you're
Mm-hmm.
still a trans woman, and so you are a trans woman in a men's prison.
Mhm.
What about your safety? For the love of fuck, what about your safety? I mean, Jesus. I think to myself that if a trans woman goes to jail, she's in all kinds of fucking fucked up. You're fucked. Like I always think to myself, what would happen if I went to a prison? I would, because I changed my birth certificate, I would pray to God I would go to a women's prison. But if I ever ended up in a male's prison, I'd be fucking killed. So
No. You
really,
ended up in a male prison, you're gonna be a fucking trophy. But here's the thing.
Okay.
girl, you're killing me. I don't know what
I'm
you mean
just-
by that. So
They are going to love you. They're going to kill each other for you. Like, no. And see, out here, we be like, oh, I'm going to kill you. And there,
girl, I ain't hot.
it's
not like you.
literal. No. Yes, you are. And
So
you,
they're gonna
you don't
fight
say that.
for you, basically.
Why? For what?
No, they're not going to fight for her. See, that's why. See, out here, we use the word kills and, we just say little stuff. And there, it's literal.
Yeah, no,
They
I get
are
it.
going to kill each other for you.
Why?
Somebody's going to die. They do this thing called bang down.
What's a
When the-
bank down?
I know.
When the
I'm
door-
interested as fuck. This is good shit. Keep going, girl.
When the door closes, the only person that can open that door is an officer. Right?
Right.
So what they do is somebody, like let's say you're sleeping in your room, Lexi, Asta, you're sleeping in your cell in room 9, I'm in 6. When the officers opens the doors, I'm gonna get a knife and I'm gonna come to your room to cell 9. I'm gonna close the door back. Now the officers don't know that the door is closed back. They're not down there. They're not probably looking at the little red thing. They're saying, okay, this door is open or this door is closed. They done already opened the doors. They doing whatever they got to do now. So now I'm in your room. I'm going to give you a knife. I'm going to have a knife. And I'm going to say, well, they do the bang down really for people that are leaving. Like me, I'm getting out. So it puts me in a bad position. So they'll say, listen, but let's say I wasn't trans. I wasn't gay. Like I'm just a heterosexual man. What they do is they say, okay, you're getting out, right? Tomorrow or in 2 days? Yeah. Okay. So they give him the knife. I got 11 life sentences, like face down. I'll give him a knife and I'll have a knife. And I drop my drawers. And I tell him, okay, before you go home, how can I say this properly? You're going to perform oral sex on me. A heterosexual man. Now, here is what's so deep about that situation. You say no, that person 11 life sentence is probably going to stab you to death.
Wow.
But he gave you a
ain't
knife.
going home.
You're not going home. But you can fight. Like a lot of men, no, I'm going to fight back. And you're going to have to kill this man. He has 11 life sentences. You kill him.
You don't get out. That's a catch 22.
You kill him, you're still stuck.
So you gotta give them cheeks.
So you either let him
Yeah.
fuck you, or you.
Or any other option is you're stuck in prison for the rest of your life.
Hey, that's why. That's a bang down.
So I gotta let a man fuck me before I can leave. Is what you're telling me.
Right.
Now that I'm not gonna say it happens to everybody. Some people leave from it just don't have. These are the prisons I was in. I was in there and I've witnessed this to
That's
where people are
terrifying.
just like, yes, it's terrible. Now,
Not
answer your
terrible.
question
It's
about-
terrifying.
Oh yeah, but then after a while you get used to it, and then once you start to see face down going to somebody's cell, and you're like, up, they go to bang down. Then he come out of that cell, and you still be like, you just nasty. And then the boy will be like, what, Brian? Ain't no that. Face down ain't let you come out that cell and you ain't do such and such. You did it. And you know, a lot of times I stop, I just didn't mind what I say, but after a while I stopped when one boy actually started crying in front of me.
But you stopped what?
I stopped messing with people when they come out of that cell from when FaceTime come out of that room. Because I'm like, I know what you did. I know what you did.
Oh, one of them was crying. That's funny.
And one of them, like, he just looked at me and he just started crying. I felt so bad because it was like, I don't understand what
That's
it's like to be in that position.
I want to know. I want to know why people would kill somebody over somebody like me. What the fuck? I don't understand. Like, why? What is?
Bitch, you
What,
are a dime a dozen. All you got to do. Let me tell you.
I'm a
first of all,
dime
all
a
you have-
dozen. So why are people killing somebody if I'm a dime a dozen?
Because in there, let
I
me.
think they'd rather not fuck a regular guy. They'd rather fuck a woman, right? So if
And
you're a
they're
woman
limited
there,
to.
they're gonna consider you a woman, right? So they're
Alright,
gonna
well,
be like, you're my woman. I don't want anybody else to be your, you're gonna be
Mhm.
mine, and I'm gonna treat you like a woman because you consider yourself a woman. You're not
A lot of
guy.
them in there, they're looking for that love that they once had when they was on the streets, and that woman caring that they washed my
Makes a lot of
clothes.
sense.
And you have to understand, when I went in, I was only 16 when I went in, so I didn't live the life of of a woman necessarily washing your clothes. And so like when my man used to come home from work, what we call it, he was in the chow hall cooking the food and all that. He was like, damn, babe, you ain't washed the clothes. What clothes? Those, bitch, you better take them to the wash. Like, what? I was too young. I didn't know. I didn't live this, so I used to have all these other problems. But I want to answer your question too about the safety. So
You good?
the jail system, they put together what they call a protective custody. Now, by law, they can't segregate us based off our gender, sexual preference, sexual orientation, things like that. So what they do is, at least down here in Broward County, what they do is they word it a different way because it's legal now. They say inmates going to be housed in protective custody due to inmate exhibiting feminine characteristics, which will place the inmate's safety at harm. It's so bad that I think I just said that by heart, but which will place the inmate's safety at harm or risk if being housed in general population.
So they wouldn't put someone like me in Gen Pop.
Not in jail. We have our own floor. You see a lot of trans girls, this and that. Once you go to prison, it's out the window. Once you go to actual prison, you are going to be housed with everyone else.
Explain to my viewers, your viewers, and her viewers, what's the difference between jail and prison?
So prison is just pretty much is more of an extended stay. So
Time limit.
here, so here in I don't know how it works all over the world, but I know here, if you are sentenced to up to 1 year jail time, it's just jail. If you get up to 1 year, if you get 1 year and 8 days, anything over that 1 year, you're going to prison. They're going to send you to prison because they're designed to hold people more than a year. Now the thing is, when you go in there, it's just a different ball game. In jail, if you commit a crime serious enough that 9 out of 10 you're going to get a life sentence, they're going to house you in maximum lockdown to make sure that you can't escape from that jail because you're probably going to get prison time anyways. So they're going to house you in their maximum lockdown or whatever, and then they're going to ship you straight off to prison with everybody else with life sentences or whatever the case may be. Once you're in there, it's up to the prison itself to determine. Some prisons, they'll say, you know what, we don't want you here. We're gonna ship you to a different prison that can deal with your kind of people. A lot of prisons, they'll be like, Like a lot of people told me, they were like, "You see those those little breasts you have on this compound? You know you're gonna get that shit cut off, right? We're gonna make sure we house you right in the most dangerous." Because when the officer told me that, at this point I had already been in there for 3 years, and I already been in there. So at that point I was already like, "Sir, let me tell you something. I'm gonna cause the most corruption on this motherfucking compound that I can, and you gonna watch who the fuck you talking to."
Now this is in prison.
Yeah. At that point, and once I've learned to fight back for myself and to be like, once I've learned to just be this ignorant asshole, honestly, I'm just gonna tell you the truth. I gained so much respect. I became the person, like the people that I feared when I was like, "Oh, they doing this, oh, they doing that, oh my god." I became that person. And you know, like I was waking up like, such and such disrespected me yesterday. I'm gonna go beat him. Then I went and put me a lock and put a one of the little locks. You take them off the little locker. The what do they call them? What are the
Padlock.
the padlocks, the real little thick ones, whatever. Take them off, put a little coat in, stick them in the little sock, like a long sock like that, and you tie it, put a knot on the end.
Ow.
Yep.
Jesus
And I went in
fucking
there,
Christ.
beat that boy, beat him. They tried to lock me up for it, but then I talked to the warden, told the warden, nope, he was disrespecting me.
What,
And
they
they
let
let
you
me
beat
out.
people for disrespecting somebody? Are you fucking kidding me right now?
Listen,
Girl.
when you're in there, it's you have to do whatever you have to do to survive. It's a whole different world.
No, I get that, but Jesus, that sounds terrifying. Like, I've never been to
Yeah.
prison. The most I did, so back when I was a kid, and by kid I mean in my 20s, I had a business. Somebody took me to court. They sued me for some money. They weren't getting the money. They deserved the money. Nonetheless, the cop essentially, or the judge looked at me and said, "Well, are you going to pay this woman?" I said, "No, I ain't going to fucking pay her. She doesn't deserve it." He goes, "Well, I'm going to give you 5 minutes to pay it." I'm like, "Dude, you can go fuck yourself because I'm not going to pay it." He goes, "Did you just tell me to fuck myself?" I said, "I did, because I ain't paying her." Nonetheless, I ended up doing 21 days in Worcester House, which was just jail. It was just,
Damn.
I did 21 days for telling the judge to fuck himself out of contempt of court.
Got you right to go. Bet you won't say that again.
Yeah, moral of the story, don't tell a judge to go fuck himself, number one. And number two, I mean, it was a vacation. I mean, I pretty much told him I could do it sitting on the shitter. It wouldn't have mattered to me at that point. I was a cocky little shit. I was just so angry with life, I didn't fucking care anyway. And so it started off at 10 days, made its way to 20, made its way to 30. I ended up getting 21. Nonetheless, good behavior, whatever, I got out. But yeah, just me and my big fucking mouth.
And you know what? Another thing to say too. See how out here, like we all get along so well. You know the LGBT.
Oh yeah,
you
Deli,
know,
I wasn't a good kid.
together. In there, that's gonna be your problem. If like when I went in, for one, I was young. Two, I was already on hormones, so I was very, very young, very, very feminine, and I was really polite and respectful. So everything of a girl or a woman, you know, it was just I didn't even cuss at that time. Like I didn't like profanity. I was really in school. I was somebody who loved, you know, using the big vocabulary and this and that and whatever. Now it's just bitch, fuck you, hoe. That's all you don't get up out of me right now.
Did you get
But
your
like,
hormones in prison?
that's another thing. If you don't have it prescribed before you get in, they're not going to prescribe it for you in there.
So
They're
were
not gonna
you
give
so
it to
were
you
you
in there.
prescribed?
No. So remember I told you last week about there was a reason I stopped and I didn't have it. So that's the reason.
You remember you were supposed to DM me and you never have?
Yeah. Well, I got to get off this damn game.
Yeah, this one
No,
time
I
at band camp, I told this girl to DM me so I could try to help her out. Just saying.
No, I'm gonna do it for you. Well, it's gonna do it for me, really. I'm gonna do it.
One of my guys says, welcome to the chat, by the way, Piping Hot Nuggies. Says, I was about to say, I remember it being a soap bar in a sock, a whole ass padlock. That's brutal as fuck. Yeah, that
Well,
sounds
see,
terrible.
Well, at one point, that was one of the things. So what happens is you get like you get the soap and you wet it. You get like 3 or 4 bars of soap and you wet it, mush them all together, mold them together, and then you let it dry and it becomes a hard little it's a solid now. And you put that in the log and then you beat it. So what happens is the prisons they start using the really miniature soaps, or they give you the body wash now, so they can get rid of it. Now the locks, we need that to be able to lock our stuff up, so can't nobody steal it. So they're trying to come up with ways to get rid of that. They got rid of the soaps. They gave body wash to show that they're protecting the community, but then yet they throw in.
Yeah, doing a great job. Well, you beat him with a padlock.
Yeah, you got the bang down, so bang whatever.
That's some
Yeah.
that is some corrupt shit. I mean, you've got cops fucking selling shit, people ratting them out, you getting half the money, cell phones going back out, people getting locked up for that shit. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And then you got people getting their rocks off because you're getting out, and they just say, "Well, fuck you. You can either kill me and stay, or you can do this." And it's like, you've got to be kidding me. That's insanity.
And people just don't know the half of what I had to go through, and then all at such a young age. So I don't know. So I do feel like, maybe that does have a lot to do with why I live the way I do, or why I'm so constricted, like, or
Can't
really
even blame you.
restricted.
Yeah,
Because it's
For
like
real.
I've seen so much.
Deli says it's a whole nother world in prison. It certainly sounds it. Doesn't sound like any. I mean, you do half that shit out here. You wouldn't get away with that fucking shit out here. No way. But in jail, it sounds like it's nothing more than a fight for survival. And the fact that you were a trans woman and still are a trans woman going into prison. I mean, I can't imagine going into prison. Like I said, as a trans woman myself, I always thought to myself, I went into a prison as a woman, into a male prison, which I really don't think would ever happen. But if it ever were to happen, for whatever the fucking case was, I mean, you going into a male's prison the way you are, I mean, I would think that would just be terrifying. But you clearly found a way to survive very simply. I mean, not simply,
Yeah,
but very brutally, I guess I should say.
That's the
Yeah.
gift of gab, I tell you.
And here's the thing: in there.
Damn, she just cut you off like that, Lexi. You
Oh
got
no,
big
no, I
bad.
didn't know. No, go,
Okay.
Lexi. I didn't know.
Yeah, but she might
No,
beat you with a
no.
padlock. Kidding.
Oh my god.
I'm kidding.
No, I was just gonna say though, is like Maya, like as I'm listening to you, like I don't want to like come off presumptuous, and I mean absolutely no sort of disrespect. I'm saying this out of love, but I really hope that you're able to get like some sort of like therapy for that, because that's a very traumatic experience to go through. And I feel like you're young now, and when I was younger, I thought I could handle the trauma that happened, and then once I got to a certain age, it hit me like a ton of bricks, and then I had to deal with all of it.
That's
So
where
while
I'm at
you're
now.
well, it's like you're right, and it's not easy. It's a lot, So get help if you can to talk about it, to really kind of process it and figure out how you can kind of move forward.
Yeah.
And see, here's my thing.
I'm a
When people-
45-year-old woman dealing with a whole shitload of trauma now. So I'm telling you, she's right. Now's the time to do it. I wish I had done it when I was your age, and I got so much stuff I'm dealing with now. My dad, my abuse, growing up and being abused by other people, and just deal with it now. Trust me.
But here's my thing. So in order for me to want to fix something, I would have to see it as broken, right? I would have to see a problem with it. So now my concern is, and I want to say concern is, what if I'm not seeing this, or that trauma, or that my experience as an actual problem? Because how I feel like, okay, let's go post prison, right? Me before I went there. I've always had the anger, always had this, I always had, my little problems, but I didn't go to some extremes unless I was really, really pushed, like, and it's like, okay, God damn it, you ain't gonna keep doing this, But I noticed, like, me younger, I would always get bullied. I was always chased, to school, and I would have to go get my biggest sister. Let me go get my sister, come help me, come get this, And then at one point, I was just like, you know what? I'm not gonna keep putting my sister's life in jeopardy over my foolishness or people trying to beat me up. And I just gained this. I don't know. I just used to always call myself this anti-bullying. I just gained this fucking wall of whatever, and I said, no, bitch. The moment I feel like somebody's going to harm me, and I didn't say that you were going to harm me. The moment I felt that you were going to harm me, I'm already acting,
So I
and
think
I have to
that-
be.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying
No,
to
no,
cut
no.
you off.
Go.
But like in my opinion, just my perspective, I'm not a therapist or anything like that. But I feel like, at least in my experience, I had to learn that my behavior, although I found comfort in it, it wasn't normal. So you have to really like look at it, and like, I'm not saying compare yourself to other people, but like look at kind of like what normal behavior looks like. And normal being like where you're at ease, where you feel comfortable, where you don't feel like you always have to watch your back. And I learned that a lot of it was like a mentality that, like kind of came from survival mode, right? Where you just feel like you constantly
Ooh.
in this like,
That's the word
and
my
sister
therapist always
broke-
said.
yeah, and my sister broke it down to me really good. She's actually she actually went to school for psychology and stuff. Like, she's has her master's. but she was telling me like, because she was breaking down to me, she was like, "Yo, you've been in this survival mode in your body. It's like it's a chemical thing where your body's constantly in this like fight or flight mode, and you have
Oh
to
my
get yourself to
God.
right. You have to get yourself to a point where you're able to kind of get out of the fire flight mode, kind of think your way out of it, kind of calm yourself, and realize that you are safe where you at, and that you are able to like kind of have control of the situation. And it's not an easy process, but I think that because what's normal to you, we can sit there and find comfort in it and be okay with it, but down the line, is it going to benefit you?
I like the light. Now, question. So when we say normal, is normal safe?
It is. The thing about normalcy, right, is everyone's normal is going to be different, right? So I kind of feel like this is I can only use my experience, right, as an example because I'm not in your shoes. But I feel like there was a time when I always felt like I had to be the protector in my family. It was just me, my sister, and my mom at one point, and we had to deal with like abusive people, bad situations, all this and that. And I was always the one that had to be the tough person. And unfortunately, it got me blanketed as like like I don't have feelings, like my feelings don't matter, that like I'm always a strong one, and so my feelings were always disregarded, and I wasn't allowed to cry even when I was going through some difficult times myself. I had to support other people's feelings even though I was the one going through it. You know what I mean? Like it, like situations like that. So it's like kind of coming to a point where I'm learning that, like, even as crazy as it sounds, I hate to even say this or even think this out loud. But even being with Asta, right? So it's been such a blessing to me. Every day I'm afraid that I'm gonna lose her because I've lost people in the past.
Oh,
Feel
that's
the
And
what
it's
you
same
give
and
her
way.
a hug.
right, but I have to remind myself that that's an irrational thought. You
You
know what
better
I mean? I
give
have
her
to
a
remind
hug for me
myself that
right
that's
now.
normal.
Listen to me.
Give her a hug,
Irrational.
Asta.
It's irrational. It's an irrational thought. I'm not gonna gratify an irrational thought by giving her a hug when she's explaining why it's irrational.
Right. So
See?
Oh,
I
sorry.
get what she's saying, but and I get you transactor, but but basically I'm just saying is trying to retrain how we think about things, and also sometimes you have to relocate. I had to move away from my family to find more peace. I love my family, but I'm happier away from them. You know what I mean? Sometimes you have to make certain changes to bring yourself peace and bring yourself outside of your comfort zone, it's not easy. I'm just saying, it's like I see like you as a young person who had to deal with so much, and like my concern is like, dang, and what's gonna happen in like 5-10 more years.
Mhm.
You can't hold this up forever.
But
Right.
here's so okay. So here's my thing, and tell me. I want everybody's opinion
Give me
on
one.
how.
Let me cut in for 1 second. Guys,
Mhm.
I want you guys to vote in the poll. The question is, should we cut and go live as normal, or should we continue the conversation? I personally, I want to continue the conversation, but it's up to you guys what we want to do. So go ahead and vote. Go ahead. Sorry.
Let me go vote. I was just saying, let me go vote too.
We're gonna continue.
I got to ask.
Juicy.
Listen, I got
It's
400
getting
viewers. I got
juicy.
400 people watching. I have to ask them what they want.
Of course.
Listen.
So cute. Let me see. Where's the voting section?
So go vote. Do it.
Stay and continue. That's right. 69. Baby, go and vote.
There's lots of you in here, so make sure you vote. Every vote counts, especially here. This is not a Democratic caucus or a Republican
Just a
vote,
vote.
but every vote counts.
Hey, chat. I'm gonna post a link over here in the chat. Make sure y'all go over there and vote. Okay. The question is, should Lexi stay here and continue to talk with us on stream, or should she cut and go to her own stream?
That's right. We're gonna
So
talk
I'm gonna
Bree
put
Ray
the
as
link
long
right
as
here.
they want to stream. We will continue to talk Bree.
We're probably gonna cut around. We're thinking 9 the latest.
That's fine. We will
9 the latest
absolutely.
for us.
Thank you, Deli. I got the email. We will absolutely talk as long as you like. I have no issues with that.
Yeah, last week we stayed till like 10. Sometimes we stayed till like 11.
If it's a
But we
great
gotta cut it
conversation,
short
then
for
it's a
us.
great conversation,
Right, I agree.
And this is a great conversation.
All right, that's Lexi's link. If y'all want to go over there and put that vote in, I already put my vote. I put motherfuckers
Facts.
say, you know.
I love how each of us could single-handedly write a freaking long ass book, and I feel like it will be a bestseller based on our experience.
Man, I could write a hell of a book.
So wild.
Now,
but
So
you,
wild.
Maya, Jesus.
wait, but let me say this.
Right.
Here's my thing. In response to Lexi C, DEFG. Now, so now when I ask that question, is normal safe? Okay, because I feel that, I don't want to say, oh yeah, let's go to prison, everybody, ooh ooh ooh. I just feel that what I've learned in prison, because at first when I went, I was beating myself up over like, oh my God, I've been in prison now. I can't go to Navy school, or I can't do this, or I can't. I'm like, what? Let me just find some positivity in it. And in there, I felt that I've learned to be safe. And then in that, when I said that to my therapist, who was talking to me at one point, that's when she brought up the whole fight or flight mode. And I'm living in safe mode, is what she's calling it. Like I'm living in this, I'm living in the need to always overlook or have to overlook myself, just like you just explained. You don't want to live like that. So then what I told her, I said, what she told me, she said, you know what, let's have an open discussion. Like, let's go back and forth. Like, you talk, I talk. Let's not wait. Like, I give my part, then you give your part. She wanted to be as authentic as a, normal conversation. Let me talk. You butt in. You say what you got to say. I butt in. Let's go back and forth. So I was like, okay, bitch, I love go back and forth. So now what you got for me? So then, so when we talked, she was like, or she said, no, so I asked, that's when I asked her, I said, so is it, safe or whatever? And I said, if you're telling me that right now I'm living my life always looking over my shoulders, how the fuck is that not safe? If everybody, if I'm always looking over my shoulders, there is no way you can get me. She was like, but you don't want to live that way. You want to live at peace. I said, not looking over my shoulders. And then she was like, yeah, you want to be able to just know that you could just go around. I said, in this world, there is no such thing as knowing you could just go be at peace. There was no such thing as going. How many times y'all see bitches getting bombed in these stores, or stores getting bombed, or people getting robbed and don't have a damn clue what's going on? If I am in this fight or flight mode.
But I do think there's such thing as being hyper vigilant too. You know what I mean? And I think
Hyper that damn word down some so I can know the fuck.
Well, it's funny you said that, because that's
Hypervigilant.
exactly what one of my viewers said, is that you are very hyper vigilant. They said the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah. And there's
It's an
I
internal fear.
understand, because if you don't feel safe, you're going to be hyper vigilant, right? So
Well,
I get that.
We actually, I
Siri,
didn't mean to interrupt
define.
you. I'm sorry. I wanted to say we actually have a psychologist here, somebody who's going to school to be a psychologist in the audience here, and she says to transactive, your hypervigilance is internal fear. Go ahead, Lexi. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
No, you did. That was a great follow up to what I was saying. So I appreciate it.
Wait, now internal fear is in what? Like, am I scared of
Absolutely.
somebody? Cause
So I guess we're going to
No.
stay on and continue 80%. So we will stay and continue.
yes.
Yeah, let's go.
And for you
Voting
motherfuckers that voted
matters.
against-
It does.
Go
Now,
to the polls.
let me ask her.
Carrie.
So Carrie, let me ask you. So when you say fear, because that word just does something to me. Because fear of what?
Great
It may
question.
not be because
Don't you think that's what it is? Fear of being afraid? Like
That's exactly
of not
what it
being
is.
in control? No.
Nothing.
fear of being afraid.
You live your life
Right,
sheltered
fear of
because
being controlled,
you
like,
lived your life
is it
sheltered
control
because
thing?
you're
Like, you
afraid
wanna
of
be
losing
controlled.
control.
Okay.
You want to protect.
See,
You
when I
got to
hear fear,
always
I think
protect
of
yourself,
fear.
and there's nothing wrong with
But
that.
Fear, like
Let
you don't
that
want to let
sit
that
for
part
a
go.
second.
There's nothing
Fear
wrong with
being-
protecting yourself, but you are living your life sheltered the way you are because of internal fear.
Fear of being in control.
I think so.
Of losing control. Yeah.
Losing.
Yeah,
Not-
I
I
think
not
feel
being
like the
in
way I
control of-
live, like, okay, if I walk outside, I feel like I know I have me protected 100%. I got it. Like, I'm gonna see, like, my eyes are always like this.
Carrie
That's
says.
the problem.
That's not
Carrie,
normal.
Carrie says his response to your answer. I don't think you're scared of anyone. I think your fear is what we're saying, losing control and not living in a safe space. Does that make sense?
Like if you're in a space.
No,
right,
it
you
does.
can even
I'm
let
just-
your mind go to a space where you're 100% safe and you don't have to watch your back, right?
Right, losing
My
control of your
mind-
The
safety.
world's not like that, right?
Because you just said
So
every
we
time you
know
go out,
that-
you're hyper vigilant. You're watching everybody around you because you're worried about your safety. You're not in prison anymore.
Not everyone's trying to hurt
In
you.
prison, you
Not
have to
you know,
worry
there's
about
some
that.
people-
But out in general public, Lexi's right. You're worried about everybody. So you're literally watching. You said it earlier. Nobody's going to sneak up on me. Nobody's going to do this. Nobody's that because I'm already aware of it before it ever happens. You're already hypervigilant about what's going on around you.
Okay, in prison, there's a 9 out of 10 chance that you're probably going to be stabbed or beat just for random shit.
Right.
Somebody could be having a bad day.
I
right?
understand that. In prison, it
So
makes
we're gonna-
sense.
Now we're going to just throw another number. I don't know statistics. Yeah, I don't know. I was going to say statistics, whatever. I don't
do
know
it too.
statistics the good way, or however, I'm just throwing my own numbers out there. In prison, 9 out of 10. Okay, so we're going to say on the street, we're going to say maybe like 1 out of 10, right? Just going to throw a number.
Okay.
You hear me too, Lexi C with a K?
Yes, ma'am.
Lexi C with a K. Now, on the streets or out here in the real world, there is still that 1 out of 10. I don't want that one.
I think that's too extreme. I don't even think you get the 1 out of 10 here on the streets.
I think
You have a
I
good
think the whole-
situational awareness, like Deli says, which is fine. But I think you can come to a point where you could be too hypervigilant. Does that make sense?
Right, where it's like when you're on the street, 9 times out of 10 people are living their own life and they're not thinking about trying to get over on you. Now, if someone approaches you, then your antennas should go up, right? But if your antennas are up and someone's doing something completely different on the other side of the street, that doesn't mean they're trying to peep you. There's
Right.
nothing wrong with being aware of your surroundings,
She's
but
aware.
be
Oh
comfortable.
my God.
Right, I'm always aware, but I'm comfortable in what I'm doing. And if something happens and I'm like, oop, my antenna's going, like that something ain't right over there. Let's go this way, or then that's cool. But if I'm sitting there like you know what I mean, always like what the nigga, you know what
Well-
I mean? But that's not always the case.
It's like me
You know what
being
I'm
a trans woman. Everywhere I go, I have situational awareness because I'm a trans woman. I mean, I worry about my safety like everybody else, but I'm not hyper vigilant about it. Like today, I went into Publix. I was aware of my surrounding, but realistically, when I looked around, nobody gives a shit that I was even there. Nobody was
Right.
looking at me
Fucking
weird.
busy right now with inflation.
Right,
having
but no,
problems and shit.
exactly. And so being a trans woman and looking as masculine as I do, let's face it, I look masculine. It is what it is. But the point is that when I'm out and about, I think about those things. Where was somebody going to say, "Oh my God, that's a man with tits," or "Oh my God, that's a trans woman," or "Oh my God, what a freak," whatever. I worry about that stuff. But realistically, when I look around me,
Nobody gives a fuck.
nobody fucking cares. And I just think that most people aren't even paying attention. I walk by so many people today. Sure, maybe this person and that person took a quick sweep, looked, whatever, and then looked away, didn't give a fuck, right? Carrie goes on to say, hypervigilance can be a response to PTSD. Not diagnosing, I'm not able to do that. However, her experience and opinion says it's good to be aware, but you're responding to previous concerns that you've had. That make sense?
That does.
And that goes into like what I was saying about like, remember how I was saying how I would irrationally think like being afraid to lose Asta or something. Like when I was younger, I lost my sister suddenly, and that broke me because that was my best friend, and in that it's like I realized that fear with her because we built such a great connection. Like in my mind said, oh my God, you've been through this before. What if it happens again? But I had to realize, like, wait a minute, I'm in this moment, and this is not 1990, whatever, when it happened. This is this moment, and, we're both doing what we can to be safe. We're always praying for each other. We're always blah, 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 blah. We're doing everything we can, and you just kind of have to roll with it and also trust that whatever I don't know if you have a belief system, but for me, it's like trusting that God put her in my life to be in my life, not to take her away. You know what I'm saying? Like, and just trusting the moment. And that's a hard thing to do. Because that's the letting go control. Because there's nothing you can do about that,
I think
whether it does or doesn't happen.
I think it's a concern of, let's face it, you were in prison, right? And you probably didn't get any therapy to transition to the outside world after you got out, right? I'm assuming no counseling or anything to help you with that. Mm-mm. And I think some of that may have stemmed from it. Now, Deli says, continue to protect yourself however you deem necessary for yourself. And while that's okay, it's not healthy either. I mean, I agree with her that you should do whatever you need to do to protect yourself, but at the same time, is that healthy for you? Because you're not out and meeting other people. You're not, are you really living your life by sheltering yourself and being too hypervigilant about what's aware? So, does that make sense?
It does, but then that brings me to
It made such great sense, Lexi, because and I'm going to interrupt you purposely.
bitch.
Yes, that's right. 'Cause she Lexi, yesterday I'm trying to game.
I was just about to bring that up.
I
Oh
know
my
what
god.
you're about to do. That's why I'm interrupting you. I don't want to hear your story. Lexi, I'm trying to play. I'm trying to game, right? But she's bringing up this topic about this guy, and she's having a hard time. She's arguing with him because, that for whatever reason. And she's asking me questions. And I'm telling her what it is. It's basically what you just said. The way she's so hyper vigilant is making it so hard for her to actually
Enjoy.
enjoy and have a social construct.
Yes.
Being able to socialize with people without having any attachment issue involved.
And I
The
understand why.
moment- and I do too, and I see it because I told you yesterday, Transactive, we've all been there. We were all 23. We were all insecure at some point. Not saying that you're insecure, that's not the reason why. But
No.
we all had these things where it was hard for us to understand how to socialize and how to not get too attached, not to give too much and have expectations. Now that I said that, you could go ahead and tell your story so that everybody actually knows what we're talking about with the fellow gentleman you were having an argument with.
Gary says, I just want to interject for a second, says, yes, get out and live and know that not all people are out to get you. You do need to live your life and be without that fear. And I think that's the problem that, a lot of people, and this isn't the first time I've heard about somebody coming out of prison and being super hyper vigilant about what's around them and not trusting anybody. You are not a new story. And, I think that they don't give the opportunity to counsel someone when they're coming out of prison in order to equate them to real life. Now, sure, maybe a year or so in jail is not really that big a deal, but when you're going to prison, it sounds like it was a fucking traumatic experience. Whether it was or wasn't, you had to learn to adapt to survive in prison. I mean, you're talking about, having protection. You're talking about beating people down with locks. You're talking about having to protect yourself. These are all things that don't happen in the natural, normal world, not normally anyway. And so the reintegration in society that you're not getting because nobody's counseling you to help you and say, okay, listen, you're not here anymore, but when you're here, things are going to be very different, and you need to understand that you don't need to live this way anymore. You can live this way instead. Now, there's nothing wrong with protecting yourself or watching your back or making sure that you're understanding and understand the surroundings around you and what people are doing. There's nothing wrong with that. But girl, you're young, you're beautiful, you're vibrant, you're happy, you're joyful. You need to live your life, be happy, and get out and meet people and trust others. Does that make sense?
That makes a lot of scary ass sense.
It does. It does. And I know it's scary. I get it. Especially from, what you described, just a few minutes ago. That's fucking traumatic, girl. But people in the real world are not coming to your house. They're not going to wait for you outside your door and beat you with a fucking lock, I promise. As much as being trans sucks, being a woman of color sucks more. I understand that, being a trans woman of color, I don't understand from your point of view how that feels, but not everybody else is going to be out to get you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but here's my... Go ahead.
Sorry, my bad. No, go ahead.
No.
I'm so sorry.
No.
I just want to add in that I've also had to catch myself not creating a situation, right? Because we're so used to things being a certain way. Sometimes we'll subconsciously create situations out of nothing. So like even with Asa and I in the beginning of our relationship, and we still sometimes have moments where sometimes I'm like, and feel like I have to be in control of the situation, and I had to realize like, wait a minute, this is not that. This is a totally different situation. And I had to check myself and realize, like, you know what I mean? Like, sometimes you'll create a situation that's not even there because you're so used to that mentality or that way of living or doing things.
That right there.
Also, it's like, it's a lot. I ain't gonna lie to you, it's a lot. But it's once you're able to kind of see it and identify it, it makes it a lot easier to start to apply different changes and, feel a difference.
And I'm sure a couple of weeks ago we were talking about Florida and how bad Florida is for trans people. Like, I'm almost positive that did not help your situation any at all. I'm telling you how bad that it is for the trans community and whatnot. And yeah, it's fucking terrible, girl. I understand that. And being trans is very difficult, and being around you because you are worried about what people are saying. You are worried about whether people are out to get you. I understand that aspect of it, but at the same time, you got to live your life. I mean, tell me you don't want a boyfriend or some sort of connection, or you don't want to go out to dinner one night with somebody. Tell me you wouldn't like to do that, but you're
would,
preventing yourself
but
from doing it.
I most definitely would, but I gotta be no, bitch. You're not just gonna come set a bomb up under the table while I'm over here trying to eat with my man, and I don't want the people in the kitchen to be upset because they having a bad day at work and they just come out stabbing people with a knife, and I'm the first one right there, and I'm so clueless.
I
because
don't
just
think
wanna be
that's
so
going to
lost
happen.
in the world.
I'm
That's
pretty
very
sure that's not going to
irrational.
happen.
You that stuff happens.
Not in the
Weird.
real world, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. You better look at the news. These people are crazy. You don't see.
But it's not everywhere. It's not like you think. And all the millions of experiences happen. There's a couple that pop up. And if it happens, guess what? You're armed and equipped. You know how to handle it anyways. So
You're already
If
being
I'm
vigilant.
living on edge, I'm going to be armed and equipped. The moment I relax and I say I'm not going to be prepared for all of this stuff, I'm going to be focused on my man and living this good life and just being at ease and not being aware of my surroundings. And guess what? Bam!
But
No,
how
no,
can
no.
you go
It's
out
already
with
built in you. You'll always be aware.
right? So how can you go out with your man, right? If you're worried about the guy coming out fucking stabbing you from the kitchen with a knife because he's having a bad day and doesn't want to fry the fucking shrimp, so he's having a badass day, and so he wants to stab you instead. Come on, girl.
Yeah,
You gotta live your life.
bitches is crazy.
I get it, but
I'm going and now him, I wouldn't be.
girl, you're killing me. You're
Listen,
fucking
that
killing
doesn't
me.
happen to us
No.
often. I'm sure it doesn't happen to Lexi that often. If you ask most people, that's not something that occurs on a regular basis. Like,
No.
you're fine. I promise you.
The only thing that happens to me is to get the occasional weird look or snicker, and it's like, whatever, dude,
Oh,
fuck
yeah.
you. Fuck you, whatever, I don't care.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't let social media fool you. Social media and the media will make you think that,
Listen.
oh my God. It's
And
around
all I
the
see,
world.
I do trans advocation, so all I fucking see is trans hate constantly. That is literally all I fucking see is trans hate. I mean, look at the viral video that went down that you guys just watched. One of you yesterday, one of you today, and I see nothing but hate. But I know beyond my doors, that is not real life.
Like what we see as lesbians is lust, and I despise it because I'm very protective. Like I will peep shit she doesn't. I would see guys looking at her butt, like a butt, and touching themselves. I literally see it, right, and she doesn't. Sometimes she sees it, sometimes she doesn't. But I see that, and I keep my mouth shut because I know the law, self-defense. I'm gonna wait till you fucking make the first move. I'm just thanking God that it never happened. Like, there's nothing.
No, you're right.
You know what I mean?
So, Brooklyn,
We see
Crystal will be
that.
here shortly. We're in the middle of a podcast we started a little while ago, so Crystal will be here in a little bit. Don't worry about that. She'll be. Carrie goes on to say, like I said, I'm not diagnosing, but it does sound as though it's PTSD. Awareness is part of life. You have to live and see the world through rose-colored glasses, so to speak. Right? And then we have someone else who goes on to say, I guess the debate boils down to what you each think the risk level is and what's an appropriate response would be. Right?
This shit is high risk over here.
But it's not.
'Cause that's what you know.
That's what you
you've
know,
seen.
but it's really
That's
not.
what you've experienced.
This is
in
max
jail.
level.
So that
Who
makes
said that in
sense
your
with
chat? Tell them I love
PTSD.
them.
That was Finnish Gasoline had said that.
See, burn the motherfucking world on fire. This goddamn. this guy.
Girl, I've gone out to eat to many restaurants, and been kind of next to the kitchen, and I don't think anybody's ever run out and stabbed me with a knife or even come close to that, so.
No, but me on the other hand, as a matter of fact,
Well,
we
let's
went to
not.
church.
Yeah, let's not forget about the
Listen.
demographic and the socio-economic status and the fact that you're also a white transgender woman and she's a black transgender woman.
You're not wrong.
Those are some
And
things
let me
that we
tell
need
you
to
where this
factor
came
in.
from. This-
Unfortunately.
But
You're
also,
you're
it's
absolutely, and the sad part about that is you're
Right.
absolutely right.
Hmm.
You're absolutely right.
So she's on high alert all the time.
If you're on high alert, you're gonna track and you're gonna start seeing things that may not be there, something look like something that it's not. Trust me, it may not hit
And
you
then
now.
I'll be protected because I would have already seen it, right?
through my
And got the
hypervigilance.
fuck,
Hypervigilance.
got the fuck away from it.
But no,
I got
but you're absolutely right. I had mentioned that earlier. Being a trans woman of color,
Yes.
you are more likely at assault than I am. as being a trans woman, just a white trans woman. Well, Latino trans woman, but either way, you get the idea, you know. And so yeah, you're absolutely correct. I can't even deny it.
It's there, but it's not.
It's there twice as much as it is for me.
Right. And keep your, and what I always feel too is of course I'm not in your same struggle as far as being a trans black woman, but I am a black woman, right? And one thing I do is I make sure that I also keep myself in areas that I know I'll be welcomed. I try to keep myself around people that I trust, that I know have my back and have proven that based on their actions, based on just how we know each other. And you know, that way it's like, yeah, I'm still peeping the scene. If it feels off, I'm dipping, you know, but at the same
Oh,
time,
and dip she did, by the way.
Yeah, I will never know the experience from your perspective.
She dipped on us. She dipped on me on my first date because I took her to a bar.
but she had me meet her, like her sister and her in-law, and I was just like, what?
Nikki,
You
can you
left
put the
us
link up for
dry.
Asta's channel? Can you,
Dry.
on Kick, please? Yeah, from your perspective, you know, being a black woman or a black trans woman, you're absolutely right. I'll never know what it's like. The only thing I know is discrimination based on who I am, but never for the color of my skin. You're absolutely correct. But I also don't try to put myself in a situation where I'm going to be unsafe either. You know, I'm vigilant, but I'm not hyper vigilant, if that makes sense.
It's a balance. Everything in life is a balance. It's got to be a balance. If you're going to try to enjoy and be who you truly are, like, what's the point of being your true self if you can't enjoy being your true self?
No, you're absolutely
Like,
right.
why are we doing all of this if it's to always look over our shoulders? No, we got to stay positive, be vigilant, be alert.
And see, I like that you said that, because when I always had that tough facade before, always trying to like act like things didn't affect me and always try to be protective of people around me, I realized I wasn't really being in tune with who I am. You know, and I had this persona that everybody seen me as, but I'm like, hey, I'm actually not like that. I'm actually a very facetious person. I like to have a good time. Like,
Now,
you
see,
know,
That's kind of how it was when I represented my life as a man. I was too hyper focused on me as a man and trying to make sure that I was showing the world that I was a man, as opposed to really being who I was.
now, see, I feel like I'm still being true to myself because one, I recognize that a lot of that stuff does bother me. A lot of stuff is giving me problems and stuff. But I think like that's not a problem. Something bothering me is not the problem. The problem is when I'm showing that I'm affected. When I show that I'm hurt, or I feel like people are given that key, you know? I can show you the door handle, but until you give me the damn key to unlock the door, you can't get the fuck in. So I don't want to show people, you know, I don't show people of when I'm hurt. I can show your ass when I'm mad or something like that. But when I'm hurt, I feel like no. I don't think it's
Vulnerability is a
I don't think
beautiful thing.
vulnerability is that should have get me killed. And that should have get me fucking fucked
Oh
up.
Lord.
No, I'm telling you. Being
Okay,
vulnerable.
okay, that's no rule. That's
Listen, when you are vulnerable, that is a sign of weakness. People see that as a sign
I
of
beg to
weakness.
differ.
No, I disagree with that.
For
I
me,
completely
opposite.
disagree with that.
It's for me, vulnerability shows strength. It shows that you
No,
can
If I wasn't vulnerable, I wouldn't be who I am today.
Same.
Neither would you. You would not be on this stream right now, Maya, if you were not vulnerable. You would not have just told your story if you weren't vulnerable. You are vulnerable, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's being vulnerable at the right time and the wrong time.
And the balance.
well, until you know the right time, we just not gonna be vulnerable. So then we ain't gotta. So we can be safe, and a bitch can't get you. Let me tell you, when a person see this is how I see people, or what I'm thinking of people. See, first of all, I don't like people. Okay,
oh Lord.
We
when
kind of don't. Everybody
No.
don't like it.
the world makes you but then when you find that one nice person, or you meet a old care nothing about Asta. When you meet a Lexi or a Lexi C and Lexi K, and then you say and then when you meet them and you're like, oh, they're human? You sure?
Imagine that.
You know, we actually we can like a human. But when people used to always ask me, you know, how do you see your future? Or when I ask somebody else that, big house and this and that. No, I want a farm. I want 1 million animals. Oh my God! And
You want it in the middle of nowhere.
Ooh,
That's what I want. I want in the middle of fucking nowhere.
I want to come outside with no clothes on to be able to scream, bitch, and just yell and nobody hear me. Do you understand that?
Except for the cows and the chicken.
Listen here, dog.
That.
I swear, I know
Because-
you don't hear me right now, but I
hear you,
to
but-
a degree, I understand that mentality because I used to say I don't like people either. I'd rather be just secluded somewhere else, and I had to realize that hey, there's actually some people out there who are in the same boat as me, going through the same thing as me. There's some nice, good people out here, and I had to get away from the ones that weren't nice and good.
I should be
And,
a bitter
that's
old
what I'm
lady by
saying,
now.
I don't know if it's the people around you right now or the environment, but you got to get around the people that truly will love you the way you want to be loved, and that will allow you to love them in return. And I mean on friendship level or more.
I agree.
Yeah, with face down. He was with me my whole time in prison.
Yeah, but
I've
you're not
never,
in prison
ever-
anymore.
No,
How
but I'm about
healthy
to
was
tell
that
you.
for you?
It was really healthy. He was with me my whole time in prison. My whole time he was there. That was the only person I actually trusted.
Is that your boyfriend?
Okay.
No, he was like a brother.
Who's your boyfriend you told me about?
And here's the good part. That was the only person that ever in my whole life broke my jaw.
And he fucked you up?
He broke my jaw. He
Wait,
wrote
the
me.
same guy you
So
just
fit now?
said.
Now
Wait,
you
so
see?
that's not healthy, baby.
No.
Yeah.
Listen what I'm saying. The whole time everything was perfect, was good. Yeah, blah, this and that. Years.
Stockholm syndrome?
What kind of syndrome?
Nothing.
Stockholm. She said Stockholm syndrome.
What is that, like ice cream cones?
No, Stockholm syndrome is when
I'm
you
done. I'm logging out.
Stockholm syndrome is when somebody breaks your jaw and you still love them.
Right.
Oh, he didn't mean to do it.
Well, no, that's like boyfriend girlfriend type shit.
No, that's Stockholm syndrome.
Really?
Yeah, if you allow
Listen.
somebody to beat you like that and
No,
you're
no,
still
no.
with okay, well, if you're still with somebody and they do that to you, that is Stockholm syndrome because you are just used to it. Oh, he didn't mean it. He won't do it again. Whatever the case
Right.
may be. No, that's Stockholm syndrome because you're in that type of abusive situation to
Well,
where
then,
you're okay
no,
with it.
ma'am, that ain't the case because I'm not okay with it.
No, you shouldn't be.
I'm not okay with it, and it happened spontaneously. I did not see it coming. He was trying to get the phone because he heard the rumors. Remember, I told you earlier. I was telling everybody, "Yeah, I'm gonna give you the phone. I'm gonna give you the phone. I'm gonna give you the phone." But all in my mind, I knew I was giving it to FaceTime.
My audience is
wonder-
over here saying that's the shit that'll get you killed, not a chef in a restaurant.
No, see that? Wait, huh?
Well, I mean, that's the type of shit that will get
Like,
you
people in
killed.
the outside world aren't
No,
operating
see, that's
like
why I
that.
love. That's why I love your chat. Mine too. Ask the chat, everybody. I love everybody. But listen, exactly. That's a shit that'll get you killed. Trusting motherfuckers. That yes, exactly.
No.
That's not what I know. That's
no.
not what they're
That's
saying.
not it.
That's exactly what they said.
No.
Had I not trusted the bitch, you wouldn't have got me because I didn't trust nobody else and they couldn't get me.
That was in prison, not outside.
Right.
It's the same thing. I don't trust these motherfuckers. That's why ain't shit happened to me out here yet. I don't trust them. Don't come knocking
Okay.
at my door. After
Okay.
how many times you hear me yelling at these fucking bitches when they come knocking on the door? What? What y'all want? I have to be aggressive ahead of time. I need to let them know. I would rather start aggressive and then tone it down when I see where you're at.
You're gonna
I'm
start
not gonna
scaring. You're gonna start
start
scaring people off. You start doing the
Yeah.
aggressive off the
You
start.
can't do that.
They
You
need to be
can't-
gone, these fucking bitches.
Girl, you get aggressive when it's necessary, not right off the top.
And that's
See?
the thing that I've
Channel
learned.
your energy.
No,
Yes.
that's the thing that I've
Lexi,
learned. That will
I've been
get you fucked
telling
up.
her. I've been telling her, literally word for word, for 2 years now. I told her word for you're gonna be a star.
I'm so
You're
glad I
gonna
met you guys.
You're gonna be somebody big. And I've been saying that. She done cussed me out. She blocked me. We fought so many times. And I'm a very prideful person. I don't go back. And I'm a Virgo.
That's who I am.
You got me, I'm done.
That's it.
But with this fucking little punk, there's something about this little punk ass I see in her. And I told her, but you're gonna fuck it up if you don't channel your energy.
She's
You got a
right.
lot of energy. You got a lot of positivity. You got a lot to say, but you got to channel that energy. You got to know when to turn up and know when to turn down.
Well, I just said it earlier. I said you're so vibrant, you're so fun, you're so exciting, you're such a great person, and the world is missing it because you're worried about who's going to hurt you. You're missing it.
I can't talk to Lacey because Lacey, y'all can't say y'all
The
three.
Lexies. It's the
No.
fucking Lexies.
All
They
three of
wise.
y'all ass, all
Y'all
three of y'all ass
wise.
getting on my nerves.
Y'all
Girl.
wise. That's why I'm
All
pointing
three
at
of
you.
I'm your friend. I just want to help.
Yes,
Right.
but so if y'all want to help listen to my side, I feel like
We are listening, but we want you happy too.
I'm happy right here in this corner.
Look,
That's
you
the
won't
problem.
appreciate it now.
I don't
but
want
give
to
it some
listen.
time, and you'll look back and you'll say, you know what, Lexi K and Lexi C were right.
And I'm gonna
Yup.
say Asta was
And
dead
Asta-
wrong.
Girl, you are so vibrant and bright, fun. I'm telling you, she's right. You're gonna be a fucking star one day. She's right, but you're not gonna be a star sitting in your fucking room worrying about who's going to hurt you. You need to show the world who you are. Show the world who Maya is.
And channel your energy, bitch.
Like,
And
okay,
understand that you are strong. Like you don't
every
have to do nothing
time,
to prove.
no.
You got somebody in my chat on your side. Deli, she's on your side.
Okay,
She's like, I'm here for you, girl.
see,
She says you're only gonna scare away the weak ones, but well, I agree with that.
get your ass.
I don't disagree with that, but at the same time, Asta and Lexi are right. You are a bright, vibrant, fun person, and you're gonna be huge. You just have to show the world that.
Channel the
Let
energy
people
and-
in to see it. Does that make sense? You have to let people in to see it.
That makes sense. Letting people in to see it, but letting people in is what get a lot of bitches robbed. Bitches like to force their way in, or you better open that door to a bitch who gonna come into your house and do the
Stay
wrong
away from
shit.
Hood rat people. Get around people who
They
are
don't
on the
know
same
what's
level
on the
you're
other
trying to
side of
get
the
to.
love
door.
you.
You got to get away from the people with the low mentality.
Lexi,
You know,
gotta get
if
I
you
have-
don't know what's on the other side of the door. You don't know that if I open this door, I'm gonna get robbed. That was
Okay.
a girl I saw on whatchamacallit. She went out with her friends. Friends is a very big motherfucking word.
Oh
She went
yeah.
out with her friends, and they said because the girl, she was so successful, whatever the case may be, they set the girl up. Her own friends, they jumped the girl, beat her to death.
Then they weren't
Then-
her friends.
Right.
We say that now. Did she say that? No.
Okay,
You
but
wanna-
see,
she
I'm
didn't know.
look. You and I,
Without her.
Maya, you and I have a lot in common, right? So I have this thing about men. I do not like men. It is
Fuck
very
them
hard.
dirty
It is very hard for me to like men after everything that I have been through in my life with men. I have been, I grew up, my father beat the shit out of me. And this is a trigger warning for everybody listening on all three channels, all right? I grew up I was raped and molested at the age of 11, raped by a man. Physically raped, not just touched, raped. Out through high school, I got beat downs by men all the fucking time. My ex-wife cheated on me again by another man who was supposed to be my friend. In my 20s, I had to hear it. When I transitioned the first time, another man tried to rape me. I've been mansplained by psychiatrists a few fucking times. My best friend, who was supposed to be, who was a man, grabs my wife's ass at his fucking wife's funeral, right? And every man in my fucking life has never been a positive role model. Not one fucking man I can think of that has ever been a positive role model in my life. But you know
Right.
one thing I'm learning? That not all men are like that. I have men in my chat that are wonderful people. I have some men around me currently that are decent people. And like you, I would just not talk to any fucking men because I felt like every time I let a man into my life in some way, shape, or form, they always fucking stuck it right to me, no matter what. They were always screwing me over, trying to hurt me, trying to take something away from me, trying to get to something, always using me for something. I understand how you feel. I do. But not all men are inherently bad. Yes, there is a percentage of them out there. We know this. Women know this. Men fucking know this.
So
But
are you
not
saying-
every man is a bad man.
Are you saying, in order for you to find that out, that there are some good men, you had to go through the trials and the tribulations for you to figure that out?
No. Yes and no. Actually, let me say yes and no. Yes, I had to go through all that bullshit to figure all that out, right? Obviously, they put a bad taste in my mouth, if you will, right? But it was ultimately my wife who is the one that told me and said, I can't believe all of these terrible men that you've had in your life because I've had nothing but positive role models of men in my life. And it's hard to believe from her being so damn beautiful that she ever experienced anything, somebody that didn't always want in her pants or whatever the case was, but that wasn't the case for her. You know, and for me, it just seems like every man I ever came across was a fucking total dirtbag. But doing this stream has really allowed me, and it's this stream, this community, that has allowed me inherently to see that not all men are fucking terrible beings. Because I have so many men that are in here that are just so polite and so kind and so nice and treat me like a woman and treat me the way I deserve to be treated and are respectful and kind. And out in public, I know a few too. I have some neighbors that are absolutely some of the best men I've ever met in my entire fucking life. Now, and these are 80-year-old white men who are decent to me, which is fucking amazing because they're in that generation to where they should technically fucking hate me, you know? And so inherently, I'm learning that not everybody is out to get me. And I'm like you, I'm still dealing with that trauma and I'm still learning to get past it. But if we don't learn to get past it and understand that not every man is out to get us, that we'll never move past it. And that's the step that, you know, at some point when you're ready, you need to take. I agree with you, men suck. I don't disagree with you at all, sweetie. But we have to allow sometimes people into our lives. And if we don't allow people in our lives, we're never going to know what there is to offer.
So, and that takes us back to the conversation me and Astaflex was having. Here's a good example of me trying to trust somebody and allow somebody into my life.
I've allowed many men into my life and they burned me over, but I keep going back for more because I feel like there's a better answer. I feel like there are decent men.
And you kept getting the same fucking answer.
I did, but did. No, I'm not going to deny it. You're absolutely right. I did. But there are probably 200 men in my chat right now that are decent, kind men. A man to me isn't somebody who has to try to be macho and show off their manliness and try to make themselves feel better by putting others down. A man to me is someone that shows love and compassion, leaves understanding and empathy in their wake, defends those that can't be defended or that can't stick up for themselves, you know, and treats everybody with the same level of respect that everyone deserves. That's a man to me. Not somebody that needs to sit there. You're right. Not
you ain't
somebody
got to brag
that sits
about
there.
your money all day. You ain't got to talk about your PP.
Right.
Look at me.
Right. But most men are threatened by me, right? Because I'm a trans woman, so most men are threatened by me. And those men constantly, like, you know, on my TikTok account, it's the same thing. Oh, you know, they say this, they say that, they say this, they say that. I mean, look at Officer Tatum, great fucking example. Look at Odin's Men, great example. They have to flex their masculinity in order to prove themselves to them and their viewers that they are in fact men, because they have this overwhelming sense of, well, we have to hate on trans women because, you know, God forbid I find some trans woman attractive or even agree with her because, you know, I don't want to be looked at like I'm gay. So I have to be hateful towards other people. Does that make sense?
Yes. Oh, I see that in the gaming community on a daily basis.
Yeah.
Especially playing with me.
And I was going to say, it must be hard being a woman, let alone a trans woman, let alone a trans woman of color in the gating or in the gaming society. That cannot be easy.
I am hated everywhere I go.
I've heard it's pretty rough. I've heard some horror stories.
Especially the game in particular that we play, Call of Duty.
Call of Duty, yes.
And it's really competitive. They hate me all over the place. But it's one thing to hate me, and it's a whole nother when you think you can fuck with me because you can't. I'm going to keep a team that we going to fuck your shit up. Okay? You're going to have to be above average to be trying to come. Oh, that's a whole new topic. Okay.
And Deli says real quick, she goes, Deli says, she goes, yeah, she's kind of mean to the new men in the chat, but she does come around. And she's right, because I have an aversion to men.
And Deli the one that said what she said a while ago about.
She's on your side. She's on your side, yeah.
Deli is my favorite. Let me tell you something about favorite.
Deli's a hot shit. We love Deli over here. She's great. She's very straight, very opinionated, and when she says something, she fucking says it, and she's right on about it. And she doesn't give a shit who you piss off. That's what I love about Deli. She says what's on her mind,
and that's why we get along so well already, Deli. So that's why I love you, baby. Because let me tell you something. What needs to be said needs to be said. We didn't care about the emotions or whatever is gonna uprise from. Once you said it, we don't give a damn. It needs to be said. It's just going to be said. That's just what it is, you know? I don't know. So back to this. So now the person that I met, okay, this was me being a fucking pussy, letting down my guard and trying to talk, excuse my language, people.
You're fine.
Trying to talk to someone, allow somebody into my life, and yeah, Asta says, oh yeah, it's all virtual, it's on the game or it's here and there, but y'all have to understand, this is my life. This is my world right here. You see what I'm saying? So if I'm spending time with you in Discord or on the game or whatever, that's my valuable time. That's my personal time. That's where I'm spending my time anyway. So for me to spend it with you, it means something to me. Not saying to you. So now,
Hey,
when
Billy.
Asta said it, the way I looked at it was, okay, well, maybe that's what's going wrong. They're not looking at it as valuable time, or they're not looking at that time as. So she did open my eye up after I went to sleep, because when she first told me, it ain't, baby, I went in this shit. But when I went to bed, I was like, oh, okay, now I see what Asta's talking. They didn't have the same view. We're looking at the same image, but we're describing it a totally different way.
And that's the thing about it, though, is I'm so glad you see that, because now that you know that, like, I always look at it like this: is life is trial and error, right? So now that you know that you need someone who values your time, so now your attention got to be towards those people who value your time, right?
And
Yep.
how
So
would I
it's
know
like,
that, Lexi?
because you
can
just
tell.
pointed out what they were doing, and how you knew based on the cues that they weren't valuing your
So
time.
let's
But I'm
explain
gonna have
the
to take
cues
a
for her.
chance.
Her cues are someone who's staying in a Discord with her the whole day. That's
my
one
baby.
cue.
That's my
Right?
man.
Like, just whatever you're doing, just whether you're talking or not, just hanging around, right?
I wish I had
Or-
the time.
Thank you. But anyway,
I'd hang out with you guys all day. I love talking to you guys.
but it's not just talking. We're talking about just not even doing a video chat or streaming, just hanging around, right? In the Discord. One. Or the guy comes and every now and then says hello in her stream, good morning, how are you, blah blah blah. That's it. That's basically it. You told me you guys, you don't even know his age. You don't have deep conversations. All that he ever said was, "I want to be your friends." Can
Thank
we
you,
be
Nikki.
friends? Right?
Yeah, thank you, Deli.
So
Sorry, they're running a hype
that's
train over
based
here.
on the information you're giving.
Let's go on the hype train.
Right? Come on, guys. Let's get her going. Thank you, everybody.
Alrighty.
All right, keep going.
So
Sorry.
based on the information that they give you is what you got to go based on. So if they're saying that they're just trying to be your friend, then just take it as that, right? So
Yep.
Unless someone starts showing you actual intentional and right.
Thank you,
It has
Asta.
to be intentional and deliberate attention.
So let's say
In
they're
underscore
doing
five
that.
underscore them cheered.
Their
X
actions
100.
is showing one thing, but then what they're saying is something different. So then which one do I go by? So which one do I go by?
You go
Just
by the
underscore
action.
the
You go
You go by the
underscore
action.
cheered.
Actions speak louder than words. Girl,
Show
fucking
love one,
words
show
are
love
cheap.
one, show love
Words
one,
are
show
fucking
love one,
shit.
show
Words
love
are
one,
garbage.
show
Words are
love
fucking
one,
cheap.
show love one, show
Always
love
go by
one, show
actions.
love one,
Actions
show
will
love
always
one,
speak
show
louder
love
than
one,
words.
show
Is
love
somebody
one.
else talking over you?
No, I have a voice thing going on over here. So for my community, it spits out the if somebody's throwing down bits or whatever, it spits it out. So no, nobody's talking. Just a computer.
I'm like, who the
And then
where you at?
Just the computer's talking. No, go do your thing. But girls, actions will always speak louder than fucking words. Talk is
Where's
cheap.
my friend at in the chat? I want to see what she said to that. I don't
Wow,
want y'all
thank
to
you,
pick it.
Rochelle, for the
Deli?
10 tier 1
Okay.
subs. Thank you, Rochelle, very much. Deli, what do you
Deli
have
or
to say
Terry?
about that, Deli? Would you agree? Talk is fucking cheap. Actions speak louder than words.
I think the world would agree with that.
I think
But
so
what
too.
Man.
So many people do a whole lot of this, and nobody does a whole lot of action. And
Okay.
actions reflect everything.
If somebody's showing you by actions that they're not interested or whatever, but they're saying to you all the right things,
Thank you,
you
Nikki.
and you. How
Well,
would you? Well, I
If,
can
if
ask y'all
if somebody's not fucking showing me actions, I mean, then I don't buy it. It's as good as fucking nothing. It's as good as useless to me. If you can't show me that you care, you love, you give a shit, right? You can be my friend and not be here for me. Then are you really my fucking friend? When I need you the most, right? So
right.
your actions say everything. So with my wife, prime example, right? My wife tells me she loves me. Well, she doesn't just tell me she loves me, she shows me she loves me, right? My mom loves me. She doesn't tell me she loves me, she shows me she loves me by giving me a hug and a kiss, or, calling me to say something. My wife and I will both agree that talk is fucking cheap and words mean everything. Or
Thank you for the
or
follow,
actions
guys, on
mean
Twitch.
everything.
I mean,
You can come sit down if you want to. We're live, so. All right.
Lucinda, thank you, Kay, Michael. I appreciate y'all. Cinema, thank you so much for the follow.
No, listen. I mean, talk is cheap, honey. Words mean nothing to me. It's all about actions. You know, you tell me you love me, I believe you. You tell me you want something, fucking show me.
Honestly,
It has
I
to
don't
be the same
believe
with you.
people until their actions show it. Like
Agreed.
with her, for me, it was like her actions showed it, and then so when she said it, it meant something.
Yes.
But I think,
Thank you, Mitchell.
but we're raised to just kind of like you want to just believe what someone says, especially if you're an honest person. But if people aren't honest, then you got to watch their actions.
You're right.
Can I just say something real quick, Transactive?
Smile, girl.
The thing is, you gotta set the boundary for yourself,
Yes.
regardless of what people are saying or doing, whether they show you or not, whether they're being real or not.
Yes.
You gotta set the boundary for yourself. You gotta have that. What's that? Je sais pas comment dire en anglais. I don't know how to say it in English. That that device that you use to filter things, like when you
Sift.
pour something.
Sift.
Huh?
Sift.
The
I don't-
sifting.
Well, I guess that's the word. I don't know.
You
but-
have to sift through things, sift through shit.
That's what you as an individual you need to do for yourself. When people come through and showing you and everything, you gotta be cordial. You can be cordial. Hey, thank you, I appreciate that. All right, we'll talk another time. Awesome. Hey, I see you in the Discord a lot. All right, cool, nice. Boom, boom, boom. But you don't take it for what it is. Let time go. And I think because of your past, you tend to attach yourself very fast. When someone shows you a slight instance of them being interested,
I
you're
made that
not showing.
mistake.
You don't want to go.
I
You're
made
not
that
showing,
mistake
you don't want
once.
to go.
I made that mistake. It cost
You
me a
just
3-year
hold
abusive
on,
relationship.
and you don't want to. But you
Yeah,
gotta
but-
learn how to. God damn! Can I say what I want to say? Everybody talking.
No, listen, but you're right. But you're not wrong, Asta, because I did that once. I told you guys when I started my first transition and I lost everything, I attached myself to the first person that
Right.
showed me any sort of love and affection or anything, and it literally cost me 3 years of my life in an abusive relationship. And it was fucking terrible because I got attached quick. Had I just not gotten attached, I would have been fine. I could have continued everything that I was doing and I probably would have been successful. But the thing is, too, here's the downside to this. Had I not done what I did, I probably wouldn't be exactly where I am today. And I think that things need to happen the way they need to happen in order to be where you need to go. Does that make sense? So there's
That's
that
the
I need
aspect
to
of
go
it
get
too.
my ass kicked. I need to go get depressed and fall in love with people who ain't loving me back.
Thank
I
you,
need to want to
Cannabis.
be around motherfuckers who don't want to be around me.
Don't let it die, guys. You're on level 5 at 420 at 4%. Don't let it die here. Keep it going. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Rochelle and Nikki, and Chels and Cannabis, Deli, and anybody.
Thank you for the shout out,
Mitchell,
Lexi.
and anytime. Thank you, Jordan and,
The
and Jennifer.
Astroplex is
Thank
on
you,
point.
everybody. Can we get shout outs
you
for
for
Asta and
that.
Transactive too, please? But I mean, seriously, I think that the road we walk is literally the road we have to walk to get where we are. I honestly, I don't really believe in the whole God thing, and I'm sorry for those of you that do. I don't, and I've got my own reasons for it. But I truly do think that our lives are mapped out regardless. I think that every step that we take, we have a choice. It's yes or it's no. And if you say no, you're going to go down one path. And if you say yes, you're going to go down that other path. And so I do think that our lives are mapped out and we have the chance to direct them as far as free will is concerned that way.
And there's no right and there's no wrong. There are only
Exactly.
experiences and how they impact each other.
Whether they're good or
That's a
bad.
very, very, very important lesson that
Yes.
I've learned, and I'm trying to teach people, my nieces, my nephews, the youth. There's no right, there's no wrong. There are experiences and how they impact each other.
Whether they're good or bad, it doesn't matter.
And you know what the most liberating thing for me was? I
Thank
don't
you,
know
Billy.
about y'all. I mean, I don't know most, but something that was very liberating for me was learning how to treat myself the way I wanted other people to treat me. And that took a while.
We
because I
teach
was so
people
used
how to
people
treat us.
treating me like shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my wife
Set
said something to me
boundaries.
once that made a whole lot of sense when it was that. It says, she said that we teach people how to treat us.
Right.
And it took, there's a few things. My wife is a really wise woman. And, I never realized
seems
things like
wise.
that. She really is. And she had told me when I started, transitioning, because, something that really helped me get past it. She always told me that someone else's opinion of you is none of your business.
Very true.
And it
Yes.
took me a while to understand it and realize it what it
Oh.
really fucking meant. But she's right. And basically what she's saying is that whatever somebody says about you, it doesn't really matter, because at the end of the day, it's what you think of yourself that makes really the ultimate difference in that. And that, you know, we do in fact teach people how to treat us. So Lexi, I totally understand exactly what you're saying. You set your boundaries on how you want to be treated, and Maya, you have to do the same. You have to set boundaries and understand. First off, what other people think doesn't matter, and I get a feeling you don't give a shit what other people think anyway, and that's great. But
a
you
good
do
thing.
need to set your boundaries and understand that you teach people what is going to happen with you. You determine, you dictate what happens and what doesn't happen, but you do it knowing that you can still live your life and live it happily and set those boundaries.
Then, since
Let's
we're gonna
not
talk,
forget that she's only 23 too, by the way. I just
She's
want
a
to say
baby.
that. Let's not forget.
I am 40. I am
That's
45. So you're
That's
right.
a lot of information that we're plummeting
baby.
for a 23-year-old. Because when I was 23, I didn't give a fuck what you said or what you had to say.
When I was
I'ma live
23,
my
I was the
life
same.
by my experience. So fuck y'all. Y'all don't know any better. Right. So let's not forget that.
You're
I'm
absolutely right.
37, you're 45. You're old as dust. So let's not forget
Nigga,
that. No, I'm not. Shut up.
Well, then by that standard, I'm already fucking beyond dust and blew the fuck away.
You're obsolete, motherfucker. You're a fossil. So we gotta remember that. Not forget. Let's not forget she's only 23. She's gonna figure it out by herself. But all of this is meant for your journey, because I know you're gonna be a big fucking star.
Yes,
so
she
don't
is.
fucking forget about us. I want a house and I want a Mercedes G-Wagon.
G-Wagon.
Where did that
Mercedes
go?
G-Wagon, huh?
That's
Imagine.
what I want from you.
I
when
just-
you
I
become
just-
a star.
I just want a Mini Cooper.
Oh.
What's with all cars?
We are shaping your.
I don't know. Since we're
Wait,
throwing
no,
out cars, I just want a new Mini
Right.
Cooper.
You're gonna be somebody, and this is all happening for a reason. That's what it is. So when you become that person, get me a house in
Look,
Las
I
Vegas,
just want a
Nevada.
nice Camry.
That's it.
What is
Yeah,
what is that? What is that line from Sister Act? What is it? When you want to be somebody, when you want to go somewhere, you have to wake up and pay attention.
Oh,
From what? From who?
Sister Act.
Sister
Sister Act 2, really good. When you want to be somebody and you want to go somewhere, you have to wake up and pay attention.
Is that
mhm.
what's her
It's a
name?
movie.
It's a movie.
It's
Oh,
a Sister Act
It's
with
a
Whoopi
line out of a
Goldberg.
movie that Whoopi
Oh,
Goldberg.
that's your
It's
sisters.
a quote from the movie. Yeah,
Mhm.
it's a quote from the movie. So
What's the
and-
name of the
What-
movie?
Sister Act, motherfucker. Sister
Sister
Act
Act
with
2.
Whoopi Goldberg.
two.
Oh, I thought she was saying her sister.
No.
Okay, never mind.
And so when I was it just kind of dawned on me a second ago. It just dawned on me a second ago. It really applies to the situation. When you want to be somebody, you want to go somewhere, you need to wake the fuck up and pay attention.
And that's the name of the movie,
No,
Sister Act.
Sister Act 2 is the name
Yes.
of the movie. Yeah, you should
Oh.
watch it. It's really good. There's a lot
Classic.
of there's a lot of great inspirational
Have one
shit in it. It would really apply.
Isn't Whoopi Goldberg the one with the big wig? The one-
Yes, yes.
like
Yeah.
the. Oh,
And she's a
okay.
nun. She's a nun.
And she's a
You
lesbian.
don't know who Whoopi is?
Not really. I just know that
She's
she
fucking 23, girl. She ain't know who Whoopi Goldberg
Yeah,
is.
that's true.
Whoopi Goldberg 23 too, and I don't know who she is.
Oh my god.
No.
No, you're 23. Whoopi Goldberg's like 80.
Oh, okay.
I'm done.
Yeah, guys, 7 p.m. locked in. Keep that shit going. A minute 9 to go. Let's get that midnight out and knock it down. It's Sunday night. Come on, let's do it. Thank you, everybody, so far. Thank you, Billy and Nikki and Rochelle and
Oh,
everyone.
yeah.
Thank you.
Do it.
Whoopi Goldberg. They
2
said.
years. This is what I have to deal with for 2 years.
That's rough.
And I'm just getting in here now. Hey, go figure.
You got a long way to go.
I guess so.
Whoopi Goldberg.
Oh, you kids today, you youngins.
So wait.
It's so hard.
Whoopi Goldberg.
So fucking hard.
It is. It's hard when you're
Ain't it?
45 years old. You try to give opinion to a 23-year-old.
Wait,
Yeah,
how old
yeah.
is Whoopi Goldberg?
Whoopi Goldberg.
Doesn't
I
matter.
think she's in her 70s at this point. I don't know. Let me look up.
No, because I remember because Kalina had it. in
Girl,
her
she's
title.
fucking old.
She is
Wait,
old.
So why does Kalina have it in her title? Whoopi Goldberg.
She's 67 years old.
Because she looks like Whoopi Goldberg. That's why.
Ooh.
What? Kalina's not ugly.
Well, no, but no, she's not ugly. Whoopi
No,
Goldberg's
she's
not
beautiful.
ugly.
Well, the way y'all talking about it, y'all making me nervous.
What do you
Wait,
mean we're
Whoopi-
making
let
it?
me
She's
tell
a
you.
fucking actor. She's on The View, girl.
Whoopi, let me tell you, Whoopi go.
Oh, don't tell.
How-
Don't let
Whoopi
him
Goldberg is doing exactly
I
what
said,
we're
how many-
doing. Listen, she's doing exactly what we're doing, except on a national motherfucking stage. We
Yeah.
ain't got one of them yet.
You said she has the
Not
view.
yet.
She's on The View. Yeah, thank you everybody
She's
for that
on The
hype
View.
train. I
I'm
really,
guessing
really
The View was
appreciate that.
another
Thank
movie.
you. No, The
It's
View
a
is a
show.
TV show during the day, girl.
Uh-uh.
It's a morning show on, I don't know, was it ABC, NBC, whatever it
I'ma
might
show-
be.
Let me show you what I watch right here. Here. Let me log in.
Aiden, Twitch, Call of
No.
Duty.
You. Here.
Girl, you need to look up The View.
Wham. Wham.
Call of Duty.
Wham,
who's
bam,
that?
thank
Whose
you,
channel
ma'am.
is that? Whose
Huskers.
channel is that?
I don't know.
Of all the people, Huskers, that
Oh, he-
weasel,
Boy, he was at the top.
that dweeb. Ugh.
Look, just a girl, Lexi.
That's
You
me.
are the only person I get. Let me not. So y'all don't think I'm exaggerating. Huskers, WSOW tournament. Brolic, WSOW tournament. Destroyed, top 23. Rated number 2 in the world. Just a girl, Lexi. Just chatting. All right, now let's go. Nightland, Call of Duty Warzone, Exact, Warzone, Noobs, Warzone. Everybody else, Warzone. See?
Yeah, I don't do the whole video game. I don't even know what the hell. Would you say it was Huskers? I don't even know what the hell that is.
So you're not missing out.
That's because I'm an old ass
Like, y'all
bitch.
laughing at me because I don't know Whoopi Goldberg.
Boopy Goldberg?
That's their name, right? Whoopi
Whoopi,
Goldberg.
WHOOPI, Whoopi.
Oh, well, I don't know Whoopi Goldberg.
There you go.
Okay, but she don't know Huskers.
Ain't nobody knows fucking Huskers.
She don't know Aiden.
No, the
don't know
world
Biffle.
knows. The world
Girl, I am not a
knows
gamer. I'm a
Whoopi
talk
Goldberg.
show hostess. Not a gamer.
Well, then that's why you know what's her name?
Oh my god.
Whoopi Goldberg was in Color Purple. Did you watch Color Purple?
Did you watch The Color Purple? Right.
No, I watched the Orange is the New Black.
I don't know, Lucinda. Orange is the New Black, so Laverne Cox.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
So
not
you know
Whoopi
Laverne
Goldberg.
Cox.
That's Laverne Cox.
What?
That ain't Whoopi Goldberg. That's Laverne Cox. A very inspiring trans woman, by the way. I fucking love her.
Whoopi Goldberg is not in there?
No.
No.
She's on Color Purple.
The movie
Color
Ghost.
Purple.
You ever see the movie Ghost?
Oh, the one where they had all that shooting going on. They were trying to get the man from the military.
No.
Girl, no, ma'am.
Hang on a second. I'm going to put myself on mute.
Oh, she finna talk shit about me.
I can't believe. I thought everybody knew Whoopi Goldberg.
Ghost.
Oh, I guess.
Ghost, not the character on Warzone Ghost. We ain't talking about that. We're not talking about the movie Ghost when they had to when they extracted the man from the military, or the military came to extract the man from he was being held hostage over there in Iraq.
Baby,
I know their movie.
baby.
Ghost. Let me. Okay, y'all
Well,
wearing me out.
Movie night got to be some historical
See,
film.
this is why your Discord and your your choices of movies.
We have the movies.
trash. You cannot. You
She hasn't,
trash.
she hasn't seen Gold. She hasn't seen Hollywood for real. She's
Sorry.
seen nothing but these modern trash movies. You need to see some classics.
My movies are wonderful. It goes down in the movie theaters.
Girl, they don't fucking listen. No, that's bullshit. They do not listen. Stop. They do not make movies today like they did fucking 25 years ago.
Facts,
You,
exactly.
Movies were way better back in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s than they are fucking now. Everything today is just a remake of whatever they did back then. You're muted.
like-
You're muted, girl. Nobody can hear you.
I did it on purpose. I wouldn't talk over y'all. But my guy in the chat, Mark, is saying, he's saying, I bet you recognize Sister Act. The whole conversation started with Sister Act, and she didn't know what Sister Act was.
I'm
That's
so
why
sorry.
we're so-
Am I just so sorry I ever mentioned that quote or what?
Wait.
Yeah.
So Mark said he bet I recognize Sister Act.
Yes, because it's such a phenomenal
It's a-
classic movie.
Wait,
Damn
Sister
straight.
Act was the one that we talked about in the beginning.
Right, and which you didn't recognize.
Or the purple.
Oh, she's confusing
And that's
me
the
now.
one with the same person, Whoopi Goldberg.
Yes, Whoopi Goldberg, phenomenal actress.
How many damn movies is she in?
She's been in Hollywood for like 40 years.
Something like that, yeah.
Literally.
Jumpin' Jack
Yeah.
Flash. Anybody remember that one? Probably not.
Listen, I
No, that I don't remember, Fossil. Sorry.
Okay, name something new that she's in. Like,
Oh, no, you did not.
So when did Well, how did they create fire when you were 5 years old? Did you use rocks too?
Okay, y'all gonna leave my girl alone. Y'all ain't gonna jump my
You're
girl.
not doing her.
Oh, I think it's time. I think it's time to go. No, kidding.
I'm talking about you. It ain't you 38.
I'm a fucking
37.
fossil. You guys
look
get
like
that
you.
shit? I'm a fucking fossil, and she's what, 7 years younger than me?
Excuse
Great.
me, ma'am. I'm 37 years old.
I looked fucking hot when I was 37, just so you know. Well,
You
38.
still look hot, by the way. But
Oh,
anyway,
God, here we
Yeah,
go.
like,
Well,
what's
thank
she talking about used to? What's she talking
Yes,
about?
it was
Right.
Rochelle. Jumpin' Jack Flash was a badass movie. Whoopi Goldberg
Where's
played a little
my
computer
friend at
hacker.
in the chat? Ask my
Jumping-
friend to name a
Jumping
newer
Jack
movie
who?
that I should know.
Deli, can I have a name of a movie that she should know?
I bet you she
That's
gonna name
not
one
gonna
that I
happen.
know.
But here's the
So,
thing.
Mark,
Deli's
you joining the conversation?
almost my age, just so you know.
That's still my girl. She gonna know what I know.
Girl,
Name
she's
something newer.
Deli's a hot shit. We love
Where
her.
we at, chat?
I got people like 60 plus years old in my community, and I always bust their chaps.
Yep,
But
I got
I love elderly.
Till. What the hell is Till? Is a new movie. Till is a new movie. Megan. Yeah, but
Yeah,
it's
Emmett
but
Till.
Whoopi
Emmett
Goldberg. Whoopi Goldberg movie, not a new movie today, like a Whoopi Goldberg movie. These youngins don't know what they missed. Tell me about it, Jen. Right? But seriously, no, like give me a movie today that had Whoopi Goldberg in it. Something fairly recent that you think she'd know.
I'm just trying to see if I know who she is or if I
Whoopi
watched
was in
her.
Star Trek as a bartender.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah,
Ooh,
Star
Whoopi?
Trek. She was in the.
That's what Psychro says. Psychro says she was in. Yes, Till is a movie. Okay, so Till is a movie. You should know that one.
Emmett Till, I think, is the story of the black kid who got wrongfully
Emmett
convicted.
Till.
Yes, Emma Till. Yeah,
Oh, did she have like dreads? I think like dreadlocks.
yeah,
got
she's got dreads. Yeah,
Oh!
we got a winner.
No, I thought her name was like Whitney Houston or something like that.
No, Whitney's been dead. She freaking
She's insulting your
Whitney Houston is dead. She decided to take a swim in a bathtub. Whitney Houston decided to take a swim in a bathtub and not wake up.
How does that make you
Why
feel?
do I think she was Whitney Houston?
I don't know. She ain't near.
Right.
No, sorry.
Let it out. It's okay. You can look at it. Let it out.
Whitney.
Now you know what-
Whitney.
2 years.
I thought that lady name was Whitney Houston. all
Girl,
the
I
time.
can see your eyes like giant wide through your glass. You're like, what, bitch?
So all black people look alike to you, motherfucker?
Oh,
Is that what it is?
don't you even go there with me.
Pull up her photo. Pull up Whitney's photo. Wait a minute.
Oh, now
You
you
look at-
got it. Now you got it. Now you get what I feel.
So Whoopi Goldberg
Have you
don't
seen
sing
The
songs.
Bodyguard? Waiting to exhale.
Girl, her
The
fucking
bodyguard.
eyes are wide open saying that shit. Don't you
I
go
didn't
there
see
with
the
me.
bodyguard. I thought that was Whitney Houston all this time.
Movie night. Come to my
Whitney
movie
Houston
night.
passed away in
Ugh.
2000.
These people names. I just know that I watch good movies, honey, and it goes down when I watch the movie.
You're fired. You used to be my favorite.
Wait,
Ugh.
Yup.
I'm fine though. Said
Don't
Whitney
tell
not
me you
have
don't know who fucking
Yeah, but
Whitney
I-
Houston is. I will always
I
love
know.
you. Great
Oh,
song.
I know Whitney, but I thought that was Whitney in the movie, and
No.
just put dreads on.
No.
Whitney is more gorgeous. Don't try her.
Yeah, Whitney's fucking hot.
The queen.
I can't show a photo, Lucinda.
I
I'm
mean,
on
Whitney
Discord.
Stan, you said the wrong.
I'm cameraing it on Discord. I'm not on my actual stream. I can't really show a picture. I mean, I guess I can. I mean, I can
you
just.
you
Yeah, I'm gonna
pull
do
it
that.
up
Hang
first.
on. I'm gonna do that. Hang on.
Who you showing me? Whitney Houston or Mariah Carey?
I'm gonna show you
I mean,
Whoopi Goldberg first.
Give me that
Yeah.
fan, please.
Yeah.
I can't believe this woman.
Y'all know. Listen, I know the Biffles of the world.
She are
Personally,
I
I personally
know.
find Whoopi Goldberg extremely attractive. She's got
That
a lot
is
of
that is Whoopi Goldberg.
Whitney.
On your stream?
Yes, just take a just take a look at your Discord. Open it up.
Pass me the fan.
That is
It's
Whoopi
right.
Goldberg.
See the fan?
Huh?
Pass me the fan. No, yeah, thank you. I actually need it.
We gotta turn this off. Where it says show non-video participants, you
Oh
gotta turn
yes,
that off.
yes.
And then look at it.
Believe.
That is Whoopi. Yes,
That is Whoopi. Now,
and
pull
she's
this
very
Whoopi.
pretty.
Okay,
Hey,
so
the one in the middle was the one that I saw. The one with the red glasses. I
yeah,
think
that's still Whoopi.
That's Whoopi.
That's
the one
now
I-
this is Whitney Houston. She's dead.
Oh.
She's dead. She decided to take a swim in a bathtub.
I don't think I've seen this lady before.
Okay,
You-
well
you hear
that's
the song,
Whitney Houston.
What every woman.
No, I know her music. I just
Seen Whitney.
God damn it. I don't think I've seen her, like I've heard her song. I know all her
What?
songs.
Yeah, she was with Bobby Brown. You know who Bobby Brown is? You're about to say no. I know you're about to say no.
I do
I mean,
know who
fuck
that is.
Bobby, but you
What do
don't
you
know
mean, fuck Bobby? Bobby was cute.
Man, fuck. Oh,
No, I don't know who that is.
anyways, You don't know Whitney Houston. You need to watch Waiting to Exhale. Baby, you
Waiting to
just-
exhale. Yeah, I'm waiting to exhale from the shock of her not knowing who these people are.
This is
Wait, is everybody waiting to exhale for real, or is that like a
No,
movie?
Waiting to Exhale is a real movie. Where the hell did they go? Where did you guys just go?
We're right here.
I ain't seeing you here.
I almost want to cry.
Oh, there you are. Never mind. Now you
Your
came
life
back.
must be I know why your life.
Bye, Brooklyn.
You ain't have Whitney, baby. That's rough.
Waiting to exhale.
It's actually a really good movie.
Great
Oh my God.
movies. That's what I'm saying. So Transactive has this thing where she watches movies with her community on Discord. If you guys want to check it out, the only problem is her taste in movies is absolutely trash. So maybe we should include some old school movies that will kind of give you more cultures. You know, like about your past, like about what we like. What is
We
what
watched
has
the
set
movie
the culture for
yesterday.
today?
No, we watched the movie yesterday. We watched Little Mermaid. That talks about
Oh,
the
that was a
culture.
good movie.
It's okay.
See, and then she
That
was
was a good
singing
one.
that song. So we watched that. We watched
Right, long pause. So now you should watch Waiting to Excel, Color
Oh.
Purple,
God.
Sister Act.
it ain't going down in those movies. It needs to
Bodyguard.
go down. See, none of that I
It won't
watched.
go down.
None of that stuff.
Yes.
I don't know. They got to be old movies before my time, before 1990.
No. I think what Ghost and even Whitney Houston's movie, I think was 97, 98. Whitney and then Whoopi Goldberg was probably 80s, 90s, 2000s. What 2000s, and then of course late 2000s. You know,
Well, I was in prison at that time.
true.
I'm gonna let it slide just because you said that, but baby, you got some catching up to do.
Asta. So now I get a pass now, Asta, because I.
You ain't getting no goddamn pass.
Oh, okay. Oh, wait,
Look,
and
my
then she got
sister's
the rainbow
talking shit about me.
flag. Oh my god, y'all are
Yeah.
crazy.
She sent the screenshots of what I told about her to me, but I think she meant to send to someone else.
You what?
That's the GGs. My sister and I are beefing, right? So she took screenshots of what I sent her, and she's sending them to me, which is telling me she meant to send them to someone else,
Uh-oh.
but she sent it to me by accident, right? So I
Ambulance
said,
on
sent it
Prime
to the
are
wrong
pretty good.
person. ...
What is ambulance, Deli?
Send me an invite to the Discord. Okay. So guys, we're about to invite Marquise into the Discord. He's a silver fox. He's a cis man with married with 5 children. Amazing gentleman. And I invited him to the Discord last time to have a conversation with us. So let me send you the Discord. Is that okay with everybody?
Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
You drag people in, Asta. You should have the privileges.
Gotcha. Let me just make sure I can invite Marquise. He's
You
been a
probably just
supporter
didn't
of our
try to
community
drag
for the
nobody.
longest. No, I've been trying to drag Lexi and Vanessa, but I couldn't. That's
Yeah,
a
you
Discord
got
link.
Queens and Kings, or probably just you can't drag them in my room, but you should be
Maybe
able
not.
to.
Well, I
My
mean,
room on my
it should just
line.
come all the way into whatever, right? It should just come into our call.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Bandit Queen. I'll check out your email shortly, honey.
So
Elliot
what's
Page
wrong?
on Prime. That was quite good too. Ooh, I saw that interview, Deli. That was really good. I saw that one.
Did you guys watch the documentary on HBO Max? What is it called? Troll. What was that? About the meatpacking district in the
No,
80s with the transgender women?
no.
Oh, it's a great documentary.
Do tell.
The Stroll? Yeah, The Stroll.
Do tell. More.
Yeah. So we watched it a couple of days ago, and I think it's on HBO Max, and it depicts the lifestyle of transgender women in the 80s New York City meatpacking district.
Really?
Yup. Check it out. Good documentary.
I will have
Let me
to check
see
it
if I
out.
can
It's
find it.
called The Stroll.
The Stroll, yes. Apparently, there was a block in the meatpacking district in New York that was known for transgender women being sex workers because that was the only ways that they could provide for themselves because nobody would hire them back then.
It was actually really. It was really actually common. Yeah. And then, I mean, there's nothing wrong with sex work inherently. Nothing wrong with it.
Nothing.
Your body, your
Absolutely
choice. Do what you want with it. And you know, but that's the thing too. I want to bring that up real quick since you're talking about that. Is that that is the way that trans people are represented in the media. So of course they do the
Unfortunately.
stroll thing, and so I think that a lot of people will take it the wrong fucking way and think that that's how trans people are. Is that all we care about is sex, blah blah blah, which isn't true. It's people trying to fucking survive. We are represented so poorly in the media as trans people. I was just saying it yesterday that we're always dying from our hormones on medical TV or on crime dramas. We're always being murdered because somebody found out that we were trans and now they killed us. Or, it's always, or we're sex workers or we're troublemakers and we're in jail or this, that, the other. It's always fucking something and it's never positive. And I wish we had more positive representation for the trans community in the media. It's something we are seriously lacking.
And I think this is all of we're doing. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Is contributing towards opening those doors up. For the
Agreed.
next generation.
Well, we certainly know that medical care is fucking lacking in the trans community.
11 million people have seen that.
I was just gonna say, millions of these motherfuckers know.
They do now.
Oh, Lexi's gone viral like 100 times last week.
Isn't that crazy though?
On Lexi.
Tell me that's not fucking insane. Like I didn't
Hey.
think, like if I'm gonna go viral, I
It's a
wish
hot
that
topic
I
right
went
now.
viral, not like something of me went viral. You know what I mean? Like it's so fucked up,
Sent it to yep.
so fucking wrong. Unbelievable.
Thank you for the follow, Veronica.
I'm trying to speed
And-
through my
yeah.
current read so I can start it. And Deli had mentioned a book too. She had asked earlier if anybody had read this book. The title
Which
of the
one?
book is Miss Major Speaks. Has anybody read? It's Conversations with a Black Trans Revolutionary.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm going to read the synopsis here. It says, Miss Major Griffin Gracie is a veteran of the infamous Stonewall riots. A former sex worker and a transgender elder and activist who has survived Bellevue Psychiatric Hospital, Attica Prison, the HIV and AIDS crisis, and a world that white supremacy has built. She shared tips with other sex workers in the nascent drag ball scene of the late 1960s and helped found one of America's first needle exchange clinics from the back of her van. Miss Major Speaks is both document of her brilliant life told with intimacy, warmth, and the undeniable lividity, and a roadmap for the challenges Black, brown, queer, and trans youth will face on a path to liberation today. Her incredible story of life lived and a world survived becomes a conduit for larger questions about the riddle of collective liberation. For a younger generation, she warns about the traps of, quote, representation, the politics of, quote, self-care, and the frequent dead ends of nonprofit organizing. For all of us, she is a strike against those who would erase these histories of struggle. Miss Major offers something that cannot be found elsewhere, an affirmation that our vision for freedom can and must be more expansive than those offered by mainstream institutions. It sounds like a
Love that.
massively amazing book.
I'm gonna listen to it while I drive this week. What can you send me the title if you don't mind?
I most certainly
DMs?
can. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
It is a fantastic, it
I'll
sounds
do
like
an
a
audiobook of it.
fantastic read. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to do the audiobook. I'll send it over to you. What happened to Transactive? Where'd Maya
I'm sure
go?
maybe she just cut off the camera because she's still in the Discord.
Where'd you go, girl? Let me get this over.
But yeah,
to
I'm
you.
loving these conversations. I can't wait to see what Mark has to say, and we get to kind of know him too. Because Mark has been like one of these guys in my community who's been nothing but supportive, very kind, very open-minded, always there for me if I ever needed anything for the stream to upgrade or anything. Always offered help, and just a good guy. So it will be very interesting to see what he has to say about any of these questions. I would like to ask him personal questions too,
Of
for his
course.
views and about what he is about. And but unfortunately, in order for him to join the conversation, he has to wait like a timeout zone for like 10 minutes in order to continue.
Why does he have to
That's-
wait?
That's her Discord rules. Those are her rules in the Discord.
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't know that
I got
was
you.
there.
I got
Yeah. So that's why he hasn't joined us.
you.
yet.
Maybe she left to go fix it.
Yeah, maybe. Hi, Mob. How are you?
But thank you so much. Your community has been super nice. I'm seeing a lot of follows on Kick. I don't stream on Kick though, unfortunately, guys. Even though I used to be popping over there, but I did the transition on Kick, so I'm on Kick mostly. But thank you very much. I appreciate you guys. Thank you also, Lexis.
Oh, my community is great.
Super nice, super nice.
I absolutely love my community. They have been existential in making who I am today and bringing me the success that I have. It's been existential in what they do for us.
And I mean, you owe it to yourself too for just being real.
Well, I mean,
I think
yes,
people
but
feel
I mean,
that shit.
yes, but all I did was put myself here. They're the ones that populated the community and make sure it stays here. You know what I'm saying?
I
So,
got you.
while I agree with you, if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be where I am today. Hands down. There you go. Where'd you run off to?
Eat me a damn.
You muted.
Oh,
What did you eat? What is that? That looked like a condom wrapped.
you can't hear me?
Mic check.
Now
mic
I
check.
can. I hear the mic
Yeah,
check.
I-
Check,
goddamn
Mark.
You-
That Mark.
You coming on cam?
Where's the silver fox?
Love to have him on
It
cam.
should- The cam should be working. Hold
It's
up one
not.
second.
There you go. Oop, or not.
Yeah, I see him.
I don't see him yet. Not
I
on
can
this
say
end.
everything that I can say now that Lexi's
Oh,
not here.
I see. There it goes. It popped up. I got it. What's his? Well, I'm sorry. What's your name?
Marquise.
Marquise.
Mark.
Mark. All right. I'm just gonna put a text
Can y'all
up
hear
so
me
people
pretty
can
good?
see it. Yes, sir.
Yeah, we hear you very well.
Good.
I just want to put a
Nice
name
to
up.
finally see you, Mark. I mean, I know what you look like, but to see you live.
Nice.
So you want to give us a little introduction?
Sure. My name is Mark or Marquise. I guess I met Asta, maybe 2 years or so ago on Verdansk. Saw
Yes.
her streaming with Bolo. And I didn't even know that was a thing. So that was kind of cool. Jumped on and was like trying to support her and others. I liked the vibes that was in their chat, and it was kind of cool. So I don't know. What else? What do you want to know about me? Maybe that's
What's
a
your
better way to
story,
go about
Mark?
it.
How old are you? Where do you live? What do you do for a living? What do you think about LGBTQIA? What are your positions? What's your social security number? What are your bank accounts?
My blood
What are your
type
offshore
is-
accounts?
What's your position on the trans community as a straight white man? Or a straight man, excuse me.
This guy ain't white.
I'm so obsessed with the white men in this country being so discriminatory against me. Sorry. No, as a straight man, what is your opinion on the trans community?
I guess for me it's like, you let people do and be who and how they want to be. If people make a choice to do certain things, that's on them. Whatever you choose, however you want to be, that's cool. And I try to make sure that I surround myself with some people that I support and that I want to be around. And this might sound foul or wrong, but whatever you choose, that's on you. As far as being respected, everybody deserves respect off the rip. A lot of times you hear people say, you got to earn respect. No, you walk into a place brand new, you don't walk in cussing folks out.
I say that all the
Right.
time.
Right.
I don't, at least.
No, I
don't
say it
get
all the
twisted.
time.
Some folks earn it, so
Well, I think that's a different level of respect when you do the whole earn it thing. I tell people all the time the same thing. They're like, "Oh, you got to earn respect to get respect." It's like, that's bullshit. You don't walk into Walmart and start cussing out the fucking people at the cash register, or
Unless you're in Florida.
right, or you don't walk into your boss's place and start cussing him out because you just met the guy. You don't make him earn your respect. So no, I say the same thing all the time. So Mark makes it. He's right. You're absolutely right. It
Let me
ain't like
tell you
that.
something about Mark. Mark always he says he's the kind of person that says one sentence and you're like, oh fuck me, yes. Every time on stream, I'm talking about serious shit. Mark spins it in a way with the. That's why I'm curious. What do you do for a living, Mark? You motherfucker, you got some juice.
He's got a great voice.
I've done a few things, I guess, but right now I'm a change management consultant. So I do a lot of consulting for a pretty big hospital out this way. So, yeah, I've worked in, a lot of entrepreneurial things like, food carts, clothing stores, had a barber shop for a while. Quite a few, and I've done a lot of years in working with youth and youth development.
Love
Directed
that.
some placement facilities for youth that were, adjudicated and things like that. So that's a lot of where I guess, as they would say, made my bones, or got a lot of years in there. So
Now, how old are you? Are you officially the oldest person in this room?
possibly, I'm 49 years old. I'll be 50 in October.
You got me. My wife will be 50 in September.
Hey,
So
Flex, you ain't that far back now.
No.
Don't get
far.
it twisted.
I ain't far behind you. I got 45. Have you been
Let's
listening?
go.
Have you been listening to the chat going along right along?
Not today, not the whole time. I had just hopped on and then Flex said, "Hey, you jumping in?" I'm like, "Hey, sure."
Well, the reason I ask is earlier I was talking about men being pretty much every man I've ever met in my life being a total fucking dick. And well, I mean, it's just every guy just seems to have to prove their macho ability to prove to themselves they're quote not gay when it comes to our community or whatever the case is. And I was curious how you felt about that.
As far as say that, what's the question again? I'm sorry.
How do you feel about men out there that are just, have to be so just homophobic, transphobic towards others to quote make themselves feel more manly? Like, how do you feel about that?
That toxic
masculinity? That stuff.
Well, I mean, again, that's to each his own. I don't appreciate it. I'm not cool with it. I mean, anybody that knows me, that it don't matter. If you are a part of my circle, then you're protected by me through association. Bottom line.
I love that.
And I say that to say, if you are a part of my circle and we have, we cool, it don't matter. It's you respect me, I respect you. We good people. I have family members that are part of the LGBTQ community. I would call myself an ally. I have several friends that I protect from other friends, and even to a physical level when it came to
Thank you for doing
friends that identified a way that they didn't like. And it's like, yeah, well, guess what? This is a part of my circle now. You get to make a choice. So, but that's not just how I view things, and that goes with my blood as well. Like, so that's how I protect my family. They know me to be such a person. So, yeah.
That's
does that
amazing.
answer the question?
Yo, yeah, absolutely. No, that's fucking amazing. I love that.
No.
Absolutely love that. We face a lot of being a creator myself, being a large creator here on Twitch or on TikTok. I face a lot of that toxic masculinity stuff, and I often wonder how straight men who are decent feel about it. And unfortunately, there is just so much toxicity out there in the masculine community, if you will. And it's already hard enough being a trans woman without having to have all the hate that goes with it. You know what I mean? And so I was just curious your take on it. I always say they're making the good ones look bad, but then somebody like yourself steps up, and I love it.
Yeah,
There
I
are
think
so
there's a
many
lot
more
of
good
times when.
people.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Flex.
No, I'm just gonna say I feel like there will always be more good people than bad.
I agree.
In my opinion.
I have to agree with you, and I'm learning that slowly. I had a big aversion to men for the longest time because of all the stuff that I've experienced, and I have to agree with you, Flex, that it just seems that more and more lately I've seen more good than bad when it comes from men.
Yeah.
I can appreciate that.
Like what I've seen many times is when somebody doesn't, or when they feel like something is going to be taken away from their image, or that their image might be connected in a way that they're not comfortable with, then it's time to call people names or try to get into a fight or type. I'm like, man, I mean, trust me, this ain't the smoke you want, right? I mean, and I don't mean that in a challenging type of way, but that's just has always been my mentality. Having grown up, I remember as a kid, one of my uncles, a big dude, always lift weights. He was known around the neighborhood, and I'm from Chicago, Illinois. A small place, you might have heard of it. I don't know.
Nah, I never heard of it.
So, so thing is I grew up and I saw my uncle, and I, all but worshipped him. I thought he was like, that guy, because we, in the area we lived, I mean, it was always chaotic and crazy, and the things you guys hear about on the news. It's like we live in that, right? And he would walk around the neighborhood, and unfortunately, he went to prison for manslaughter, for putting his hands on a person and killing them. But he was known like that throughout the hood, and I found out later that he was very abusive to pretty much all our family members, and
Lord.
very, very abusive toward women.
Wow.
It was like, I didn't know that until I was grown. And he had passed away at that time. He had passed away. He had gotten sick, and he died. Then to find out later that he was in a transition as well, and I never knew that, right? And so what my mother explained to me was like, he didn't know, who he was, and there was no comfort that he could be himself. So he took that out on everything and everybody around him, including family. And I was like, man, that again, that sucks, because he didn't feel supported. Now, I'm not saying
cycle of trauma.
he was right in doing what he did. I'm telling you, that's the story, and that's what happened. So, frustratingly, you deal with that, and then you see it from how kids come up and all that hate that's, if it's microaggressions, or it's what we don't say, or how we don't protect, how we don't, ally, how we don't stand in when we need to, that it starts to be an issue, right? So my
And all
kids,
these important
they see how I live.
conversations,
Huge
these important
conversations.
conversations are so taboo.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing that fucks up generations upon generations and don't break the cycles of trauma, because people are so embarrassed of having these certain conversations. They're tough conversations, but they're so good to be had.
Yep.
And how sex is so taboo. Oh, I hate that, because I feel like sex is the origin of every trauma in a weird way. Sex for some reason, and just like you know how they say, religion is the root of every war since the beginning of history. I feel like sex is somewhat has the same devastating effect within family traumas. Not being able to be yourself sexually. I'm not saying necessarily having to go on through abuse, but like not being able to even talk about it and being yourself.
Yep, you're absolutely right.
That leads to that said frustration. That leads to wanting to try other things, weird things on different people. Like that leads to some sort of deviances in a way. If only people were allowed to be themselves so early on.
Yeah.
That's just ugh.
It's some hard discussions that have to be. We really have to have more discussions that are like that. Too often sex is taboo, and we actually talked about that yesterday too a little bit, when it comes to talking to the younger generation about naming their parts and how people take it. They make these stupid nicknames for their genitals or whatever, and people just need to say what they are. That a penis is a penis and a vulva and a vagina, and we have to label them correctly, because it was a story that had gone around where a little girl had gone into a school and had told the teacher that her daddy keeps licking her cookie, and her cookie ended up being her private parts because she didn't have the correct name, and the teacher continually blew it off until one day it came out. She, you keep talking about your cookie, can you, what cookie? And she points to herself. And so we as people have really taken and tabooed the whole sex thing, and we need to teach kids the proper names of things, whether they think it's funny or not. It needs to be labeled correctly. So you're right.
Yeah.
I agree.
And that's just one example of one of those discussions that has to happen.
For sure. If I could take a quick second and stop being so serious, is that okay?
Absolutely. We haven't been serious here all night.
Why you gotta be serious while saying that?
Cause you got to say it. Cause I got to call Transactive's ass out. She ain't said shit since I've been on here, and I don't understand what the hell.
And she's always talking about how she flirts with you. I think Marquise is my man.
Well, I can't disagree with her. He is a fine-looking man.
I've been
I
saying
appreciate
that.
it. I appreciate
Okay,
it.
girl, stay in your place. That's my man. I already said that. Anyways, no, because I was trying to get this.
Lexi, you're missing out. Mark is on camera.
Shut
He's so fine.
Shut
Oh my
up. I was trying to get this tweet
Come
out.
over here,
Do
baby.
you have Mark? You have Twitter?
I don't compliment men very often, so hey,
What's
easy
your
there.
I
Twitter?
appreciate it. I appreciate it.
He's
What'd you say?
fine.
What's your Twitter? Okay, girl. What's your Twitter?
TikTok
Don't
4.
worry about it.
TICTOC, the number 4.
That's your Twitter?
Yeah, you mad? What the hell? What?
You're gonna. He gives you. He gives you his Twitter. You're gonna be pissed over the name. TikTok 4. It is what it
and
is.
he got
Your
this
name is
nickname.
TikTok 4.
He got this
Yeah,
nickname
that
because he's
TikTok
always
was
on time.
That TikTok was way before the app. That was from 95.
That's his nickname because he's always on time.
Right, for sure.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm an easy one. I'm an easy one. I got the same name on every platform: YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, you name it. It's all the same. Just a girl, Lexi.
Yeah, I found yours.
See, if I was smart, I would have done that. I never claimed to be smart, so you know.
Hey, I've changed my name at one point. It used to be Trans Girl 43, but it was Trans Girl because I'm a trans girl, and it was 43 because I was 43 when I started the account, you know. And so, like, I just kind of kept it pretty fucking simple. But I got to the point where I no longer wanted to be seen for what I am, and I want to be seen for who I am. And so I think last year at some point I changed it to Just a Girl Lexi because I'm just a girl.
Here's a question. If you were to be given the riches that you want, whether it be in person or in finances, by the way that you treat people, how rich do you feel like you would be right now? And that's to each person on the panel right now.
Wow,
Do you feel like you would be pretty rich, or
I am fucking. I'm Mansa Musa. You know who Mansa Musa is?
No.
Nope.
Mansa Musa is the richest man in history, the richest, and he was an African man, and he was worth over
I'm going to
400
Google.
trillion, 400 trillion in gold.
Wow.
That's Mansa Musa. That's how I feel, and I'm not being cocky. I'm not being arrogant, because I get a lot of shit for that, and I'm gonna own that shit. People always tell me, shut the fuck up, you're so perfect. If you're so perfect, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? I said, bitch, just because I know how to fucking treat people right doesn't mean that you get to project your fucking fucked upness on me.
Yep.
I'm gonna own my shit. Yes, I am perfect. Now what? I treat people right. I do. In that sense, I'm perfect. I'm not talking about the way I think or whatever, but the way I treat people, no one tell me shit about that, because I say my pleases, I say my thank yous, I don't talk over people. Like, when it's something meaningful, like, I'm always there for people, and I listen. I practice compassion and empathy, and that's what my stream has always been about. I've always been fucking constant when it comes to that shit.
I
So
love that.
that's my answer to you. I feel like Mansa Musa when it comes to that shit.
I love that. I'm gonna have to agree. I'm not rich with money by any means, and I certainly wouldn't want money over what I have now.
Yeah.
You know, I've been very successful in the last couple of years with my stream, and it's really blown up to where it is today. You know, right now we're sitting on a stream with 400 and something people watching, on top of Aster and Transactives, and so I would say between my wife and the fact that I hit the jackpot with her, and she asked me to transition and allowed me to transition, and I still have her in my lovely family, I'd say I'm the richest person I could think of. Just in that aspect. Beside, you know, my community, I feel so fucking blessed.
Nice.
Love that. Definitely love that for you.
Appreciate that. Appreciate you sharing that.
No, fantastic question. Glad to answer. Thank you. How about you, Maya? Where do you stand on that?
What's the question? Because I was too busy typing in ask
hell.
the chat. I was making fun of Mark in the chat. What was the question?
Oh,
Go,
you're
go,
stupid.
go.
The question was, you know, if your riches were to match, you know, how well you treat others, how rich would you be? And so everybody pretty much answered as if they, you know, they feel like they treat people with, you know, that they treat a lot of people with care, so that they would be pretty rich.
Yep.
So it's on you. Okay, so
I think I would have
Come on, girl.
I would have just enough money.
Yeah.
I would have an equal amount of money to show that I am just fair. I feel like I don't go. I feel like, how can I say it? If I like you, like I'm gonna do everything. Like I'm just like Asta even kind of described me that way. And you know, it's funny. Asta described me the same way that my therapist a long time ago described me. She was like, "Listen, you have no medium. It's you know how some people, you know, she's saying, you know how some people go 0 to 100.
Hmm.
She said, if you listen to the statement, they go from 0 to 100. There's a process. They're either going from that 0 to 100. She said, you just go 0 to 100. Like you're either on 0 or you're at 100. There is no medium. And it's funny because Asta, you know, this was like years and years ago. I was like, what, 12 or 13 or somewhere around there. And Asta, you know, just meeting, well, 2 or 3 years now, I've known Asta. But for her to just say that and still describe me the same way that this lady did so many years ago, it may have some truth to it. You know, I don't have a medium. But I feel that I always treat people, you know, fair, kind. I'm always loving. I'm always there for people. I just love when it's good. I love it. You know, I love that person. I just go above and beyond for it. Even my friends. I just like to be around them all the time. Even Asta had to tell me stop calling her every goddamn day. And I'm like, Asta. She's like,
Literally.
I have a fucking life. I have to do this. I have to do this. I have to go to
Literally,
work.
I literally set my boundaries to her. Not too long ago, we had that conversation. I have boundaries.
That's just how I am. When I get attached to people, and it's not bad that, you know, it's not a rude thing, you know. She just had to, like she said, she set her boundaries. She let me know that this is how she is, you know, and I let her know this is how I am. When I get attached to somebody, bitch, like I'm friends. I want to call you on a toilet. I'm gonna call you when I'm, you know, scratching my butt, digging in the refrigerator. You know, I just want to call you at these times. Don't act like y'all do that in the middle of the night. Y'all gotta
At the
scratch that
same
butt.
time.
Yeah, you gotta see what you want. You hold it with one hand, hold the door, and scratch with the other. You gotta think what you want.
Girl, I'm
So-
not,
Sniff it.
girl, no.
She's my dog. No, but seriously,
my
so
God.
that's how I feel like I am. But so as far as like treating somebody or how I would treat somebody, I feel like yeah, it would be. I would say so because then if we don't get along, then it's just I don't want nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
Like I just feel like I should just block you and we should just go our own ways. And then Asta feels like that's the 0 of me. Like I don't give that chance to say, or maybe, you know, later on down the line things could be good or such and such. It's just 0 or 100. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I don't know, but
Hey, that's a you thing. And that's, you know, that's one of them things that for me, I always feel like, you know, it's not to be judged to be good or bad. Does it work for you? If it works for you, then, you know, keep doing it. If you feel like
Agree
you
with
miss
that
out
1,000,000%.
on some relationships because of that, then that's something you got to look at. If you feel like some relationships are stronger because of it, then that's again one of those things that you use kind of as your litmus test or your thermometer for, you know, saying, hey, this is what this is how I want to be, or this is the people I want around me. Because if you can't take it when I'm at 0, then, you know, it's no good.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make
And
sense?
I like that you point out. Yeah, I like
Yeah,
that you
some
pointed
people
out
be
that.
pussies. Oh, thanks.
I like that you pointed out that thing about being right or wrong. There is no right or wrong. It's just people and their experiences and how they apply the experiences and the impact that is around and what they're causing. Because we all got a history. We all got a, you know, we're people.
Yep, you're right.
We're all people. We're just people. We're just trying to find our way. Some have found a way and are still looking for some more excitement, whatever it is that they're looking. We're always on a quest and a search of something.
Yeah.
But the thing is, we got to do it in the process by not stepping on other people's toes and by letting people be. Because I always believe in free people do free people. Just like hurt
Yeah.
people do hurt people.
So
Absolutely.
I got a couple of questions. Well, more than a couple. I got, how many did they actually send? They actually sent 7 questions.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, and I'd like to ask them and get everybody's opinion in from the panel. To be honest with you, and I'm not going to go through the whole. To start off, I have questions from watching clips of the media, etc. But I'll roughly put the first paragraph in, and the rest I'll leave out. It says to start off, I have questions that come up from watching clips of the media, and other questions that have made me question the state of America. I already questioned so much about everything around me and lived with a constant fear and despair. So I'm writing to ask questions and give the answers I have come up with for the questions I ask. I want your opinion and belief on the subject because I don't know who else to ask. What belief you have or anything of the like. Having more opinions from other people helps me understand how things work in the mind of others. But before that, let me tell you about myself to explain the background I came from so you might understand the questions and ideas I have to come up with. I'll just go through it. Bucket. This is a 28-year-old person. They discovered that they were trans when they were roughly 18 years old. Says, I am mixed, black and white. Born to a single white mother, I grew up in a Christian household. Grandparents were hardcore Baptists and my mother was Pentecostal. I went to church growing up, starting in Baptist when I was 8 to 13. I didn't question much then until I reached the age of 12 and began to wonder about first God and my own interests. They disapproved of these things as earrings and such. When I went to the Pentecostal church, I found more acceptance from them, but didn't find the answers I wanted to my questions about God and the beliefs I was developing. Now, I don't claim to be religious, but open-minded because there are things that I can't explain as of yet by science. I grew up bullied for being bigger than everyone else and not as fast on the uptake, but I adapted and became what I like to think is your average intelligent person. For the sake of saying it, I'm 6 feet 7 inches tall. I last
Love
weighed
that for you.
Yep. I last weighed in at 350 pounds, and yet I still want to be a woman. I didn't finish school, and I got a GED. I did some college, but failed to finish due to medical issues. I'm currently disabled due to messing up my body with sports, and just my body taking a beating growing up. I grew up in Arkansas from a very young age, and now currently live with some friends in Ohio. I try to be rational over emotional because I know my emotions run rampant and unchecked, and that causes fear, depression, and anxiety. With this information, I hope it helps to understand the questions that I have. Question number 1. Does the LGBTQI2S community do more harm than good? I believe, like anything else, I believe like any movement in the last 20 years, yes and no, they're a loud minority that steals the spotlight from the silent majority are harmful and toxic. There are instances of pride parades and other events showing too much to impressionable children who know nothing about the world outside and imprinting on them strange things such as bondage and other things that are kept better in private to an audience that understands what they're seeing. But the no comes when it comes to the majority of the quiet individuals who just wish to be happy and show that they are proud of who they are and just want to live like any other human in the world and be judged not for how they think, act, love, and race, but by the things they do and the memories they leave behind and the way they live. So with that, does the LGBTQIA2S plus community do more harm than good? And what's your opinion? Whoever jumps in first. It's a really great
I
question.
don't mind jumping in. Very good question. So let me share my background so that you could perhaps understand my answer, right? So you went very deep into your personal beliefs and your educational background, so I'm gonna do the same thing, right? I was born Muslim. I'm still Muslim. I practice. I'm very big on my faith. My community knows it. I pray 5 times a day. I've been to Mecca. I worship God wholeheartedly all the time, right? I came to the United States when I was 17 years old. I only had $200 in my pockets and I had to find my way, right? So everything that I've ever earned, I did it myself. I didn't finish high school. I got a GED too. So we have a lot of things in common, right? I come from a very religious family, but luckily they never made me feel any type of way for coming out. So thank God. Again, I've been always in good position, right. I'm lucky. I'm very lucky in that sense because not everybody has had that backbone. Even though I felt misunderstood because I was very religious, very, very religious. I think what built the bridge for me to religion is what my mom said to me when I came out. She was like, no matter what you do in life, don't harm yourself and keep praying to God because you never know why he made you that way.
Amen.
And those words really developed a sense of critical thinking in my sense. Why would God make me this way if he considers it to be bad according to the teachings? According to the teachings, it's a bad thing. So why would God make me this way? And I believe in a tolerant God. I believe in a merciful God. I believe in a loving God. Therefore, if I align my thinking process and that logic in that sense, I am good. no matter how I feel, no matter what I love or who I am, so long as I treat people right and I continue to pray to him. So based on that logical thinking process, I am in the clear. I am not killing people. I'm not robbing people. I'm not having immoral sex with people who are younger, way younger, or whatever, or way older, whatever. I'm just falling in love and following my path. Therefore, I'm in the clear, no matter what anybody has to say. So that's how I'm thinking. That's why I'm so comfortable in my sense and my way of being. Now, does the LGBT community do more harm than hurt? I don't think so. What is harm and what is hurt in loving? That's my question to you.
Well, they pointed out that, in pride parades or whatever, that they've seen things that are inappropriate and whatnot, as far as bondage and things like that. So does that do harm?
The only difference is that gay people are just more open about it. Straight people do the same shit. They just don't show it.
And I think that, I'm sorry, I think that comes down to the fact that exactly what you said earlier is that we make sex so much taboo. And when it comes to something like that, where you've seen this stuff in a pride parade, I know that you're not seeing sex, and I don't think that anybody walking around topless is a bad thing either. I mean, it's the body, and I think we inherently tend to sexualize the body, whether it be male or female, more so female, obviously. And I think that that's wrong, and I think that's where a lot of that type of thinking comes from. Would anybody disagree?
No.
No, I
I mean,
agree.
these titties out everywhere all the time. I will walk around. I will put them out on Walmart, Walgreens, McDonald's. I don't care. And you're going to see titties. If you want to look. You don't want to look, bitch, bye.
I do the same thing.
I think. If I
Imagine
could
me
jump
pulling
in-
up. Oh.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, imagine me pulling up in the drive through ordering me a double cheeseburger. And then when I get to the window and give you my money, all you see is titties and hair. That's it.
Just keep them covered on this stream. That's all I can tell you.
I got you.
Go ahead, Mark.
Go ahead, Mark.
So what I was going to say is, like, when it comes to, whether it's does more harm than good, I think, unfortunately, since the beginning of the time, we do a lot of generalizing, right? So actions of one person can represent a whole group, even though that's not how the majority of people in that group act, right?
Amen.
Yep.
The other part is just that accountability piece. How do we hold individuals accountable within a group? So as a black man, right, there are things that my brothers do. I mean, like, literally my family, my brothers, and then, guys that I call my brothers, that they do that I don't necessarily agree with. I'm accountable to them and they're accountable to me. So it's on me to hold their asses accountable when they're not doing what I agree with, when we're representing a certain thing, right? So I say that just saying, for one, I think we have a flaw in how we see or we generalize and group people together. But then there's also the other side where it's like, okay, if that's not of me, but they're part of my circle, then they, you check it. And that's an ongoing process. That's never going to stop because mistakes are made, right? People make mistakes. I think that's the biggest thing is that generalizing, it just keeps going. And that becomes this is how the LGBTQ community is, or, the stereotypes and all of those things. I think a lot of people just run with them.
Leave the kids alone.
Oh my God.
Right.
Tell me about it.
Leave the kids alone. Don't touch the kids. Pedophiles.
And all it takes is for one person to do something that other folks disagree with, and then they feel like they can just slap that label on the entire group.
Yep, you're absolutely right. And that actually, so we would agree that the LGBTQIA2S is not harmful to anybody.
No,
I wouldn't think so either. But, it's funny you brought up kids, because that's actually going to lead right into question number 2, which is a great segue. Question number 2 is, should children be allowed to be taught this in school and be allowed to change when they are younger than 18? My answer to this question is no. The mind is still developing and does not stop developing until they are 25. They may change their mind by the time that they are at the age, and they may want to be in the gender that they were actually assigned at birth. Is that wrong? No. Should we be outraged about it? No, they say. the development of children is important, and they will eventually learn about it. And when they see it, hear about it, read about it, and experience it as they grow older. Now, I myself, as a trans woman, or as a woman of trans experience, call it what you want, but I myself would disagree with that statement. I think that children transitioning younger is not a bad thing. I think that, these kids that are, know they're trans, know that they're trans. I mean, I knew when I was younger, when I was 5 or 6, I was begging my mother to cut my penis off because it just didn't simply belong there. And I would constantly tell my mom, like, listen, I don't want this. It needs to go. And so, that being said, by allowing these children to be who they are and to transition while they're young, we're actually helping these children by avoiding a whole lot of damage that puberty is going to do to them later. I'm a great example of that. I have a deep voice, I have a very masculine looking face, and I'm trying my hardest to change my body and my voice and all that stuff now. And so had they been able to go through and get the puberty blockers, which they get through great medical care, great counseling, they get counseled for almost a year. They get group and individual and therapy, group therapy, family therapy, individual therapy, before they ever even reach this point, and they're counseled for a long time to make sure that this is what's right for them. And so allowing them to have the avenue in order to be able to transition into the gender in which they are really saves a whole lot of money, surgery, agitation, aggravation, and a lot of trauma in the end, because there's a lot of trauma associated with being someone like myself who has to really literally spend money, thousands upon hundreds of thousands of dollars, to reverse that damage that was done to me simply because my parents wouldn't listen. So I have to disagree with that statement, and I think that trans children getting the proper care would be a great thing, as long as it is in fact the proper care. There always is a small window for regret. There's a small window for regret on everything. 65% of all cis humans, cis men, cis women who have any sort of cosmetic surgery actually regret that cosmetic surgery, as opposed to less than 1% of the entire trans community that ever regret transitioning. And it's only 0.24% of all trans people that even regret any sort of bottom surgery or any sort of surgery at all. So with that being said, from my standpoint, how do the rest of you feel about that?
Lexi said she wanted to chime in on that, if that's okay with everybody.
Absolutely.
Sure.
I kind of feel like, sorry, this echo is so annoying to me. I kind of feel like at the end of the day, I think that something like that to me is still very difficult to gauge because it's still relatively new. And I think that although it may work for some people, because you got to a certain age and you were able to like freely make that decision and live out life the way you want it, but for other people, they may have like gotten so far and then like kind of thought back and like, maybe I shouldn't have done this or that, and it may not have been necessarily like like bottom surgery. It could have been something as simple as like hormones or something like that, you know what I mean? So I kind of do feel like there should be like some sort of regulation as far as age. That way it gives people time to really think about it, because when we're young, sometimes we think, oh yeah, this will be great for me, and then get to a certain age and then you realize like, wait a minute, but now I feel like I was missing out on this experience and maybe I wanted it to be different.
I like that.
Yeah.
How about you, Mark? As a cis man, how do you feel about transitioning young children and the things that are happening today in society? I'd love to hear your perspective.
I think it's multi-layered and very complex. That's not a just a ABC, just real easy thing as far as I think it is. Now, so part of it is like, is there the education and support for a kid that's feeling like they want to transition, and that becomes one of the biggest issues, because they don't feel like, hey, I can transition. I won't be liked. People won't accept me, or I might bring harm my way if people even hear that I want to do this. And then there's also the understanding what exactly that transition means, which I don't think a very young kid, as you might hear my young one just making noise in the back here. She's the girl. She's 5 years old, and she's anywho.
Yeah, she's the boss.
She's but anyhow, so I think there's a lot of layers to it. If there's not the support and education, then it makes it difficult to allow, I want to say, a kid to make that decision. Now, down the line, you as I'm continuing to support, my child or support a child going through something such as that, then when they get old enough that they, you feel like they can make that decision to go through with any kind of whether it be surgeries or hormones or anything like that, then figuring out how to support them in it, right? But just making that decision as a very young one and just saying, hey, it's all on them. I don't know if I feel like it's way more complex than that. And you have to find a way to support that, and how do you keep them in a safe space? And that don't mean shielded from the world. That means, hey, how do I educate you on the decision that you're exploring? How do I educate you on what you might be walking into, as you get older? And what does that look like? What is the true feeling that you are looking for, or what do you feel like you are missing? You know what I mean? And is that, the way that you want to go? If it is, then let's see what that looks like to support you as you get older, and then you get older, you can make that decision.
And that's a really good answer. The thing is though, is it's not just the child making that decision. It's also, the parent and the doctors and the therapist.
True.
So it's not left, a lot of people say, oh, well, children aren't old enough to make that decision. Well, the child's not really making that decision.
Right.
The child's just expressing how they feel. And the
Right.
parents, the psychologists, and the doctors are helping the child get through the things that they need. Now, these kids don't get on puberty blockers until they actually even start puberty to begin with. And so, I personally don't see anything wrong with socially transitioning a child from, let's say your daughter's age 5. So, I mean, if your daughter came to you, let's say that they constantly screamed boy from whenever they were little until now, and they kept telling it, socializing it could be just nothing more. I mean, trans affirming care can be a haircut. It can be a name change. It can be clothes. It doesn't always have to be medicine or blockers
Absolutely.
or whatever. And blockers are completely reversible anyway. And so that's what a lot of others don't understand. And so it's not like, it kind of drives me crazy when it
Yeah, I
says
didn't know that.
Yeah, most people don't. And see, we've been giving puberty blockers to kids since the 80s for precocious puberty,
Yeah.
which is for kids who start puberty too young. They stop that. And they're still giving them to kids for puberty that start too young. But when it comes to the trans discussion, now all of a sudden it's a bad thing. We don't know the effects, blah, blah. Well, of course we know the effects of puberty blockers. We've been giving them for 40 years. So we know that there are no inherent side effects that are, typical for every single person. Sure, there's side effects to every medicine we take. Can puberty blockers make you go sterile? Absolutely. Is it going to happen to every child that takes them? No, of course not. But you can't help what the result may be. And the other big misconception that people have about puberty blockers is that they think that there are thousands upon thousands upon thousands, hundreds of thousands of kids on it. There's actually, as of last I checked, before all the state laws slammed down, there was 4,700 and some change. I don't remember what the exact number was, but that included kids for precocious puberty as well. That didn't just include trans children. So 4,000 out of 345,000 trans kids in this nation is really not that much compared to, and yet we're making a giant deal over it. Maya, I want to ask your opinion on this because you started fairly young transitioning. How do you feel about all this?
I feel there's this thing of we when a child is too young, like Lexi said, sometimes you wouldn't know exactly what you want, or you may want something at that moment in time, and then later on you're like, what, I'm glad I didn't, or and then there's that, but then there is you getting older and then having the regret of not being able to do it.
I do, because look at me.
Yeah.
I do.
And because what matters is when you start it at such an early age, it's just it helps you be more, like, let's say it's from male to female. The less testosterone that I've been taking in, it's my natural body would want to produce. If I started my T blockers or testosterone blockers earlier, I would be more feminine now. You know, my breasts would probably be more bigger now. I would be more softer, you know, lighter voice. All these things would have already taken place if I've started sooner. You see?
You're absolutely right.
So it's like now that I'm already 20 or I'm already at this age of bitch, my body already fucking is the way it is. It's set.
Your body's
Now
still
it's gonna take,
developing at 23.
yeah, but then now it's gonna take the same amount of time, but from 23 now. You see what I'm saying?
I
For
do.
me to get where I wanted to get.
I do.
So then that the answer to that would kind of put me in a damn. That's a good question. But then it's like, I don't know. Like, should they be allowed to? I don't know, because then there is that you may have regret either way. Like, okay, yeah, I did it, but damn, I didn't want to. Oh, my parents shouldn't have allowed me to go do this. But then there's regret of, bitch, damn, y'all didn't let me do it, and here I am. I still want to do it, and now I'm gonna start it anyways. Bitch, y'all should have let me do it.
Well, ultimately,
know?
yeah, and ultimately, there's one thing I've noticed about detransitioners, and you can agree or disagree. It's up to you guys. I'd love to hear your opinion on it. We've all seen a lot of detransitioners out there, and the one thing I've noticed about a lot of these detransitioners is they never take responsibility for their own actions. They're always blaming the doctors or their parents or their psychologist or whatever. But I don't think that anybody ever takes responsibility for their own actions and say, hey, listen, you know what? I'm the one that chose to have the surgery. I'm the one that sat on the table. I'm the one that decided to take the hormones. I'm the one that decided to do this or whatever. And one thing I've never seen with all these detransitioners is nobody ever takes responsibility for their own decision of saying, mom, dad, doctor, I'm trans. How do you guys feel about that?
I think that one of the problems with that is it goes back to age of consent, because a child isn't going to be held accountable lawfully, right? But an adult would be. So I think
Absolutely.
that, that's part of the problem, is maybe let them transition when they actually can make that decision legally.
At what age?
Yeah, but it would be too late too, like for the hormones to kick in and things like that, right? Like,
No, they'll still like this. You still have the body changes and all that kind of stuff. It just the sooner the better. In other words, like the
Like
more softer. It just is such a because your body you never allowed your body to take so much testosterone. Well, I'm speaking from male to female example.
right.
Like me growing up, like if I would have been able to start, or let's say I would have started later, I would be much more masculine than I am now. You know, but I
Well,
started early and then it was on and off.
well,
You
look at me.
know,
I'm a prime example of starting at the age of 43. Yeah, I've got big breasts. Sure, I've had bottom surgery, great, whatever. But that doesn't change the sad fact that my face is still very masculine. My voice is very masculine. And I'm not naive enough to not know it. It's, I know people tell me I'm beautiful, this, that, whatever. I get it and I appreciate it, but I'm not naive to it either. But at the same time, it's one of those things that I think that had I been able to start younger, this wouldn't have been an issue. I would have been
Right.
like any other cis woman out there. Because if you look at a lot of these trans kids that do transition younger now, they are in fact looking like cisgendered women, and
Mm-hmm.
they don't really have a whole lot to reverse. Jazz Jennings is a perfect example. She started transitioning at 11, and you wouldn't know that she was ever born a male at birth. You just wouldn't know it. And I think that's where the benefit of that comes in. Not everybody will go through and not regret it. I understand that. There is that rate of regret. But when it comes right down to it, while you're right, Lexi, kids don't really have that age of consent, but they also have something to do with it because they continually tell their parent, hey, listen, I'm trans, I'm trans, I'm trans, I'm this, I'm that. You're talking to your doctor, you're talking to your therapist, you're talking to your parents, this, that, the other. There has to be some accountability there for them too.
I think that maybe one of the solutions could be is that underage could get reversible techniques, and then once you're 18, you can start doing the irreversible thing. Maybe.
that
What
could
do,
be
what do
an
you what do you mean?
option.
What do you mean?
like maybe when you're
like
young, you can
things,
start the hormones, but not actual surgeries and stuff like
Well,
that.
well,
like things that
kids
are
are not getting
reversible.
surgeries anyway.
Right.
These
But I'm
kids
saying,
under 18 are not getting any genital surgeries.
right,
None.
right. But I'm saying like reversible things, like things that are permanent. So if they're able to do things, let's say at 18 they change their mind, they'll be able to go back.
Well, once you start taking hormones, your body's going to grow breasts. Because if you're okay, so here's what happens in the stage of transition for the younger generation today. So the younger generation, let's say they start at 5, like Mark's daughter, right? So let's say that Mark's daughter is transitioning male to female. We'll just use it in this instance because it's the easiest thing that I know. So we'll say that, Mark's daughter is Mark's son. Mark's, son is transitioning at the age of 5. Mark socially transitions his son to be her. Okay. And so they socially transition, let her grow her hair out, let her wear a dress, let her, have a different name, whatever the case may be, all the way up to the point where she gets to see a doctor. All right. When they ready to stop puberty. So now this child is getting ready to start puberty. And what's going to happen is their voice is going to get deep. We know they're going to develop muscle. They're going to go through growth spurts. They're going to, besides that, a penis obviously will enlarge, and so they will become a man. Right. So if you give these children puberty blockers, it stops that stage. So all it does is temporarily, it just puts it on pause, like pausing a movie. So all you're doing is pausing that puberty. And so after they've gone through an extensive amount of time, we're talking almost a year between therapy, group therapy, family therapy, individual therapy, and therapy with the doctor, the counselor, the parents, and the young one. And so this kid starts puberty blockers, and they go up until about the age of 14 on those puberty blockers. By the time they're at the age of 14, they're going to sit down with the doctor again. The doctor's going to decide whether or not to give them their hormones, because that's what the WPATH standards say, WPATH, which is the World Professional Association for Transgender Health. They set standards for this type of thing. You cannot take hormones until you are at the age of 14. And so if the child, well, now you know. If the child decides that they do not want to transition, they stop the puberty blockers, and that kid goes through puberty as normal. They will grow muscle, they will enlarge, they will start to whatever, and they will turn into a very normal man. Granted, a little late, but it will be a normal. It is doing nothing but pausing your puberty. So when
there are some regulations.
Yes, there are. Oh, there's definitely regulations out there. The WPATH standards set them. They are out there, and they have to be followed by everybody across the board. And so when they take these puberty blockers and they come off and they start puberty, they will just form into a normal man. They will grow. They will hit a growth spurt. They will hit, whatever it is that they need. Now they're still going to continue to grow taller and all of that, but they won't develop the secondary sex characteristics of a man or a woman until they're given the hormones or taken off of puberty blockers for that to happen. So now they're still on puberty blockers. The doctor, let's say, gives them hormones. So let's say that they're transitioning again, male to female. So now at the age of 14, they've sat down, they've again gone through all of this counseling, which they have to repeat, and they've probably been under the care of a counselor and a doctor for all of this time, obviously, because they're on puberty blockers. Now they decide to transition, they're going to go through with it. So the doctor writes a prescription for estrogen, and the kid starts taking estrogen. The kid starts taking estrogen. They start to develop the hips. Their hips get wider. They start to develop breast. They start to develop more feminine face. Their voice doesn't get deep, and they continue to grow as in they were born cis. The only difference is, should they or should they not decide at some point after the age of majority, i.e. 18, to have bottom surgery, that will be completely up to them at that point. However, they will have saved money because they don't need to fix their voice, they don't need to fix their face, they don't need to change their body, they don't need to grow breast or have implants. All they need to do is whatever. Now, my problem lies with this. We say no permanent changes. But if you're a 14-year-old cis girl, you can have a nose job, you can have breast implants, you can have all of that done at the age of 14 being cis. So why is this a problem for trans people, for trans men to remove their breasts, or for trans women to have breast implants?
Good question. There's a double standard there that's being called out.
Yes, exactly. And we're still giving puberty blockers to children who have precocious puberty and taking them off at the age that they're supposed to start puberty. So let's say you give them puberty blockers at the age of 6. They've started puberty early, but we've given them puberty blockers. Now they get to the age 10, 11, 12, whatever it is. We take them off the puberty blockers. They resume puberty as normal. That's the big misconception about puberty blockers, that people think that when you take puberty blockers that you stop puberty, you skip puberty, and that'll be the end of it. You cannot skip puberty. It has to happen. Your body has to go through puberty in order to develop. Right. It cannot stop. It can only stop temporarily by medicine to to stop it from doing it. But you will never turn into an adult if you don't actually go through some sort of puberty. And so what they end up doing, whether it's male hormones or female hormones, is they end up going through female puberty or male puberty. Now, I went through a female puberty at the age of 43 years old. I cannot tell you how difficult that was after being my entire self for all of those years and then going through a female puberty at the age of 43 where my brain literally did a whole fucking rewind back to my teenage years. Consciously, I literally rewound back to my teenage years and lived my life trying to, the last couple of years, do this. And it's been so damn difficult. And so that's my big thing is there's so much misinformation out there about, puberty blockers and hormones. And, are we just giving our kids hormones at the age of 10, this, that, the other? That is just not happening. There are standards set by these medical organizations and a lot of misinformation that goes with it. People just assume that these kids are getting all of these surgery. People just assume that they're, getting genital surgery under the age of 18, and it's just not happening. It's just not happening. Now, sure, there are probably extreme cases where it happens around the age of 16 or 17 years old. I can't deny that. I can't say no. But that is not the normal case. And Yellow Timer, welcome in and thank you for joining the discussion. I can't say that it's not permanently happening because I think there's less than 200 cases a year where either top surgery or a genital surgery for somebody 17 years of age or older, it actually happens. But the most part, no doctor in their right mind is touching a kid under the age of 18 for a genital surgery. It's just not happening.
Well, it's good to know. That's another fact that I'm learning as a, a gay woman, members of my community.
Yeah, there's a lot of misinformation out there. Yellow Timer had said, hello, just happened to see you on the front page. Glad to see people discussing the actual science of transitioning. Well, welcome to my page. First off, I have Astaflex to my left. I have Transactive Maya to the bottom of me, and then we have guest Mark over opposite corner of myself. We're just doing a group forum tonight, and it's something a little different on my page. But I am Lexi, and my wife usually joins me. She's not here at the moment, but we discuss real things here. We are a real community, so welcome in. So with that being said, now that I've given some facts, now how do you guys feel about it?
I'm all for it, being that I wanted to be a boy and I thought I was a boy for the longest. My mom whooped my ass because I wouldn't wear dresses, and she would force me to wear dresses, and I would feel humiliated at school because I felt like I was a boy and I wanted to do all of that. I wanted to be a boy. I just didn't have that technology. I was born in '85, so we're talking about early '90s here. So now that I'm 37 years old and I'm happy being a woman, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I don't have any regrets at all. And if I was born in this era and I had gone through the transition, I wouldn't have regretted that either. I feel like based on the support system that I've received throughout my life, either decision would have been a great decision for me. You know what I mean? And, but knowing all that you've just said, all the information, I think there is a comprehensive regulatory steps out there for people who feel what I felt when I was young. There is something, and I just need that something to be shared. And I want that to be shared so that people have the knowledge to decide whether or not they want to do it. And it's great. I feel like it's amazing. I didn't know that. Personally, I didn't know that. Did you?
There's just so much misinformation out there. It's unfortunate. The right wing would have you believe that we're mutilating these children young, and it's just not happening.
You're known
it's
for
just
that.
not. Mark, how do you feel about that? Now that I've given you a few facts.
Yeah, I think I still feel like it's more about like as my child, or I can't speak for others, but as my child, that I'm gonna support her or him, the entire way. Now I know you were talking about like part of the socializing piece, and that support is where I would stand like, hey, how do I make sure that he or she feels safe, or that he or she feels like they can, express or be who they want to be without being demonized just because it's not what the quote unquote norm is, right? As far as the any kind of I guess chemicals or alterations or anything like that, obviously that is definitely going to come with some professional support, like you talked about there being psychiatrists or any kind of education like that, because I frankly just don't know enough to give you more of an answer past that. Like I don't know enough about it, I'm not doing it. It just, you know what I mean. But to make sure that he or she feels comfortable in just being without being demonized or attacked, and making sure everywhere that they go, that I'm helping to give that support. And on the other side of like, hey, I can't be everywhere and I can't quote unquote protect you from the world. Well, how do I educate you on how to be in the world? And that's something I do with my kids and my family, regardless of, you know, the topic. So that I feel like that goes right in alignment with what I do.
I love that. I absolutely love that. Do you have any input, Maya?
Stop touching
No,
your
my thoughts
boobs.
are still the same. No, this is my thing right here.
Yeah, you
Mine are
went.
still the same.
You feel the same? Okay.
Yeah, I still feel like yeah, it's the same.
All right, well, let me move on to question number 3, because this is a tantalizing question as well. The person that did this is Queen something. I'm sorry, Queen Bandit, Bandit Queen, whatever. No disrespect, sorry, but there's some really tantalizing questions as I read them while we're talking. This one says, number 3, is transgenderism a mental illness? I've heard both sides claim, but to me, it is a state of mind that tells me I do not want to be the gender I was assigned at birth. I would say it is, but it isn't something that should be medicated or a person to be admitted to a ward for. It is something that should be discussed with a doctor, and the decision should be made whether you wish to go through the necessary procedures to change from male to female or female to male, or to be put on medication to help alleviate the problems that cause from those thoughts. I suffer from severe depression and anxiety. I don't know whether transitioning will fix that feeling, but it is something I want so badly. It brings me to tears and hurts my heart when I think about it. Okay, so first off, being transgender is not a mental illness. As a matter of fact, if you read all of the literature on it and all of the books on it, being trans, you are predisposed to be transgender from a young age. You are born this way. There's nothing you can do about it. I didn't choose to be this way. I didn't magically become mentally ill at the age of 5 and beg my mother to cut my penis off. That was the only time I could probably express what I wanted at that particular time, because I knew how to express myself at that age. Had I been able to do it younger, I probably would have. So that being said, you know, the DSM-5 text revision through the American Academy Psychiatric Association specifically states that being trans is not a condition, a mental condition. However, social societal stigma, i.e., you know, losing family and friends, people putting you down, people being abusive, societal, you know, stigmatization about trans people, people harassing you, putting you down, this, that, whatever, can cause mental distress or depression, anxiety, etc. And so, while being trans itself inherently is not a mental illness can occur, or mental distress, shall I say, can actually occur because of the way that society treats us and how they, you know, essentially ostracize us and make us out to be something that we're not. And so I don't think that being trans is a mental illness, and I don't think that you know, it's a state of mind. I think it's just we're inherently born this way, and I've always been this way. You know, back in the 80s, Nymeric is about to say that homosexuality was classified as a mental illness until 1973, and no one thinks of it as one today, because it's not. We are who we are. We're born the way we are. I didn't ask for this. I don't want this. I didn't wake up one day and decide this was a great idea. It's just I need to be who I am, and I need to
and the hurdles that you face.
Yes, exactly.
Going against that.
You know, nobody wakes up one day and just says, you know what, I feel like I'm going to throw away everything in the world I've ever had, my wife, my family, my job, my dog, my kids, my friends, and just lose it all because I feel like being discriminated against every day and being hated by half of the fucking world. You know what I mean? Just wasn't going to happen. And so it's absolutely crazy. It's actually not even listed as a mental disorder. It's actually, Billy, it's listed as a mental condition because it technically is a mental condition. Be it the fact that, you know, we we have it, it's mental. It can cause mental distress. So while it's a mental condition, it's actually considered a sexual disorder, not so much a mental one now. And that, people need to understand that and get educated about that fact. And so, how do you guys feel about it?
Well, we're gonna wrap up soon because we're past our time.
I
which
understand.
was 9.
I understand, but I can take these questions right to my normal stream, so it's not a big deal.
And please don't let us stop the show.
No,
You got
no.
the handsome silver fox.
He's welcome to
have-
stay. He's welcome to stay as long as he likes.
You have a beautiful transactive who knows nothing about fucking movie culture. You got those inputs too. You really do.
Well, it's
I hate-
actually
I hate
rather
this.
good to get some of it from a straight perspective as well.
I love that. That's why we invited Mark, and I love that he's such a good sport and willing to do this. Because the way we started the stream was a black cis man bashing you.
That's
yesterday
true.
on
Actually,
YouTube.
you're absolutely correct. You're right.
And I posted something last week, trying to get more black cis men come to the stream because I had some compliments from black cis men from my channel saying thank you. This was very informative. I didn't know XYZ.
Yep.
So I feel like this is so important. And thank you again a million times, Mark,
For sure.
for joining us, being a good sport.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Thank
so
you all.
before you wrap up, just a quick thought on that is I do agree. I think that it could be seen as a mental condition, but I think that even if it is, that doesn't mean you vilify people. That doesn't
Right.
mean that they're not good people and that they can't contribute something to society or life. So I don't think that's an excuse for people to throw them out because people use mental illness as a way to label you so they can throw you away.
Exactly. That's
I don't
exactly
think
true.
it's a mental illness. The way Lexi pointed it out, Lexi K pointed it out, it was good. It's not a mental illness, but the rejection from society and loved ones can lead you to depression, which is a mental illness.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Basically. That's how I
Absolutely.
feel about it.
That damn stigma.
It is the
Yeah.
stigma, the taboos, the embarrassing feeling, the embarrassment from opening up about it. Parents feel embarrassed because they want to keep up with the Joneses. They want their siblings to feel like they have the perfect family. They want their neighbors to feel like they have the perfect family. They want their churches to look like they. Like, people are so concerned with what other people fucking think that they forget about the wellness of their child.
Yep.
Yeah.
And last week I said something because I'm very big on faith, and I said children are a test to parents. And they're a test to parents, and I feel that way too because my mom, who I idolize, who passed away, God rest her soul, she was a very strict mom. But boy, like, I got everything that I am today is with her, thanks to my father too, but because of her. And she used to say some fucked up shit about gay people on TV, so that made me feel some type of way, right?
I
But
can't
when
imagine.
but when I came out to her, she did a whole 360. I never saw that side ever again. And I feel like she passed the fucking test of life. She grew from what she always knew. The paradigm that she was brought up upon based on her life, her experiences, what she's always known. That's only fair that she expressed that way towards gay people because she didn't know any better. She came from a different generation. But because she had me, I was able to open up a whole new paradigm, a whole new way of thinking for her. And instead of rejecting me and being stuck in the old ways, she embraced me, accepted me, and became a better person. And I feel like that's faith. I feel like that's, whether you have faith or not, I think that's just growth. If you have spirituality, if you have anything that's good within you, that you want to get better in life in general, you have that. I feel like you grow and you grow past your bad ways. So
I agree.
that's my take on it.
Much appreciated.
Yeah, my pleasure. Hey, thank you for having us, guys. We got a lot of shit to do. Unfortunately, I don't want to leave.
That's
Thank you
okay.
so much, Chad. I appreciate y'all for coming through again. But this was, I can't wait till next Sunday.
I can't
That's
either.
all I gotta say.
I can't either. Let me tell you, it's been a great discussion.
And if you guys are more open, I don't know if you guys are, if maybe more people might be more willing to come to my, my DMs and say, hey, I want to participate. I will run it to you guys.
Yep.
I don't want to just invite everybody. Oh, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like we all have to have some sort of respect towards each other as the panel. Me, Soulfly, Lexi, Transactive. We started this thing kind of, you know what I mean? So I'm going to run it by you guys. I love that you guys were nice to let me bring on Mark, who's a phenomenal individual.
More the merrier.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
And
So feel free to reach out, guys.
And it also allows us to get a perspective from different points of view as well. You know, it really is. I mean, there's a little bit of everything. We have cis people, we have a lesbian, we have a trans woman of color, you have white trans woman. I mean, it gets a perspective from many different
Beautiful
places.
panel.
So I love it. Absolutely love it.
I think we're onto something, guys. I really do. So
I think so, too.
See y'all next Sunday, God willing, and hit me up on the DMs 24/7. Not the Discord bullshit because I don't have my things on, but on Twitter, I'm active. I'm super active on Twitter.
So you guys can find her on Twitch. Are you on Twitch?
Okay, I used to be on Twitch.
Okay.
I had a pretty good community base there, but I transitioned fully to Kick. So now
All right,
I'm
so
on
you guys
Kick.
can find her on Kick at Astaflex if you want to follow her. She's absolutely wonderful. Please give her a follow. She's great, and we love her.
Thank you. Appreciate y'all. Love y'all
problem.
back. I
See you
have your
later.
links on my stream
Later,
the whole
Flex.
time. Good night, guys. I appreciate y'all from the bottom of my ass.
See you later, sweetie.
It's at this point. Oh my god.
That's great. Oh, you're back.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Where's your camera?
Wait, you don't see my camera?
Not yet. I don't.
Do you see my camera, Mark?
Yeah, well, I
Well,
see
there you are.
on Flex's.
Yeah.
There you
after-
are. Now I got you.
Yeah. Let me see. I'll switch to yours.
Yeah. Now you're back. Just let me get your name back up. There you go. Okay. So yeah, absolutely great. Mark, how do you feel about the whole mental illness thing and being trans?
I don't think it's a mental illness. I don't think, but I do think that how people respond to trans folks, it causes trauma. We haven't made it. I feel like most people, well, I won't say most people, but many times you see people demonize, trans people like easily. It's the easy thing to do is to, try to, demonize a person that's transitioning, right? And that then causes all of the trauma responses and then the questioning of self-image or do I really want to be this kind of person or do I want to let people know who I really am? Those kind of things. So to answer your question, I don't think that it's a mental illness, but I do believe that the responses that one that is transitioning goes through because of other folks, it could cause trauma that makes people think that, it was the root issue when those other issues are trauma responses to how they've been treated.
That's fair enough. Did you catch that before you left, Maya? What we were talking about? We were talking about whether or not transgender is a mental illness.
Yeah, I was here for that.
How do you feel about that? How do you feel? Because me personally, I'm so sick and tired of defending myself, saying I'm not mentally ill. But how do you feel about that?
Girl, ain't nobody worrying about these shit. I am not mentally ill. I don't feel like that's the damn mental illness. Are they mentally ill for categorizing themselves as heterosexual? Like, is that a mental illness? Why does it got to be because we identify a different way than them that's a mental illness?
No, I think you're absolutely right.
No, like, what is normal? Again, it takes us back to that.
I don't think normal even exists, and it doesn't need to.
Yeah, like
Normal is overrated. Well, I'm going to walk into question number 4. I think we all agree that being trans is not mental illness. So I'm going to walk into question number 4, which is interesting. But it's I don't know if it's a question. It's more of a statement. It says, "Are transgender people the gender they want to be?" This person says no. Until medical science has become advanced enough for us to change genetics and change chromosomes, etc., I believe we will never fully be the gender in which we want to be. But we can still act like the gender we want to be and try to be that gender for the happiness that comes with it. Even if I never have a uterus and be able to bear a child, I will always consider myself a woman no matter what other people think. Now, if I have to go on that answer, I would say that I am the gender that I am. I am a woman no matter what. I am a female. I don't believe in the whole chromosome genetic thing, because you can have an XX chromosome, and one of the X's happens to have an SRY gene, and you can look just like Mark right next to me. You can have an XY chromosome that doesn't have an SRY gene, and you can look like any other cis woman, give birth to a healthy baby, etc. So I really don't think that chromosomes are perfect, and I don't think that DNA is perfect either. And DNA is just, it's just not perfect. I mean, with everything that can happen in the womb, I tend to think that, gender and, sex organs are not always going to typically match, and that's just the way it is. And so gender and sex assigned at birth, I think, are very, very different, and that, gender is really a social construct in society, because you don't see dogs and everybody else worrying about it. You just see humans seem to worry about it more than anything. Gender to me is the role in which I take in society, how I feel, how I act, and the things that I do. I don't think that gender has anything to do with what's between my legs. That's just an organ as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't really matter. How do you guys feel about that? Can you be the gender in which you identify? It's going to be hard from a cis perspective, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I see the wheels turning over there, going, yeah. Not sure how to answer that one. I mean,
Like,
could you? Okay, well, ask yourself this: could you be a woman if you decided that you were a woman? Does it matter that that you have male parts or not? I guess it's my question.
I think it definitely matters.
Okay.
Because so like right now, I am a man, like I'm a cis male.
Yes.
Right. I don't have female parts.
No.
If I decided, if it was a decision, then I said, you know what, I want to be a woman. It's not, for me, I would think that it's not just a physical transition. There has to be a mental transition that goes with that. Right?
Absolutely.
And that's not a overnight. I mean, obviously I've never done it, but I would assume that, that's not just if it's not just a decision type of thing. It's how do I feel? How do I think, or what is my goal in doing that transition? If it's just that easy, that okay, today I'm a male, tomorrow I'm a female. I don't know. It just seems like that would be pretty tough. Now, could I see someone just absolutely saying, hey, no, I think this is what I want to do, even in an explorative type of fashion, where they're saying, hey, I'm not sure that I want to be. So if as a man, I'm not sure that I want to be a woman, but I know that I don't want to be a man. Right. And I want to explore it. That's then where the question comes, like, can you be someone other than you were born physically, right? So there's a misalignment with where you are mentally to where you are physically, if that makes sense. So
Yep.
I don't think that would be easy. I think that would be tough either way, just because there's conflict. You have that conflict either way of like, hey, I'm not who I want to be, and I'm not sure how that's gonna, what it's gonna look like when I get there, as I'm trying to transition, right? Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's tough. That's about as best as I can answer that. Just put myself in that mentality.
Well, let me ask you this: without using biology, what makes you a man?
I think a lot of how things have been socialized, and the culture we live in, right? So I think how I was bred as a person, and trying to take away the biological part, bred as a person. So as I was taught that there were, as a certain kind of person, I could do certain things, or that I meant certain things to my group, or for myself, I'm not allowed to feel certain ways, or I'm supposed to be and feel other ways. It makes it tough to then say, that we're exactly the same, because there's social constructs that feed into that. right? And if without those, then hell, it makes it a lot easier. But that's the issue. That's the issue that I feel like is the biggest issue because just every question that we went over tonight, I constantly go back to that. You know, how is it being socialized? Do people feel safe in being themselves? Because if there is no, you know, no differentiation, then hell, you just be, everybody is an individual, and we gave no names to or no labels to anything, then I think that would then, you know, that would make it easier. But no, don't know if that's right or wrong, but
I don't
that's
think it
how
needs to be right or wrong.
think.
It's a great answer. I don't think right or wrong applies on that one. It's actually really good. And the person who asked the question actually goes on to say, I should have attached a secondary question as, so if the answer is yes, that you can be the gender you want to be, what exactly is the qualification for being male or female? I don't personally think that there's a qualification to be either. I think that, you know, no woman meets any certain standard, no man meets any certain standard of who he is, what he does, whatever, or who she is, or, you know, what she does, whatever. I think that you just are. I think we just exist as our experiences are just as valid as anyone else's. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It makes sense. I think there's a lot of, again, there's a lot of stigmas that go with, okay, if you identify one way or another, what that looks like. I would say even when I was younger, it was many times where if someone even identified as gay or, you know, less, if it was a male that was less masculine than the others around, then it became, you know, like that person was confused or didn't know what they were doing, or, you know, I mean, I'm sure you guys have heard it all, like they were abused, or, you know, whatever it may be. Just a lot of stigmas that were put on someone. So it's like, damn, you can't even come out to say that you feel different or you want to be different, because otherwise you will be attacked, right?
That's how it
So-
seems like in society. Yeah. I do not see your camera, honey. I do not know, Maya. Do you see Maya's camera? Because
I
I
see
don't see
Maya's.
it. I don't. Oh,
Yeah,
there
yeah,
she
yeah.
is. There she is.
I see her on my other computer though.
I had to.
I'm like,
I had to bring it back up on the other side to make you see. There you go, girl. Welcome back.
No, what the
Stop
hell's going
dropping
on?
off, you.
I
So,
think my internet is like reset, and I probably might have to do an actual reset.
man, I had that big problem yesterday. Who am I interviewing? I'm not interviewing anybody, Country Living. We're having a forum where we're just having a discussion. I'm not interviewing. I'm actually part of someone else's Discord at the moment, and I just brought it on live onto our stream because we're here and we've been going on and just kind of doing our thing. So I'm actually not dictating anything right now. We're just having a general discussion, which I think is great. Real Brianna says to add on to that, says, I am a woman as much as I can be. I will never be 100%. And I know it's a big argument that some women are unable to carry a child, but that was a chance happening to whereas I never came equipped with the full ability to give birth. So for that, I am not fully a woman, but happy with where I'm at. But you are fully a woman, and that's just it. Your ability to carry a child doesn't make you a woman, because if that's what makes you a woman, Brianna, you just invalidated, 50% of the population of women out there. That's not what makes you a woman. I think the woman, the woman in you and what makes you a woman is the fact that, it's the essence of you, who you are as a person, how you, the role and active awareness of who you are in society is what makes you a woman. I don't think it has anything to do with whether or not you can actually give birth, because by that standard, I wouldn't be a full woman either, because I can't give birth. But the essence of who I am and the active awareness in society and in the role that I take on makes me that woman as far as I'm concerned. So, would anybody disagree with that?
no, nope.
So the fifth question, and it's not, these are really great questions. I cannot say that they are not tantalizing or good, but they're good. This one says, should transgender people be called the gender that they identify as? Yes, this person says, but only after transitioning. And the reason they say this is because you are not physically a male till you have a phallus, and you're not a woman until you have breasts and vagina. I'm going to seriously disagree on that one. I'm going to explain why in a minute. You can feel that you are a gender that you want to be, but you are not the gender until you transition period. Transitioned period has been done. So again, I'm going to start off on that one and say, parts don't make you who you are, and that's the whole point of ending this societal stigma of saying that your parts and your penis or your vagina, your breast, whatever, is what makes you male or female. That is not true. I think that, you know, when you're born, inherently, we all start off as female. We are a female canvas to start with. In case nobody knows that, you are female by default in the womb until that X chromosome takes over, or the Y chromosome rather, is introduced into your DNA, biology, whatever you want to call it, forming that penis, right? So that penis or vagina you got by 50% chance, but it doesn't mean that your brain necessarily lined with your body. And so I don't think for 1 second that having a penis or vagina makes you a woman. Being a woman in society, being the gender that you are in society, kind of goes back to what I just said, that the essence of who you are, the societal role, how you want the world to perceive you and how you perceive yourself towards others is what makes you that woman. Inherently, we have to get away from somebody saying that, you know, your penis makes you a man, because no disrespect to Mark, but if Mark lost his penis in some tragic fucking accident, and it has and does happen, Mark would still be a man. He doesn't have a penis, but he'd still be a man. And, you know, it doesn't make you who you are. I think, you know, your brain, your emotions, your intelligence, your thought process, the way you think, how you act, how you dress, how you whatever in society, and how you demand the public perceive you is what makes you who you are. Mark?
Well, if that happens, I'm divorcing him.
There you go.
she said, "There you go."
I love that. How do you feel about that, Mark?
Yeah, I think my wife would divorce me if I
It's a good example, though. It really is.
But seriously speaking, I mean, just thinking along those lines, yeah, I think you're right. I think it just doesn't come down just to the organ, right? And there is, you know, again, the mentality. There's a, and I think some of that is so, like, it's tough to say what mentality makes a man a man. What if there is a woman with the exact mentality or the same thoughts that a stereotypical man has? Would they be a man? That's I feel like that's kind of tough to say that's apples to apples, right? But I think you're right. Like, if I was to have some tragic accident, and
I know it's hard to think
you
of.
know.
I get it.
Yeah, that's just painful thinking about. But so,
Yeah.
yeah. But I mean, in all reality, though, like you're right. I would still see myself as a man. I would still, you know, now, unfortunately, to your point, though, I think in those situations, and then you even think about it to the when you think about like erectile dysfunctions, right? Many men go through that, not understand or not seeing themselves as men when they start to have those issues, right? Because now you've taken away what they see as making them the man. And when you're not full or right with yourself, then that's what you're going, if that's where you put all your energy and that's how you identify yourself is by your member, then it's going to go with your member, however that goes, right? So whether it's an accident or, you know, some other thing. So I guess I agree with you to that point.
How about you, Maya? How do you feel about that?
You know, I agree with everything you're saying until I disagree, and then I will let you know.
All right.
But I don't
Spit it
know,
out.
like, and I like Mark's feedback right there too. So that was a good question that you actually gave him. If he lost it, you know, sad thing of losing it.
Well,
But
I
if
never
it
had that
happens-
attachment to mine, so I didn't care. But somebody like Mark, who's a man, has the attachment to it. It makes complete sense.
Yeah. And it
I mean,
doesn't
'cause
make you
when-
less
as-
of a man if it's gone, right?
Right.
Right. So, well, tell me that. Well, I think many men would disagree with you on that. I mean, and that's, I mean, because of how we are conditioned from when we're kids, I feel like, you know, yeah, there's so many double standards and so much craziness that we could be on here for days on end.
Oh,
and
yes.
talking about that. But I guess my question, if I could switch gears and ask a question here.
Go ahead, of course.
As a male, a cis male, to say, you know, when I came on, you guys were speaking about someone, I guess, bashing yesterday or something like that. What are your thoughts when you first meet a cis male and they are just pretty much a blank slate, don't give you any kind of reads, what thoughts go through your mind when when you first meet them? What are some of the thoughts that immediately come to mind? And I have kind of some comments after that.
Well, when I first meet a cis man, my guard is way up, number one, because I'm wondering how this person is perceiving me. How are they going to treat me? What are they thinking about me? And what are the ramifications of that going to be in the conversation? Are they going to get weird and ask all that weird shit that people ask for whatever reason? Oh, well, what was your dead name? Or, oh, do you still have your parts? Or, oh, what is, you know what I mean? It's the weird fucking questions that I just don't really like. And I think most of the time when I meet somebody, my guard goes up and I kind of wait for them to trip on their tongue, if you will. But inherently, I would say that most of the time that doesn't happen, but I still have my guard up, and it's very hard for me to trust cis men after everything that I've been through. Excuse me. You come with a credential that you have behind you, which helps me not really have that guard up. Asta just says that you're such a wonderful person, and that really makes me feel better. But that's kind of where I'm at. I'm very closed off, really, in the beginning, usually.
Yeah. How about you, Maya?
I don't be giving a fuck. You can bring your ass in here. I'm just gonna keep on. I'm just gonna let you know, like you show me a sign that you're just gonna be disrespectful, I'm gonna let you see me be disrespectful, and I guarantee you, I'm gonna say the only thing you could possibly say to me, and people always do, especially on the video game, is, "Oh, you're a tranny. Oh, you're this. Oh, you're fucking gay. Oh, you're a dick sucker." Everything you said is true. So why am I upset? I'm transsexual. I do perform oral sex. Where's the insults? So now let me say these things to you. And then I start saying some stuff. I'm sure you hear me in the back of Asta's stream sometime when we play the video game. So I'm gonna have the last word. And at the end of the day, I'm not gonna block you and delete you. I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna give you what you gave me, and you're gonna leave. You're gonna leave my chat. You're gonna leave the game.
So you get what you give what you get.
Yeah, it's just that simple. You come in with respect. Like I meet a lot of people, and the first thing they say is, "Oh, as long as you respect me," but then that just gets on my nerve.
Me too.
Yeah.
Don't hit me with that line of, "No, as long as you respect me, I ain't got nothing against you." Bitch, as long as you respect me, I don't have nothing against you. It's not a me respecting you thing. No, you need to respect me, or it's vice versa. Don't make it seem like I'm just gonna go walk on eggshells around you because you're just a heterosexual man and I'm just trans. And no, you better walk on them around me. The same things you think you could do to somebody, it can be done to you. That's just how I live my life. You're not gonna play with me.
Absolute facts. So I say that because I feel like when I meet a person that may be that maybe I'm introduced to a person that I know is gay a third person, right? Or transgender. I don't have an immediate response to who they are. It's like I got to meet a person and just like anyone, I mean, hell, mattering what if you're transgender or gay or straight or whatever, it's like how you treat me when I come in the door. If it's a, "Hey, what's up?" Then it's, "Hey, what's up?" You know what I mean? Because I'm gonna say, "Hey, what's up?" anyway. You know what I mean? So I feel like how I treat people off the rip is that, hey, I'm coming in on a respectful level. I'm making sure the door is open for you to just be whoever the hell you are, because I'm hoping you're gonna do the same for me. You don't know my story, you don't know my life, and I don't know yours, right? So when we come into a common area, how do we keep that area I guess productive for both of us? Like if I come into the game, like if I was to come into one of your games, Transactive, and you kicking my ass or whatever, and you cussing me out like you normally do, then I'm like, that's just part of the game, right? Now, when it comes to the respect level, it's like, hey, I'm gonna give you respect off the rip. You've never heard me say nothing disrespectful to pretty much anybody. Even I don't know if you've heard me in Flex's stream or playing with like Hustler or them. But if like somebody's being disrespectful to me, then, they might get some of that back. But many times I might just look over it, mainly because sometimes for me, when I look at folks on the games, I'm like, yeah, you're not real until I can, see you in person, to that level of having to put that energy in. But I also know how it is when I've had gay or transgender friends, or when I've interacted with them, and it's like, oh, Mark, you cool, and it's almost like they're surprised, like, oh, you straight, like, you sure, like,
Nikki
joking, but
underscore
like
four
they're
cheered. That's
surprised.
100.
That was
Uh-oh.
me. That was me. Sorry. Somebody threw down 100 bits over here. Thank you, Nikki, for the 100 bits.
Nice. But I mean, it's almost like there's a like almost expecting that I would be rude, disrespectful, or challenging some kind of in some kind of way. So I just wondered about that, because I don't feel like that's what I put out, but I know that that's common. I've seen it. So yeah, just wanted to kind of call that out.
Well, it's kind of like I had said earlier, is that, when I meet somebody, or I had changed my name, that I was trans girl and then I went to just a girl Lexi. I think for me, it comes down to, I want people to stop looking at me for what I am and just start treating me for who I am. Give me the opportunity to show you who I am instead of looking at me as a trans woman. I'm a woman. I mean, outside of the internet, outside of, TikTok, Twitch, whatever it may be, I'm just Lexi. I exist as just Lexi. My wife introduces me as Lexi, her wife, not her trans wife or trans spouse, whatever. And so, outside of the internet, it really doesn't apply to me. I'm just a woman of trans experience outside of here. And, I just want to be viewed as Lexi, not viewed as Lexi, the trans woman, And as long as people treat me with that respect, I'm a happy camper and everything is all great.
Absolutely.
Well,
on that note, I'm gonna have to jump off. And,
absolutely. I'm going to kick over to my
take
stream
care of
here
these
when we
folks.
do that. So, good night, Mark.
Thanks, guys.
and-
I really appreciate y'all letting me come through and hang and give my point of view and
No,
all that.
absolutely.
So,
It was
appreciate it.
absolutely fascinating. Thank you, Maya. Thank you, Mark. I hope we do this again next week. I'm going to switch over to my stream now and get my wife out here to do her job too, 'cause she's slacking. So I love you. I love you guys, and thank you so much, Mark. It was a
Love you
pleasure.
too.
It was a pleasure to meet you. I really appreciate all of your input, especially from a cis man's perspective. I would love to if you'd stay on the panel and we could do this again.
Absolutely.
All right, and we'll see you
appreciate it.
guys. And guys, this panel happens every Sunday at 5 p.m. here on my channel from now on. So hope to see you then. Good night, Maya. Good night, Mark. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you guys later.
Good night. Thank
Bye,
you
everybody.
for being here.
All right, guys, give me 1 second to switch everything over, and I will be with you in just a second. So it's going to take me a second to turn my camera back on. And hang on. There we go. And there we go. Okay. Now I got to just change around some of the audio and we can get the audio shit fixed. So just give me 1 second for that and we will work it over and everything will be good to go. So give me 2 seconds, all right? All right, so you guys can hear me, but you won't be able to hear any music because I've got it switched to... Actually, everything over here should be the same. So I'm going to test to see if you guys can hear the music. Should you be able to hear it? Give me 1 second. Let's see, just use anything. Everybody hear that okay? Nikki, just give me a yes on your side, please. Can you guys hear that okay? So Yellow Timer, you had said that it's something I've really been working through, coming out non-binary. Yes, perfect. All right. Non-binary, someone who is a female at birth, can't help but worry about looking overly feminine. I just have to keep reminding myself that however I present is non-binary. That can be dresses or makeup or pants or a baggy shirt or anything else. Well, here's the thing. You are who you are inherently, and it shouldn't matter whether you look feminine or feminine or overtly male. What should matter is how you as a person yourself feels. You know, how you in your own instance feel as a person. Too many times we're worried about trying to impress society and make society happy with ourselves. And we need to not do that. We need to worry about who we are as a person, how we present. If you say that you're non-binary, then in my book, you're non-binary, and I respect your pronouns, whatever they may be. Whether I believe you look overtly feminine or overtly manly, it makes no difference to me, if that helps. I'm going to move down the line here. I'm going to hit the commercials for a couple of minutes, guys. I'm going to go grab Crystal, bring her out here, and I will be right back. All right, so just give me a couple minutes. I got to go pee anyway. I've been holding it for like an hour or so. I'm going to do that, and I'll be right back. All right, here we go. Can you demand other people to support you? No, I can't demand other people to support me. But here's the thing. You can't say that I believe trans women are women if you don't support trans women through and through. Trans women are fucking women. Trans men are men. That's it. We just happen to be trans people. So you can't say, oh, I support you only if you don't play sports, or only if you don't use the women's locker room, or only if you don't use the ladies' room, this, that, the other. You either support us as women or you do not. There is no fucking halfway in between. Period.
And you are definitely entitled to whatever opinion you have, but what right do you have to get upset when people don't share your opinion?
All right, I'm trying to work the audio thing out. Give me a second, guys. All right. I'm telling you that you just can't accept this. Probably heard it. You can't accept it all the way through. Period. This isn't a conditional womanhood. I am a woman. It's not a condition of. I'm still here. I haven't gone anywhere yet. It's simple.
She is every bit a woman as I am. There's
I know you guys can't hear it. I'm working on it. Please bear with me. But now we are almost divorced. Life throws curveballs. Just going to keep going. Yeah, but that's a different circumstance. You know, I would assume that they're not transitioning. I would assume they're getting divorced for other reasons, you know. But you're right. Life does throw curveballs at you. The question is, are you going to catch that curveball? There we go. With it, or are you going to let it go and forget that it ever existed? I'll be right back. Ask yourself that. You know. Well, I mean, this is like, technically it's partial nudity because we're in our panties.
okay.
So
Well,
technically it's
partial nudity. Well, thank you.
You know, but they look sexy. All. Oh, well, thank you, Texas Mama.
Mm-hmm.
I'm loving out a monthly cycle. It struck me 16 years ago. I'm 49 and getting the hot flashes. Well, I mean, yeah.
I think it's time to summon Justin. All right. All right, we're going to summon Justin, everybody. Are you ready?
Yes. Grab that.
You ready?
We leave that little knife out there.
Penis!
Yes.
Penis!
think so.
Penis!
It's a lot of penises.
Or actually, I'm supposed to be alone and miserable and suffering my entire life because I decided I wanted to transition. Is that it? It's fucking weird.
Oh, Phil, this is how we summon Justin.
Right?
And for some reason it hasn't worked, but we'll try it anyways.
Right?
Everybody. Now,
That was the best pee ever. Oh, God. Okay, so we're gonna kind of pick up. Yeah, Dark Soul summon Justin. He's great. Penis, penis, penis. We love him. So we're gonna kind of inherently pick up where we left off with those questions because there are really good questions submitted. So the question number 6 was, should transgender people compete in sports of their gender they want to be after transitioning? This person says no. Women and men are genetically different. Women have things that they are strong at, but are not as strong as male in regards to women, and having things they are stronger than men. Women can't compete with men at the top of their respective sport, and it has been shown over and over again. Actually, it hasn't. And I'm going to point this example out. So, brain resetting levels of peeing. Yeah, pretty much it did. It reset my whole fucking brain. I'm sitting here going, gotta pee, gotta pee, gotta pee, gotta pee, can't get up on a forum, gotta pee, I'm on a panel, can't get up. So yeah. But yeah, men and women can actually inherently compete. And history actually shows us this because trans people have been, in fact, competing for years and years and years and years and years, right? Right, you lose muscle and strength on T-blockers. I agree with you, ridiculous. This argument is dumb. But because the question was asked, we're inherently going to do it, right? So we're gonna talk about it because it was asked and it was submitted and somebody wants an answer. Welcome in, by the way. I'm Lexi and this is my gorgeous wife, Crystal. Please welcome her to the show, guys. She's just getting here.
Hello.
She just didn't get involved with the forum because I had it in my ears and she wasn't gonna be able to hear what the hell we were talking about anyway. So she got a break for the night, and that's great. I'm glad. Did you get a good? I hope you had a good break. Anyway, so should trans people compete? Yeah, absolutely. Trans people have been competing on sports teams for years and years and years. You know, I like to use a few pictures of myself when I first started my transition to illustrate this. When I started my transition, I was fucking huge. You know, where'd that picture go? Why isn't it there? Why aren't any of my pictures working? Well, isn't that weird? Okay, so. Yeah, that is really weird that it ain't working. Okay. Well, I guess they're not going to work tonight. But when I started transitioning, I was massive, right? I mean, I was a fucking huge man. I was 235 pounds, built like a brick shit house, and I had no neck, you know? Now I've lost 1.5 inches of height. I lost a shit ton of muscle. I can no longer do half the shit that I can do. My wife throws me around like I'm a little rag doll, right? And so that being said, trans people haven't dominated anywhere. Leah Thomas won 1 national title. Big fucking deal, right? But she didn't set any national records. There's hope. Yeah, right. You know, I lost 1.5 inches of height. I was 5'7". I'm now 5'5.5". So is there a situation where a trans person dominated a new category but didn't perform well in their cis category? That's what they make it sound like on the news. Okay, so that's a great question. That's a really good one because Leah Thomas, they actually say was like number 400 and something, which there's actually no number to show that, by the way. But she actually competed. I think she was in like the top 60 of her game. She actually did quite well. Not in every event, but she did quite well. Now, yes, she did win a national title. She did not set any national records, but we showed that over and over and over she was beat by cisgendered women, right? And so she was beat by many cisgendered women. And you know, there's been plenty of trans athletes over the years. There was a track stars up in Connecticut who they claimed they had an advantage, but they didn't have an advantage. They were beat by cisgendered women. So there really is no advantage to whatever, because once you take hormones and you follow the requirements, you start to shrink. I'm going to read the next question. It says, do you think trans women should compete even though they are physically and visually larger than women, saying that some should be allowed, but other who are bigger obviously have an advantage, right? No, actually they don't. Here's why. Because when you start transitioning KQ and you go on puberty blockers, or not puberty blockers, hormone suppressing, you start taking estrogen, you shrink as a human. You actually shrink a lot and you lose a lot of muscle advantage. You get slower, you lose bone density. Many different things happen when you're transitioning. And so even if somebody is physically and visually larger, there's always going to be somebody who's better. Let's face it, right? You can put Crystal against a woman who is the same size as her. And by the way, for those of you that don't know, Crystal and I are actually the same size. She's just sitting back. Look, we are the same size. My shoulders are slightly wider, but other than that, we're the same size. She's 5'4", I'm 5'5". So now that being said, you know, you could put a woman who's a trained athlete next to her and she's going to lose. You could take a man who is the same size as my wife, who, you know, can't do something that my wife can do, and the man's going to lose.
Would it make more sense to do it by weight class?
I agree. So no, I don't think there's a physical advantage at all, because if people understood, KQ, what happens to the body when it transitions, then it would be a better understanding. I'm going to try to add a pic here because apparently my normal imaging things are not working, and I'm not sure why, but I'm going to add an image anyway and see if I can. So just give me 1 second here to do that so I can make an example. All right, so if you look at the size of this guy, anybody know who that is? Because that guy's huge. Like, this guy is massive. Look at the size of him. He ain't got no neck. He's got really broad shoulders. I mean, it looks like his fucking shoulders puked the fucking head, right? Anybody know who that guy is? Any of you new people? I know some of you older people do, but what about you new folks? You guys have any idea who that is? Anybody? And while you try to figure that out, I'm going to read Megan's comment if I can get there, or Yellow's rather. So just thinking through this logically, can someone potentially have a slight advantage if they are super early in their transition? I feel like it can't possibly last very long, even if you have a slight advantage in the beginning. Well, if they're early on in their transition, here's the thing, Yellow Timer. There are rules set forth by the governing bodies of these sports that say that you have to be on hormone suppressing drugs for at least a year before you can even compete. So there's no such thing as early in their transition.
And how would you be able to explain me beating men twice my size at work?
See, that's what a lot of people don't understand too, is that there are inherently rules set in place in order for that not to be able to happen. So a man can't just wake up tomorrow and go, oh, you know what? I'm a girl. I'm going to go play on the girls' basketball team, or I'm going to go play on the girls' swim team. No. It doesn't work like that. There are rules that have to be met. You have to be on hormone suppressing drugs. You have to be on hormones. You have to follow a set of standards for X amount of time before you can ever even compete. And that's what people don't realize. Now, Crystal and I used to have a tree company before we started doing all the streaming shit, right? And with this tree company, we had guys that were 6 foot tall, 250 pounds, built like brick shit houses that should have been able to run circles around my wife. My wife outworked those men every fucking time. She outlifted them, she outchipped them, she outclimbed them, she outchainsawed them, and these were grown-ass men.
I really don't think it's fair to have men's and women's categories
So-
to begin with.
So do I think that men have an advantage? No, I don't, because somebody who's driven and has a drive can run circles around somebody in the right instance.
Would it make more sense to have everybody divided by weight class rather than gender or sex?
Well, we do follow the rules around weight class when it comes to boxing, MMA fighting. I mean, there's rules around weight. You have to get within the weight class. Okay, so for those of you that said no, that was me. I was 235 pounds, and as you see, I was built like a brick shithouse. And you look at me today, and I have a neck. I have very low shoulders. I've shrunk down. I wear a 34 here. I used to wear a fucking 44. I now wear a 34. I wear a size 7 in women's jeans and an extra large in tops. I used to wear a 2X in men's tops and a size, I don't know, what was it, 34, 30, whatever it was.
We have the same size rib cage.
Yeah. Her and I have the same size rib cage. We can wear the same clothes. So I'm guessing you pre-transition. Yes, that was me. TLD, welcome in. Absolutely. I also feel like every individual is so different anyway. I'm built pretty small, but I know some cis women that could probably be firefighters if they wanted to. They're built like Amazonians. Right, exactly. Everybody is built differently. Everybody has a different skill set. A trained elite athlete is a trained elite athlete. So if you put a man against a woman and the woman is a trained elite athlete, you really think the man's going to beat her? I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. I really have slimmed, Yellow Timer. Yeah, I've lost a ton of weight. I used to be 235 pounds and I now weigh like 178 or something. So, Melody says, what are your thoughts on transgender athletes that haven't yet or even planned to have top or bottom surgery used in the same locker rooms if the cisgender athletes would prefer not sharing? Been hearing a lot about this topic in the media. Well, you're hearing more than I am because I haven't heard anything about it. But how do I feel about it? I really don't have a problem with it. We're all fucking adults. It shouldn't matter if they have boobs or not. It shouldn't matter if they have a penis or not. It's not like they're out there looking, and nobody should be looking at this stuff anyway. You know, like when I go into a locker room, I cover myself. You know, even though I have the same parts as every other woman in there, I still cover myself because what's underneath my towel is nobody's fucking business. As is most women who are in a locker room that I've seen usually cover themselves, right? So, what are we so afraid of? you know, it's not like we don't see these things at home. It's not like we don't see these things in pornography. It's like it's just people act like it's so taboo that we don't see this stuff. Now, I haven't had any top surgery. My breast naturally grew. Most trans women will either usually, and I'm not going to say all the time, but they will usually want at the very least breast, and so they'll either grow them or they will have implants put in. And so, how do I feel about it? I feel that, you know, if the person says that they're a woman, they're going through hormone treatment, they've been through hormone treatment, they dress and act and take on that role of society, then I really don't see an issue with it, as long as they're not being, you know, and this goes for male or female, as long as nobody's being perverted about it, I don't see the issues. Most people I know, even according to my wife, tell me that most women change in a stall somewhere, try to be private about it, do their thing, and any decent woman would do it. I know I would. So I don't know how I feel about it, but I know that we need to stop segregating people who say that they're women if they're trans, because then it becomes, again, we're gatekeeping and we're holding on to society, and, you know, we're saying, okay, well, this is a man, this is a woman, this is man parts, this is woman parts, and we're back to that argument again, and we need to get away from that argument. Does that make sense? Yes, but you don't think bone density plays a role in beating someone in a sports game? I do not, KQ, no. I don't think bone density plays really much into it all.
You know
As a
that
matter of
changes.
fact, I don't know if you had heard me, but that changes as you take hormone suppressing drugs and estrogen. My bone density is 50% less of what hers would be. So no, I really don't think it does, because if you take you're following the proper guidelines and doing the proper things, your bone density is going to shrink down. So no, I really don't. I really just do not. Because testosterone fed muscle and estrogen fed muscle are two completely different muscles. All of my muscle now is all estrogen fed. Most of the testosterone stuff is pretty much broken down at this point. And now everything's being done via estrogen, and that's what's, I guess, energizing my muscle, if you will, is estrogen, because I no longer produce testosterone. None of it. I haven't in over a year. And so, you know, that's to say that if I went to do something that I could compete and I would beat everybody, but that's not true. I've lost so much muscle mass and so much strength that I can't do half the things I used to do. Everything I do, I have to find different ways to do it. I mean, my wife opens pickle jars for me, for fuck's sake, because I don't have the strength to do it. I may look big, but I can't help how big I am, but I don't have a whole lot of muscle. You can see the fat in my arm just by when I put my arms down. It's just there, you know? I've seen movie or shows do that as a bit, and it's horrible. What's that ridiculous? Chimera says, sports have never really been fair. Michael Phelps, yeah, I use him as an example a lot. Genetic attributes put him in a significant advantage. The average height in the NBA is 6'6". The average men height in the U.S. is 5'9". Also correct, yeah. So, Michael Phelps was genetically superior against any man he competed against. When he put his arms out, his arms were actually 4 inches longer on each side than his actual body height. So he had a 4-inch extra wingspan. He didn't produce was it prolactin?
Lactic acid.
Lactic acid like a normal athlete, so he didn't wear down as fast. He literally had twice the lung capacity of any human on the fucking face of this planet. And I believe he had webbed feet. But yet, we didn't disqualify Michael Phelps because he was superior genetically for swimming. No, we let him compete. And he smashed the shit out of everybody's record. Nobody complained. Why? Because he had a penis. Right? Because he had a penis and he was labeled a man and competed on a men's team. Is that why? But superior, genetically, he was superior to any other man. He had longer wingspan, which means he had longer strokes. He had twice the lung capacity, which means he could hold his breath twice as long. He didn't have that lactic acid to make him wear down like every other athlete, which means he had twice the endurance of everyone else. And yet, nobody disqualified him. Why? Because he was a man? Now all of a sudden we care about women's sports. Trans people have been playing women's sports for decade upon decade upon decade upon decade. We haven't dominated anything. But when is it okay? The question you need to ask yourself is, when is it okay for a trans person to win because they actually tried, not because they had an advantage? That's the question we need to ask. KC says, honestly, think when the public is presented with all these arguments, we aren't given all the information, so it's meant to persuade unfairly. That's exactly right. My wife was saying that not too long ago. They're not getting all the facts. I'm only bothered by people being creepy in locker rooms. I could care less what parts you have. Okay. I'm afraid your hoochie will look better than mine. My hoochie's fatty. Probably not. The chance of anyone's first phases of transition, even considering professional sports, is about none. That's right. Ridiculous. By the way, thank you for subscribing a few minutes ago. Thank you for that. I have short waiting time to stay in boy mode because large bagongas run in the women family LMO. Got to get out of the shit state soon. Yeah, you might want to get that taken care of soon, for sure. I hope you don't have to experience what you don't want to. Chimera says, as a gay man, the locker room was so uncomfortable in high school, I changed in the bathroom of the locker room. The solution could just be more changing stalls. And I would think that would be a fairly cheap solution. I mean, just a 3/4 up, 3/4 down changing stall. Would that not be sufficient?
Yeah, or I mean,
Because you can't see anything.
even curtains.
Yeah, okay, even curtains. So I would think that wouldn't be an expensive modification. So I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. Welcome in, Linda Weiss. Welcome in. I hope you all enjoyed the previous forum. That was really, really great. It was an absolute wonderful discussion. We do this every Sunday. And this week I just decided to stream it. There was one person that just had this big deal over, some technical issues I had in the beginning, but get the fuck over it, God's Blanky says, when bodybuilders take steroids, testosterone, they keep some muscle mass above what they had when they were natty. I don't know what the hell that means. You mean when they were tiny or tatty? They don't keep a whole lot of muscle mass, I can tell you that. If they stop taking steroids, they're going to wish the hell they hadn't. I can tell you that for sure. Sebest, welcome in. I'm sharing the love vibes on Twitch. Yes, we are. Bandit Queen says, literally, feeling worse and worse as questions are being answered. QQ, it's a great time to learn, but makes me feel like I'm a terrible trans person. Look, so Bandit Queen, you're not a terrible trans person, all right? I just think you're uninformed. I think, as a trans person that, you're not educated, and you're not educated enough to know because you haven't been exposed to it, whatever the case is. And so you just don't have the information in which you seek. And so you've come here and you've asked some really great questions. And of course, we've answered those questions. Some of them, I still got a couple more I'm going to go over. But they're really good questions that you ask, and they really are thought-provoking. But you got to remember that being trans is not a mental illness. It is considered a sexual disorder by the World Health Organization. And as Chimera had said earlier, being gay up until 1972 was considered a mental disorder. But we know that gay people and lesbians are not mentally dysfunctional. They just like what they like. I can't help who I am. And I use the example a lot saying, with everything that goes on, throughout childbirth and throughout whatever, that, the odds of your brain and body necessarily not matching is, while it's rare, I still believe it's possible. And that's why we're only 1% or 1.6% of the population. There's, the numbers are a little up and down on that. But even if at 1.6% of the population, that's a reasonable assumption that could absolutely happen. Even with Crystal, who has red hair, she's about the same percentage of the population as trans people. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So being about that, I mean, having red hair is actually a genetic anomaly. It doesn't happen very often. And if you look around, there are actually about as many trans people as there are redheads, if not slightly more or less on either side. I consider being trans kind of part of being almost intersexed, if you will. Even though it's not classified as intersexed, it's kind of got intersex characteristics of, my brain is that of a cis female and my body was that of a male. Right?
I mean, we're both genetic anomalies.
Exactly. God's Blanky says, so if they revert to natty, they are more than their natural testosterone base. Well, the average, okay, so when it comes to testosterone, here's the thing, right? And these numbers are probably going to blow your minds. A natural testosterone level for a cis healthy male is 300 to 1100, right? And that's, I believe that's nanograms per, or nanomoles per pictograph or whatever. It's very, very tiny measurements. But For a cis woman, her testosterone should be less than 50 and her estrogen only up between 250 and 300. See the big differences? They're massively huge differences. And so that goes us, tells us that estrogen is a very powerful hormone, as in the fact you get so goddamn much of it, right? And women don't need a whole lot, which is why they don't develop the way they, they don't have any, which is why, or a lot, which is why they develop into, what we consider a female at birth, which is why their body develops the way it does, because it doesn't get a lot of testosterone. But the testosterone they do have helps them grow hair, helps them have a sex drive, helps them do this and that and whatever. And I mean, testosterone has a lot more uses than just sex, And actually, testosterone hasn't inherently been linked to strength and speed, because there's a lot of professional athletes out there that actually have less testosterone in their system than some elite female athletes. And that's true too. So it doesn't really play a huge role, even though people think it does. Sure, you can take testosterone as a performance-enhancing drug, but it doesn't work right away. You have to build that muscle and that endurance over time and continue to take it. The minute you stop taking it, it all goes away. So we know that, inherently it doesn't do a huge thing. And so, subbing because this channel seems dope and I'm also being targeted by 2+ minute ads, very sus Twitch. Well, that was my call, Ridiculous, because if people don't want to subscribe, I figure we can bring an income in via ads. And I have to meet a certain criteria of ads in order to meet a certain program criteria for payout, to be completely honest. So, Falcon, good evening. KQ says, about the locker rooms, I don't mean to be rude, but we can sit here all day saying that it's not an issue because of the fact we're all human, but it's also the fact that people have been sexually assaulted by trans people, or by, quote, trans people playing as trans people. That's actually not true. And I say that because not all trans people turn out to be predators. No trans people are predators, actually. Well, not no, but I can't say maybe one or two at best. I say, what do you say to the victims with them being okay with trans people being in the bathroom? Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. First off, trans people are not assaulting anyone in bathrooms. Sure, is there one or two cases around the world? Sure, there might be. There might be. But what about all the cis men, KQ? What about all the cis men out there that have assaulted women? Should women just stay home? Right? There's hundreds upon thousands of cis men in jail. And many getting busted every week. I think just this week alone, there was like 68 cases of it between cis men, priests, Republicans, this, that, and the other. All of them, fathers, brothers, uncles, whatever, being accused of it. So should we just tell women to stay home? Because trans people aren't assaulting anyone in the bathroom. That is an actual fallacy. Trans people are not predators. We've never been predators. We're just people like everybody else. But do you think that somebody who's going to assault somebody has to dress up as a woman just to get into a bathroom? What's your take on it?
I'm astounded that we're still having this argument.
We are. We're going to have it all the time.
Instead of saying, well, what if, and coming up with all these imaginary scenarios that never happen and don't have any validity, why don't we just accept the fact that it is dishonest, evil people that are doing these things? Because once we do that, we can deal with what the real problem is. And I'm tired of hearing about men dressing up as women and saying they're trans to get in to attack somebody. Men are lazy. No man is going to do that. That's insane. That only happens in really bad old movies and turfy books. So either you want to discuss what the problem actually is, or you're, I don't know. I'm exhausted by this topic, honestly.
Hang on. I've got some statistical stats here. So, responding to transgender victims of sexual assault, which is not what I'm looking for, but I'm going to find what I'm looking for, so just give me 1 second.
But I mean, the more that we talk in circles, that's not doing anything to keep women safe. And I think keeping women safe might actually start with women themselves, all women. And learning self-defense, learning how to carry their heads high, learning not to let men take advantage of them. That's really where we need to be. And as long as we're going in circles because women are so fragile, we're not going to get there.
Okay, so there's an article done on Time Magazine says why LGBTQ advocates say bathroom, quote, predators argument is a red herring. So it says it's become a common refrain in recent months, allowing transgender people to use the bathroom that aligns with their gender identity will end up letting male sexual predators into bathrooms. From North Carolina to South Dakota, supporters of controversial bills seeking to limit trans people's use of public bathrooms have repeatedly made that argument. There is little evidence to back up this assertion, but LGBTQ advocates and other opponents of the bills have had to develop a number of counter-arguments to refute it. Here's the breakdown. Several states and major cities have supported transgender people's access for years. There are more than a dozen states and several cities that have non-discrimination laws to protect gender identity in public accommodations, which is a legalistic way of saying transgender people can use whatever bathroom they want in public. This kind of affirmation that started the whole controversy in North Carolina. Charlotte passed such protections earlier that year. It was 2016. State lawmakers said there would be terrible effects and passed a countermeasure, HB2, that eliminated Charlotte's protections and banned other cities, right? So fears about male predators have not been born out in those places. New York City has banned discrimination based on gender identity for more than a decade. California has affirmed the rights of K through 12 students to use the bathrooms and locker rooms that align with their gender identity for years. Advocates say that while there are some past examples of heterosexual men dressing up like women to gain access to the women's spaces, there's no record that that behavior increases when there's an LGBTQ non-discrimination law on the books. We have so many places that do prohibit discrimination where this has never come up, said the Equality Federation's Rebecca Isaacs. This is a red herring. Police and school officials say they haven't seen it either. A liberal media watchdog has asked state leaders, law enforcement, and school officials in places with these protections whether they've seen an increase in sexual assault or rape after passing these laws, and they have repeatedly said that they have not. We have not seen that, a Des Moines Police Department spokesperson said to the outlet 2014. I doubt that's going to encourage behavior. If the behavior is there, sexual predators are, quote, going to behave as they're going to behave no matter what the laws are. The nation's leading organizations dedicated to stopping violence against women signed a letter saying that this argument is a myth. These initiatives utilize and perpetuate the myth that protecting transgender people's access to restrooms and locker rooms endangers the safety or privacy of others, the letter states. A rape crisis center, shelter, and other service providers who work each and every day to meet the needs of all survivors and reduce sexual assault and domestic violence throughout the city, or our society rather, we speak from experience and expertise when we state that these claims are false. LGBTQ rights advocates emphasize that the signatures are not only the experts on what endangers women, but the groups like the National Center on Domestic and Sexual Violence would be first out of the gate to oppose any law that did not seem to endanger women. All those arguments to me crash and burn, says the Equality Federation's Isaacs, because this is everybody working on male predators. Sexual assault remains a crime no matter why someone claims they entered a women's space. The predator argument is based on the assumption that men who prey on women will be inspired to dress as women and enter women's spaces because they could falsely claim to be transgender and therefore allowed to stay. But advocates emphasize if a female alleges she was sexually assaulted, the gender identity of the perpetrator has no bearing on the criminality of the act. If you are a man who dresses as a woman and goes into the bathroom and commits a crime, says the Human Rights Campaign attorney, Kathy Oakley, whether you have a non-discrimination protection on the basis of gender identity or not, that behavior is illegal and criminal, and you will be arrested and go to jail. If male predators were waiting for alleged loopholes like this to pop up, they could be using the women's bathroom already. The North Carolina law mandates that people must use the bathroom based on their, quote, biological sex, end quote, defined as sex on their birth certificate. Transgender men who are likely to have a birth certificate with an F on it are often indistinguishable from cisgender men, notes the Center of American Progress, Sarah McBride. So a male predator could skip the trouble of dressing up and go into the women's room in North Carolina and say, pretending to be a transgender man. We know that that's not going to happen, she says, but the notion that the lack of law protecting transgender people is all that's stopping male predators is being preposterous. And so basically what that says is it's a fallacy. It doesn't happen. It hasn't happened. Now, is there one or two trans people across the country? Sure, I'm sure there is. There's one bad apple everywhere. So what do I say to women that are being assaulted? They haven't been assaulted by trans people or drag queens. They've been assaulted by men. You know, now that being said, that makes a very good point. If you try to instill bathroom laws like Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, and Florida, now you have actual trans men walking into bathrooms who look probably manlier than most cis men, and that allows cis men to walk in and assault women. What do you say to that, KQ? Or would you rather just have a trans woman use the bathroom? I think I would too. Good evening, Falcon. Open locker rooms is really strange anyway. I agree. Yellow Timer says if people legitimately cared about women's sports, it's pretty sad that all of the male sports are the quote, the important ones. Yep. And thank you, Brooklyn. Natty equals natural. Oh, okay. I didn't know. Heather Jones, welcome in. Ridiculous says, I was uninformed about trans issue and how it works for so long. It kept me from transitioning for years. I grew up on terrible sites, but I'm better now and 2 weeks in and I never felt better. Congratulations. That's fantastic. I'm glad you're doing it. You're doing what you want to do, and now you're happy. So congratulations. Welcome in, Anastalock. Shoot on Zombie, welcome in. Great to see you as well. Moving on. Your channel, oops. Well, that went really quick.
I'm gonna remind you to get a new mouse.
I will get a new mouse, yeah.
Can you take the one out of the room?
I can take my spare out of the room. I have a spare in the bedroom. I have that quick one on. But your channel is the first page of Twitch. Congrats. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. The forum is great. Thank you for having it on stream, Lexi. Thank you, Tia, for being here. Thank you for participating. You know, Crystal, are you okay? Hope your back is getting better.
I'll be fine. Thank you.
I know I'm certainly still learning about transgender issues, says Yellow Timer. It's certainly helpful to be informed these days with all the misinformation and hate. Well, and that's just it. There's a lot of misinformation and hate out there, unfortunately. You know, I have friends with me watching. Do you mind showing your before pictures? I showed one already, Bougie. It's going to have to wait. Let me get through all this stuff and we'll go from there. Bandit Queen says, wait, if testosterone is supposed to be from 11 to 300 males, so then if my doctor told me my levels are low, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Well, that depends. If you're a trans woman, that's great. If you're a cis man, that's bad. You're going to want to get estrogen. But reading what you read me, you're a trans woman, so that's great for you. But you're still going to want to get and suppress whatever's left and get on the hormones, whatever, talking to your doctor. So after andropause, I have the same amount of T as the average cis woman without blockers. Wow. That's crazy. Well, hey, it worked. I'm subbed. It did. Welcome in. Everybody should subscribe because ads make a girl very sad. They do. If I click one little click at a time, it moves. If I go too fast, then it scrolls up. All right, I guess I'm going to have to move it on my own. The actual problem there is cis men, says Evanora. Source of trans predators? Trust me, bro, right? People think we're predators because terrible people have this idea that being trans is a fetish. Yeah, you're absolutely right. People think that being trans is a fetish. Is my life a fetish? Do I act like it's some weird, strange, sexual, weird thing?
No, no.
How do I act as a person?
You just act like you. I mean, we're a normal couple. We have a family, a normal family.
Do I fetishize or fantasize about sex and being trans all the time?
No.
I just act like a normal human.
Yeah.
Yeah, people need to get that shit out of their fucking heads. It is definitely not a fetish. There's nothing great about being discriminated and hated. You know, being the #1 group in the country right now, fucking hated. You know, nothing like it. Yep, also teaching men to be less toxic and creepy. That'd be nice. All women not taking shit from anyone. I agree with Crystal.
Yeah, that's it. We need to just not be afraid anymore, and we need to stand our ground, and then we'll all get along. And we need cis men to be a part of this conversation too.
Yep.
Because this is nuts. This is no way for the human race.
Nope. Evanora says, if a man wants to assault you, a bathroom mandate's not going to change that. That's exactly right. You think the fucking fact that women only on the door is what's going to stop him from freaking assaulting you? I don't think so. I don't think so. Jordan says, every woman should own a cartridge-emitting device and know how to use it. I don't disagree with that. Jamie Wesley, thank you very much for resubscribing on your 15th month. Congratulations and welcome in. Miguel Martinez, I mean, Soar, look it up. Please look at it and tell me if that makes it okay. Who the fuck is Miguel Martinez? And you're going to point out one case of whatever it may be? Guess I'll look it up that way. So back in 2017, one transgender person convicted of sexually assaulting a girl. What about the 850,000 men last year accused of assaulting girls and women? What about them? So you got one bad apple? There's more to this story, by the way. Let me see. It says sexually assaulted 10-year-old girl inside the bathroom of a local home and now faces up to 7 years of prison. Okay. A bathroom of a local home, not in public. Number one. That's important to remember. What she did is not right, but you need to remember this is not something she did in public. This is something she did in the privacy of a home. It's a little different. Don't you think? But that's one example. One. How many transgender people are there? 1.6 million.
And let's remember something. Being trans is not a mental illness. However, that doesn't mean that a small percentage might have a mental illness.
Even
Just
if you
like the
gave
rest
me,
of us.
even if you gave me 10 examples of a trans person assaulting someone in a bathroom, I can give you 10,000 examples of men assaulting women in bathrooms. So even if you give me 10 examples, that is still less than 1/100th of 1% in the big picture of things.
And you have
So
yet,
not every trans person inherently out to hurt somebody.
and you have yet to bring up a public restroom, which is what everybody is talking about.
I gotta hydrate in case you wanted it. So I mean, we're talking 1/100th of 1/10 of a percent. I mean, you're not even like above 1% yet. You know, inherently there are bad people everywhere. There are bad cis men. There are bad cis women. There are bad trans women. There are bad trans men. There are bad trans everybody. There are bad, bad gay people, bad lesbians, I mean, there's bad everybody everywhere.
There are some evil redheads.
Yeah, there are some bad redheads too. I mean, you can't inherently blame. Like I said, even if you find me 10 examples, there's 1.6 million trans people in the world. That's less than 1/100th of 1%. So I mean, it's not a good example. Give me case after case after case after case after case, day after day after day after day of this happening. Then yeah, I might side with you.
And by the way, there have
Of
been
more
a
than one
few-
case that happened 8 years ago.
There have been a few female serial killers.
And so while I understand where you're coming from, KQ, you're giving me one example in 7 years, almost 8. That's one example. Even if you gave me 10, that's one a year or 1.5 a year. That's not a reason to discriminate against an entire fucking community. It's just not. I mean, by that justification, kids should no longer be part of any fucking sport whatsoever because coach after coach after coach has been accused of molesting kids, right? They shouldn't be allowed in church. We shouldn't allow them around pastors, youth group leaders, uncles, dads, men out in public, or any man for that matter, because inherently men have been luring children off of the internet. And I've seen it over and over and over just on TikTok, these child busters that are busting these old ass men that are going after these 12, 13, 14-year-old girls that they think are 14-year-old girls or whatever. And it's always white men married to women.
Who have to call them and cry and tell them what they did.
It's not trans people or drag queens. And so we should just keep our kids and women away from men too then, by that justification. And we don't do that, do we? No, we let kids out every single day, women with men, vice versa, whatever. You cannot demonize an entire community for a couple of people. Otherwise, I could do that to men.
Think about all the school teachers that are
Sleeping with kids.
molesting children.
And we still send our kids to school.
Usually, it's female teachers molesting boys.
Exactly. If a cis male dresses up like a woman to gain access to a women's bathroom or locker room, he's a creep, not trans. Right. Inherently, he's just going to hurt somebody anyway. Evil dude, shoot, can't attack this woman because the door says woman, yeah. Also, if a man wants to assault a woman in the bathroom, he wouldn't need to dress up to enter. That's right. I was just thinking of a woman versus serial killer, right? The panel was good entertainment. It certainly was. You're right. Kylene says, I went to Navy Pier in Chicago with my 8-year-old grandson. He needed to use the bathroom. I took him in with me into the women's restroom. He looked awkward, and I told him loudly, "You're in here with your nanny, and no one's going to say anything to you." Result? No one cared. Not because I fear trans people. It's because I fear bad people. Right. When I was a kid, a white guy tried to get me into his cot. Nah, trans people are the predators? Right. There are predators from all walks of life. I agree.
Yes.
I completely fucking agree. I don't think that anyone is out to hurt anyone specific. Let me see. Oh, I guess that's it. Welcome in, Cinnamon Ghost Crunch. That's a cute name.
Hello.
So it really is a red herring. It doesn't happen very often. And if it does happen, it's maybe one incident every couple of fucking years at this rate. You know, like I said, even if you gave me 10 examples, you know, I remember that back in 2017, as a matter of fact. Yes, but that's not the point. You know, I asked what you said to shoot the victim and said, don't like really care because you keep going back to the men. That's not the point because they keep having once or twice. And whoops, doesn't mean it won't happen again. It's supposed to be acceptable. You're right. It doesn't mean it won't happen again. It also doesn't mean that every man on the planet won't molest a kid again. Every man on the planet won't rape a woman. Every man on the planet won't fucking do this or do that. So there's nothing stopping people. As a matter of fact, here's the thing, KQ. 94% of all assaults that happen in this country, you know who it was. You know the assailant. You know why they did it. You were related to them. They were family friends. They were somebody that you knew. They were an acquaintance. 94% of all people attacked, right? 94% of all people attacked are somebody that you know. And that's a fact. The other 6% are either women or randoms, right? And so that being said, just because it happened once doesn't mean it won't happen again. But it doesn't mean that you need to alienate an entire fucking community for 1, 2, 5, or even 10 people, even 100 people, because you're still talking an entire community that has good intentions. So it's not that I don't care, because I really do give a shit. But I'm not going to allow you to sit here and to demonize my community for a handful of people, less than a handful of people for that matter. It isn't right. We have the right to a bathroom like everybody else. By saying that trans people can't use the bathroom in the gender in which they identify in, you're saying your safety is more important than my safety. That's exactly what you're telling me. You're telling me that you're so worried about your safety that me using a men's room where I could be raped, killed, beat because of how I look, how I dress, and how I appear, that's okay with you as long as you feel safe. That's exactly what you're saying. It's okay if a trans man walks into the bathroom with you, right? He looks like a man, beard, muscle, whole 9 yards. That's okay. Because now it gives men an excuse to walk into a bathroom and just say that they're a trans man. And nobody's going to know the fucking difference. So where do you draw the line, KQ? Is your safety more important than mine, or can we just learn to understand that there are bad people everywhere and that we can't demonize an entire community as a result of it?
I also want to point out to you that that line of conversation goes nowhere towards solving any real problems, because you're just finding mythical ways to change the outcomes in your head. That's it.
Crystal, if you have a little kid about 9 to 12, would you want them to go in the bathroom with a possible predator? Who's to say that a woman isn't a possible predator? And I have children too. See, you can forget that. I have kids too. I have 3 children, all of which were young at one point. And we have one now that's 12 that I would absolutely allow into a bathroom with a trans person in a second.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be sending my children to Bible camp or have them around evangelical Christians. No.
Nobody wants their kid in the bathroom with a predator, but trans people aren't predators. There's always the inherent chance that there'll be a predator somewhere. But it's not going to be, more than likely, it will not be a trans person. As a matter of fact, 99.999999999% it won't be.
It's going to be somebody they know. That's who is going to do something inappropriate. Somebody they know. Somebody they have been taught to trust.
So I don't
That
generally.
is who's going to do it.
So I don't generally give the age of my children, but we have an 11-year-old, right? She walks into the bathroom with me, into the ladies' room. She's not afraid of that, and I'm not a predator. So is that a problem? I would rather send my kid in the bathroom into a ladies' room with a trans woman than I would to trust with a man to take her into a men's room.
Let me ask you, do you think children should be taught to fear certain demographics of people, or do you think that children should be taught that the only monsters on this planet are people that seem really, really nice until they're not, and that if anything inappropriate happens, they need to tell somebody right away?
Right. Anybody could be a predator. It doesn't necessarily have to be a trans person.
But
It could be fucking anybody.
But it's almost always going to be somebody that child has taught to trust.
Yep. Deli says, but like Mark was saying, in so many words, we have to keep each other in check to protect our cause, as goes for cis men. I agree. Onion says, literally anyone can be a possible predator. Should we just never be around humans ever again? Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
But my 11-year-old uses the bathroom with me. What is the problem? See, somehow or another, you have this assumption that all trans people are predators. Well, trans people are just trans people. There's nothing perverted or weird about being trans. It's just I'm a human like everybody else, and I deserve the same safety as everybody else does. Bunpar says, what would you say about people who are concerned about trans women and women's only assault support groups? I used to be in one of those, and to be honest, I wouldn't care if a trans woman was there. I think look, here's the thing, all right? This is the big thing we need to get by. How do I feel about trans women doing this or trans women doing that or trans women are women. They deserve to and should be afforded the same rights as any other women. It doesn't matter if they're trans or not. To be in an assault group as a trans woman, if they were assaulted as a trans woman, then they are a woman who was assaulted and belong in the same fucking space. Trans women are women. Can we just get over this? Trans women are different. How do you feel about it? No. Trans women are women. I am a woman. I'm not a woman only if I don't do this, or only if I don't do that, or only if I don't do this. No. I am a trans woman, and I deserve the same rights and equals and abilities afforded to everyone else. Anybody disagree with that?
I have another question. Do you think that it's necessary to exclude men from those support groups? Because I'm going to tell you right now, I went through a class for victims of domestic abuse, and there were several men in there, and they needed to be in there because they needed to go through the same teaching and reassurance and understanding that the rest of us did. Because guess what? Men can be victims as well.
You know, Budfrost says, even if we're all allowed to use the bathroom according to our biological sex, transphobic cis women will still be terrified when a trans man has to walk in.
They need to stay home. They
That's right.
need to stay home and use the bathroom there and change in their own room, in their own space.
Because
they don't need to be out in polite society.
Well,
with the rest
here's
of
my
us.
other question. How do you know someone's trans? How do you know I'm just not a masculine looking cis woman? You don't. That's just it. You don't. If I show you my license says female. My birth certificate says female. So how do you know I'm just not a masculine looking cis woman? And who the fuck is anybody else to challenge that?
By the
Right? That's the problem. We think we know and we may not.
Right
There are
now-
plenty of trans women that look like Crystal, believe me.
Right now, there are a lot of cis women getting kicked out of bathrooms all over the place.
I mean, if you invading women's bathrooms, you should have a bit of respect. You think I'm invading women's bathrooms? I belong in women's bathrooms, sweetheart.
Honey, I'm offended by you.
Yeah,
I
I'm
am
actually
very
offended by that
offended
statement
by you.
because I use the women's room because I'm a woman, period.
You're on a whole other level of
So,
fragility,
I'm
and
not
I don't
invading
need to be
anything.
associated with you.
And maybe you're not understanding this, but whether I have women bits or not makes no difference. But I happen to have women's bits, and therefore I definitely don't need to be walking into a men's room. And trans women who still have their bits don't need to be walking into a men's room either. And so I'm not invading any women's spaces. I'm where I belong. Again, afforded the same rights and privileges as everybody else.
And I'm just going to say one more time. if you feel that you need to have women's spaces and you need to have them so secure that you're excluding specific types of women, not only trans women, but masc lesbians and so on and so forth, I don't need to be associated with you. You need to keep your ass at home. Don't invade my space.
Yeah, I'm with Yellow Time. You can't invade a women's bathroom if you're a woman, and I'm a woman. Trans women are women, which means it's their space too, right? So you're not entitled to that space any more than I am. You know, whether I look masculine or not makes no damn difference. I still belong there. We had a cis woman from our town. Oops, I lost that one. We had a cis woman from our town molest and sodomize kids from girls and Boy Scouts. Exactly. That's my point. We don't know who these predators are going to be. Mm-hmm. Ridiculous says, oops, I lost it. Hang on. My fucking mouse is all fucked up tonight, so bear with me, guys. Yeah, our parents teach us their kids about safety nowadays. My parents beat it into me to avoid strange adults. Agree.
But it's
and I'm
not
going to act like
strangers
it's
that are
not
the
real,
issue.
KQ, because it's not real. You're literally bringing up a fallacy that you can't prove other than 1 or 2 examples from fucking 8 years ago. It's a fallacy. Nicole says, okay, so you think it would be easier for Lexi and all trans women to go into the bathroom with men? That's a great question. Welcome in, Addit87. Kathy, welcome in. Great to see you. Triners, how are you? I love your nails. Thank you. Evan Ora says, sexual assault happens everywhere, not just the bathroom. In fact, they have happened significantly less in bathrooms. It's just an attempt to draw a line in the sand and exclude trans people. That's correct.
It really is. Trans women specifically.
Yellow Timer says, I can tell from this conversation, I definitely feel more comfortable sharing a restroom with Lexi other than KQ.
Absolutely.
I think transphobes refer to women-only spaces. You're right. My comfort level in a women's bathroom isn't too far off from a man's, but that's my personal experience. Fair enough. Nicole says, we need to have single-serve bathrooms, I guess, and just crazy long wait lines due to the fact people are fearful of someone who is different. I think we should have gender-neutral bathrooms, to be completely honest with you. I think it would make everybody safer. So.
I agree. I don't think there's any reason for the segregation, because even if we have men's and women's rooms, we are still discriminating against everybody else.
Sexual assault on men is more common than women, but women report sexual assault more than men. I'm surprised at the comments tonight. Me too, Kylene. Jordan says, your voice would give away that you are not a cis woman. Sorry. Oh, you think so? Hold that thought, Jordan.
Thank y'all for covering me and all the exposure that you gave me, my family, to get me home. I really appreciated that. That coverage was much needed. I would like to.
Jordan, is that a man or a woman? You tell me. That a cis man or a cis woman? I've heard that higher traffic bathroom is safer because predators are less likely to act to people around. Low key, like wouldn't gender neutral bathroom to stall be a solution? Yeah, actually, Nightmare, I'm with you. We advocate for gender neutral spaces. So, I can't even tell you what they're trying to say. I know. My work has gender neutral bathrooms here in Texas. It's great. That's awesome. Yellow Timer says, I'm pretty sure I've met more masculine women than Lexi that are cis. We could spend lots of time transvestigating. I love that. Everyone, or we would all just be the restroom, wash our hands, and leave like damn adults. I agree. Bunpar says, I have a deep voice as a female, and many people often call me male, and yet I'm not a male. Make it make sense. Right. So, Jordan, once again, is that a man or a woman? Okay, so my voice technically would not give me away because there's many. Brittany Grenier is one example, right? So Brittany Grenier is one example, but that doesn't mean shit. And I just proved that. She's only one woman. There are many women out there with deep voices who can't help themselves. So it's a really bad example, Jordan. My voice technically wouldn't give me away. You listen to somebody like Brittany Grenier, and that really says everything. You cannot rely on somebody's voice. You just can't.
Welcome in, Spackle.
But it's great to see you anyway, and welcome in, Spackle Pirate. Now, Bunfart had asked a question earlier, and since they're still here, I'm going to ask it. It says, what I wanted to ask was, I want to ask a question that engages everyone, but I'm sitting here listening to you explain puberty blockers, Lexi, and I think about how much time you dedicate to breaking stigma and promoting education about the trans experience, and especially on top of all the hate and harassment you get for this. Are you doing okay? Is this exhausting? How do you take care of yourself with a devotion like this? Really great question. First off, thank you for asking if I'm okay. Thank you. I really, really appreciate that. I do. I appreciate someone asking if I'm okay mentally, physically, emotionally, whatever it may be. I'm okay. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I'm emotionally beat down, to be completely honest with you. I am. I'm emotionally fucking beat.
Been a while since we had a vacation.
Yep. But I'm okay, you know? But I am. I'm emotionally beat down, especially in the last few weeks, with all of the viral videos going down. You know, the oh God, the hate. It's rough. So am I okay? I'm okay. It gets to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a human, guys. It gets to me. Yeah. Why do you ask that question? Because it beats me up. It does. I try to think to myself inherently that people are really, really good people. But I go to the videos like that. And I remind myself how fucking cruel people truly are. I do. So it's funny. I read that earlier and I'm like, oh God, I can't answer this now. Because I knew I'd break down crying. But it's tiring. It's exhausting. You try to, like, every day you try to defend your existence as a human. You know? Like, every day I fight for my existence, if that makes sense. You know, everybody, every time I meet somebody new, I have to defend who I am. And it sucks, right? So, yeah, it beats me up. It kills me. It hurts. It hurts to hear people say the things they do. You know, I've had people tell me to kill myself. That I should be taken out back. That I should be hung. That I should be drowned. That I should... whatever. But I don't really do it for me. Does that make sense? I don't do it for me. It's not about me. You know, I'm pretty strong as a person. I can take one hell of a beating. And I have. And I do. But I don't do it for me. I don't do it for her. I do it for everyone else. Because there's not... most people shouldn't have to defend their existence every day. They shouldn't have to explain why they even have the right to use a fucking bathroom. They shouldn't have to explain why they are who they are. They shouldn't have to fight for their right to exist, to be treated equally. We're just people. I live a life like anybody else does. I have to eat. I have to see a doctor. I have to, you know, spend time with my wife and my kids and my family. And I have a job and bills and responsibilities. And I do the same thing everybody else does. And so, yeah, it's really fucking hard. But I'm tired. I am. Especially after the last few weeks. It's been really hard. Oh, shit. Fuck. So yeah, it's hard, nonetheless. And so I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. I'm gonna keep fighting because there's so much misinformation and hate, and you know, our community doesn't deserve it. I don't deserve it. How do I take care of myself? I walk away. To answer your question, I walk away. I spend time with my wife. I think about nothing to do with any of this.
Lock the building and go home.
Yep. Once I step out that door, I just forget about it. I have to. Because despite all the hate that I take, all the people that troll me, all the terrible comments that I take every single day, everything I've read on YouTube and Twitter and Facebook and Instagram, and I don't think I don't see the comments. Of course I do. I don't want to read them, but I see them. You know, when I'm watching a video, I might listen to it, scroll down a little bit, and I don't have to see many to know. I can see a handful, maybe two. I know how the other 5,000 are going to go. But, you know, there's one thing about this that people forget. Just one. I'm just a human. And I'm a person like everybody else. And I don't deserve it. And so, I keep fighting every day. And I'll keep doing it every day. Whether I have fun doing it, whether it's hard to do, whether I continue to get trolled.
Monica0708 cheered. X1050. You are valid. We love you. You are strong.
You know, whether I get trolled, thank you, Monica. Whether, you know, there's just so much hate out there. There's a group that's been hating on me since last September. And that's hard enough. And then you see all this shit that goes viral. And while the viral is good, I'm happy to have it.
You have to be strong.
That's it. This is a really hard time, and I know that it doesn't stop with these videos, and it's not going to. Give me a second. Shut up, and I'm sorry. That viral video isn't going to stop there. It's going up. It's going to go up. And I know it. It's slowly making its way to creator, to creator, to creator. It's going to hit national news. I know it's going to. And that's hard. It's hard for many reasons. One, it puts my family in the spotlight. It puts them in the spotlight. Two, it may involve my kids. That's huge for me. I try to keep my kids' privacy as much as I can. It's a big part of all of this. Keeping them sheltered from this. And so I know that eventually this is going to go a little higher. And a little higher. And a little higher. Until it's here. And it has nowhere else to go. And then it turns into a Dylan Mulvaney situation. Now, yeah, I want everybody to know who I am. I do. I'm not going to say no, I don't, because I do. But it just puts a lot of things in the spotlight in people that don't deserve to be there. And that's one of my biggest worries. You know, I can take the comments about my teeth, fine. Whatever. I can take the comments about my voice, about my looks. It's just people. But I have an excellent mod team. Number one. I have a mod team that's carried me up to this point, who has kept us safe here, who continues to keep me safe. And they try to not tell me about any of this shit. And they do. They do. They really, really do, guys. They try to tell me about none of this. They want me to be protected and safe. And I get it. And I understand it. And I know why they do it. But ultimately, I end up hearing about it anyway. But they do their damnedest to keep me safe from it. And so when that happens, they'll be here. And when it gets on the news, or when it makes national headlines, or when it gets to Matt Walsh's desk, or Ben Shapiro's desk, or Jordan Peterson's desk, that'll be my opportunity to speak out. That'll be my opportunity to get the word out. That'll be my opportunity to really show the world that so many things are missing for us, and there's so much misinformation out there because nobody's doing it. People like Caitlyn Jenner, they're not doing it. People like Blair White are saying that they categorize themselves as men, followed by the word woman. It's okay. And I'm okay. And I'm going to be okay. Whether it blows over tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, it doesn't matter. What matters is now is the time to fight. Now is the time to put the word out. Now is the time to get the misinformation out of the way. Things like KQ, for instance. Big misinformation. Thank you, Iris May, for the 100 as well.
Iris_May cheered. X100.
Boy, that's loud. Is that on me or is... I think that's maybe down here. Yep, that's down there. Okay, good. Anyway.
Giancarlo 1577 cheered.
I really appreciate you asking me that. I do. Yes, I'm okay. Yes, I'm tired. Yes, I'm exhausted. But at the same time,
Nicole Hennessy 915 cheered. X500.
I'll get my point across. And we'll educate the world together. You, me, and everyone here. So, thank you for asking. I appreciate it. And I'll continue to filter the hate and see what's happening. And we'll get it done. And I guess we're going to do Hype Train now. So we're going to change the subject because I want to stop crying. So let's change the subject. And let's get going. Level 1, 35%, 422. It's time to rock on for a few
Flash
minutes.
warning. If you're sensitive to flashing lights, turn your phone over and put it down.
Speaking of being just fine, I'm just fine. And thank you, Casey. I appreciate that. Come on, guys. Let's do it. Let's stay till midnight. We haven't done that yet. It's 11 o'clock. I should be off, technically. So let's do it. Giancarlo dropping in with 200 biddies. Thank you, Giancarlo. Lexi, our Shat's throwing down 100 biddies at 50% at 257 level 1. Thank you, Shat's. Thank you again, Giancarlo. Evanora the Lovely throwing down 575% at 249. Level 1, thank you again. I hope not, Deli. Deli with 100 bits to 80% at 235. Level 1, thank you, Deli. Giancarlo with 69 biddies at the 2-minute mark, 83% at level 1. Thank you very much, Giancarlo, you dirty girl. Come on, guys, let's get this moving. You want to stay late or you want to go home? Up to you. Bandit Queen with 50 biddies to 1 minute 30 seconds, level 1. Thank you, Bandit Queen. Mortal Pigeon giving out 1 tier 1 sub. Kylene with 500 bits. Deli throwing 1 to Foxy. Thank you, Mortal Pigeon. Thank you, Kylene, and thank you, Deli. Nicole Hennessy with 10,000 biddies. Holy shit. Thank you, Nicole. Off to level wherever the hell we go. Thank you very, very much. Loopy Cam with 100 bits as we cross over to level 3. Thank you again. Wow. Thank you, Nicole. Wow. Thank you. Thank you, Loopy. Holy shit. Thank you. Yellow Timer throwing down their first tier 1 sub to the community, taking level 5 to 42% at 428. Wow, thank you again, Yellow Timer. Thank you again, Nicole Hennessy, for the 10,000 biddies. That's amazing. Level 5, 42%, 418. Let's keep going, guys. You're doing great. Thank you, everybody. Nicole Hennessy with 1,000 biddies to 60% at 402, level 5. Thank you again, Nicole Hennessy. Mortal Pigeon, thank you very much, honey. We love having you. I'll wait to see him, Nelly. Loopy Cam with 100 to 62% at 348, level 5. Thank you, Loopy. Oh, well, thank you, Ridiculous. You are perfectly valid, sweetheart, and real. Guys, level 5, 62%, 3 minutes to go. Let's finish this train, and let's get till 4 a.m. This is our last day here until Wednesday on a regular schedule, so let's keep going. Don't stop, make it pop, DJ blow my speakers up tonight. I'ma fight till we see the sunlight. Tick tock on the clock, but the party don't stop. No. Don't stop, make it pop, DJ blow my speakers up tonight. I'ma fight till we see the sunlight. Tick tock on the clock, but the party don't stop. No. Loopy Cam dropping 5 tier 1 subs, locking in the next hour, taking us off to level 6. Thank you again, Loopy Cam. That was amazing. I believe that is your 20 you've thrown to this channel. So thank you very, very much. Nicole Hennessy with another 1,000 as we cross over to level 6. Let's see where we start. The party don't stop till just a girl Lexi says so. Level 6, 19%, 428. Thank you again, Loopy Cam and Nicole. All right, guys, level 6, 19%, 350 to go. Here's your next hour right here, so let's keep it rocking.
Waste time with the masterpiece, to waste time with the masterpiece. You should be rolling me, you should be rolling me. You're a real life fantasy, you're a real life fantasy. But you're moving so carefully, let's start living dangerously.
Well, thank you, Ridiculous. This is called our hype train. This is how we do it here. So, like I said, close to level 10 and close. Level 14, 47%, Lydia. Get you guys a 24-hour. All right, level 6, 19%, 3 minutes to go. Who wants 1 a.m.? Giancarlo with 100 biddies to 20% at 245, level 6. Thank you, Giancarlo. Guys, you won't have another opportunity, so now's the time to get it. Well, Brandy, we're here, sweetie.
Waste time with the masterpiece, to waste time with the masterpiece. You should be rolling me, you should be rolling me. You're a real life fantasy, you're a real life fantasy. But you're moving so carefully, let's start living dangerously.
Nope, that's the only one I won't play, Dakota. I just won't. Ridiculous with 100 bits at 21% at 157, a level 6. Fuck it, I'll play it. All right, guys, level 6, 21%, 138. This is your last chance to keep us past midnight. Let's do it.
7 days a week. Wet ass pussy. Make that pull out game weak. Yeah, you fucking with some wet ass pussy. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass pussy. Give me everything you got.
Nikki throwing down her 2,378 subs at Karen, taking us to 28% at 110, level 6. Thank you, Karen. Last call, guys.
Hop on top, I wanna ride. I do a giggle, what is inside? Spit in my mouth, look in my eyes. This pussy is wet, come take a dive. Tie me up like I'm surprised. That's role play. I wear disguise. I want you to park that.
Giancarlo with 100 bits at 29%, less than a minute to go. Thank you again, Giancarlo. Guys, less than 45 seconds.
Got this ring.
Gobble me, swallow me, drip down inside of me. Quick jump out for you, let it get inside of me. I tell them where to put it, never tell them where I'm at.
Deli with 69 bits at 30% at 38 seconds, level 6. Thank you, Deli. Monica with 5 tier 1 subs at 64% at 30 seconds. Monica, that is 2,755 subs you've thrown to this channel. Thank you very much, Monica. 64%, 20 seconds, level 6.
If you wanna see some wet
ass pussy. Look, I need a hard hit, I need a deep stroke, I need a Henny drink, I need a weed smoke. Not a garden snake, I need a king cobra with a hook in it, hope it lean over. He got some money, then that's where I'm headed. Pussy A1, just like his credit. He got a beard, well I'm tryna wet it. I let him taste it, now he diabetic. I don't wanna spit, I wanna go, I wanna gag, I wanna choke. I want you to touch that little dangly thing that's swinging the back of my throat. My head game is fire, Punani the sunny is going and drying, it's coming outside, yeah. I run on that thing, the cuz behind me, I spit on his mic and I he tryna sign me.
Your Honor, I'm a freak bitch, handcuffs, leashes. Switch my wig, make him feel like he cheating. Put him on his knees, give him something to believe in. Never lost a fight, but I'm looking for a beat. In the food chain, I'm the one that eat you. If he ate my ass, he's a bottom feeder. Big D stand for big demeanor. I can make you bust before I ever meet you. If it don't hang, then he can't bang. You can't hurt my feelings, but I like pain. If he fuck me and ask who's is it when I ride the dick, I'ma spell my name.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you fucking with some wet ass pussy. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass pussy. Give me everything you got for this wet ass pussy. Now from the top, make it drop. That's some wet ass pussy. Now get a bucket and a mop. That's some wet ass pussy. I'm talking wop, wop, wop. That's some wet ass pussy. Macaroni in a pot. That's some wet ass pussy, huh?
Okay, enough of that. I hate that song. I really, truly do. All right, let's get the horns out for you guys. They're coming. Give me 1 second to pull them in, and we'll get that done for you guys. That was an amazing train. Because Monica threw down 1,000 beats earlier, or 1,000 bits earlier, and I've had a few bits come in, we're going to do the whole 1 p.m. or 1 a.m. thing. So thank you again, Monica, and everyone. Nicole, thank you guys so much. Here we go. All right, I got one horn going out to my girl Monica with an impressive 2,755 subs to this channel. I got another one going out to Giancarlo. Thank you very much, Giancarlo. I got to throw another one out to Loopy Cam. Thank you, Loopy Cam. I got to throw one out to Evanora the Lovely. And one more to my girl, Nicole Hennessy. This is a double train hit. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I really appreciate everything you do here.
Woo! Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. You're all amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much. So ridiculous, and all you new folks, that's how we do hype trains here on Live with Lady Lexi. So thanks for the change of pace on that when I really needed that. So thank you. But I do have to respectfully thank Bunfart for that as well, because it really was a great question. Yeah. And it was worth asking. Nobody, I don't think anybody's ever really asked me if I'm okay and how I'm doing.
Not
so,
like that, no.
Yeah, not like that. So I really do appreciate that. That says a lot. So you guys have got the 1 a.m. spot. We're good to go. Thank you again, Monica, for the 5 tier 1 subs, the 1,000 bits you threw earlier. I have no problem throwing it to you guys. You're amazing. So thank you. All right, so moving on. So there were some questions that we got earlier from Bandit Queen as well. Now, we had gone over a few of those already, but there was another couple that I really wanted to throw on there, and they were really fucking long. And then I'm gonna read what these writes, or what they wrote after that too. And you guys can see it. So we had started with, should they be called, number 5, which was, should transgender people call the gender they identify as? Well, let's go to number 6. Which we just talked about. So let's do the last question. That was trans people in sports. So let's do the last question. Should transgender people be allowed to use the same bathrooms and locker rooms as the sex they changed to? The question bothers me heavily. I don't have a clear answer because before transitioning, I would say no. After transitioning, yes. Because once you transition, you no longer have the parts that would be liability if something were to happen. And so I'm going to go on to read the end of this because we've kind of already covered these. But we're going to do it again. And it says, I don't know if these questions change how I am viewed as a trans person myself, but these are the things that have been bothering me daily since learning about these things that become a pressing issue on my mind. It drives me nuts and makes me wonder if what I want is something that will be harmful to me and those who I care about. I just want to find love as a woman. I have always dreamt of being, finding the person who loves me for me, whether they are male or female, and live a happy life. All any person really wants at the end of the day is acceptance and love, and that is the belief that I can take to the bank in the any day of the week. I know a lot of these questions have a whole lot of debate, and you have your own view on them, and that is what I am wanting to hear. An opinion that isn't led by an extremist of any side. Thank you for taking the time to read this, and I hope you have a good day and have a happily blessed. You can use this on stream if you want. So we kind of already covered a lot of that, and I just wanted to make sure that we covered it all. So should trans people play sports? Yeah, of course they should. Should trans people be using the bathroom in which the gender they identify as? Yeah, absolutely. It's the safer alternative for everybody involved, whether you're a trans man or a trans woman, because if a trans man is using the women's restroom, he is not safe. He's not safe because he risks getting harassment from a husband. He risks getting harassment from the women. He risks getting, shot or beat up by somebody else. And it creates a lot of issues and confusion for kids and other people, right? He belongs in the men's room. Trans women, on the other hand, kind of have a double whammy when it comes to this one because a lot of us still appear very, very masculine. Most of us don't, quote, pass, if you will. But that's not the point. The point is that's where we feel the safest, and that's where we should be. The problem arises when you have cisgendered women who are creating problems and telling us we don't belong there, even though we do. And by the way, they are very few and far between, just so you guys know. They are very few, far between. But then you have cis women telling us that we don't belong there. We have husbands who want to beat us up on the way out because, they think they were hurting their wives or their kids. And then you have the inherent danger of being harassed and or beat. If I use the men's room, I have the same fucking problem over there. I'm going to get my ass kicked. I'm going to have to deal with harassment. I'm going to be pushed out of the bathroom because I'm a woman. So the question asked, where the fuck am I supposed to pee? If I can't pee in the ladies' room comfortably and I can't pee in the men's room comfortably, where am I supposed to go?
I like to point out something that really should be disturbing to everybody in here as far as Florida is concerned. At this point, if you're questioned, whatever bathroom you go into, if you're questioned, they can take your DNA.
Yep.
We've never had a law where they can
Well, they have yet to figure out how they're going to enforce it, but that's what they say they want to do.
forcefully take your DNA for testing.
Which they can't do because it's a violation of your Fourth Amendment rights, by the way.
But they'll do it.
Only if you let them. We gotta hydrate, by the way.
I already hydrated.
Okay, I'm gonna run in a minute and pee. So, how far is your couch from the rear wall and also from the screen? Can you walk behind the couch?
We have a table about this wide. We have a sofa table right here, which all the stuff is sitting on, and that's up against the wall, and the couch is up against that. So we cannot walk behind the couch.
No. And as far as how far am I from the TV? I don't know, 8 feet, give or take, 8 feet.
About that. I if the furniture wasn't in here, I could probably lay down.
Yeah, probably about 8 feet or so, give or take. And if you pee outside, you'll be arrested. Right, exactly. So where am I supposed to use the fucking bathroom? That this is where this whole people are fragile and they're worried about someone assaulting them when they're in a bathroom. It's a fucking fallacy, and it doesn't happen. It's so fucking rare that it's just not an issue that we ever need to fucking worry about as human beings, Can we just do that Bugs Bunny meme where he just cuts off Florida? Yeah, right? Guess not,
it
right?
really bothers me because that was my home.
That's a bit fucking
I
ridiculous.
mean, never
It is,
see
but
it again, but that was my home.
Might be my crooked eyes messing with me. Maybe, Giancarlo. Maybe. Hold on a damn minute. Can I point out something? You can point out whatever the fuck you like, young lady. You could point out whatever the fuck you want. This is an open conversation stream. You are welcome to state your opinion. Speak now or forever hold your peace. I mean, it's one of those things that people are so worried about, of this big fallacy that the big, bad, scary trans person is going to help somebody, hurt somebody. It's like, come on, give me a break. We can't ask people with, quote, support, end quote, dogs to see certificate to have their dog in a store, but we can take someone's DNA. Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, the state of Florida has decided that's how it's going to be.
Did you lock our room?
I did. If you walk into a bathroom,
Right back.
okay, and somebody tells you, I don't think you're in the right bathroom, I'd like you to leave. And if you don't leave, or if you insist you're in the right bathroom, the state of Florida can forcefully take your DNA and test it now. And then you can go to prison. Yeah. In fact, there was a lesbian couple who was just arrested for kissing in front of a child. Technically, I mean, that's prison and being put on the registry. A lewd act in front of a child. So I'm never going home. Not with everything like this. I'm never gonna get to go home. The fuck it's peeing. Can we just, yeah, I know. And we call him death sentence here. We don't call him Ron DeSantis. We call him death sentence. We're going backwards. That's heartbreaking and terrifying. Yep. Wow. Yeah. Yes. That happened. He has some crazy vids these days playing all the time by me. So in their eyes, can a man not kiss a woman in public? Oh no, that's fine. That's not a lewd act in front of a child. You're glad you live in Canada? Yeah. A lot of this demented way of thinking is actually crossing the border into Canada. So you might want to guard your rights there. Because you could wind up just like America. And America could end up just like Florida, Texas, Not good. What about long-haired cis men kissing women? So far as I know, there are no laws against that now. Yeah, it should terrify you, Anna. But so if I go to Florida and kiss a girl in public, yes, you can, because it happens. It does happen. I think this stems from confusion distinguishing drag queens and trans people. No, they're pretty much against both. Was Lexi okay before? I came in at an intense moment. Yes. She's okay. She was okay before. She's okay now. It's going to be all right. You're from Kentucky? So that's not so far off from Florida and Texas right now. We seem to have like this circle that's kind of merging in together of hatred. Yeah, it's unfortunate we're having a bad influence on our neighbors up north. Yeah, we are. Hey, Southern Tea.
Come here. Come on. Sorry, I need my dog. Sorry.
It's okay. You should probably have her sit with you.
I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Come here, Harley. Come on. Lay down. Sorry, I had to grab my dog, guys.
Okay.
Go ahead. Sorry.
You just don't want to deal with this mouse. That's what you should have got while you were in there.
I can go back and grab the other one in a second. I always say anyone should be
Hey,
able to be who
Bailey.
they want to be, or who they love. Go back. I was reading that.
I didn't go anywhere. It went by itself.
Stop there. Give me. Okay, just there we go. I always say, says Nymeria. Whoops. All
See,
right,
I
it's going
didn't
by
do
itself.
anything.
Anyone should be able to be who they want to be or who consensually is, so long as they don't hurt anyone. And I think they're low key know that, which is why they try to make it seem like the LGBTQ plus community is doing what they aren't. If you take any Disney movie, etc., Cinderella, if it was Cinderello and the prince was finding their shoe, they would hate that. It's just homophobia in that scenario. It's nothing to do with grooming. To them, grooming is being queer. You're right. You're absolutely right. I'm not even trans, and I'm furious over this DNA threat crap. Well, I mean, everybody should be furious over
Well,
it, you know, because you
it's-
can be accused of being trans and say that you're
You
not, and they're
Yeah.
still going to take your DNA, so you should be fucking
You could
furious.
be a cis woman, and they're gonna wrestle you down and take your DNA.
Yep.
If they decide that you don't look feminine enough, they're not gonna care what your ID says.
That's right. So, I don't know why that posted twice. That's all right. It happens. I hear Canada's been casting a shadow over the northern states with these fires. They've been doing more than northern. We've been seeing it down in the southern states too. And now we got some storm coming in from the Middle East that's supposed to leave some
The
dust and
dust
stuff
cloud.
kicking around. Yeah. Love you too there, Bougie. Honestly, I'm thinking of just moving to New Mexico. I know it's not the safest state, but it's a trans sanctuary state. I can easily transfer there. Actually, it is one of the safest states right now in the union. So,
That might
You
be
know.
a good idea.
I'm fine. Southern T, you'll be able to go back and watch what happened in a little bit. I'm sure somebody clipped it. Who knows? So far as against drag queens goes, what is the difference between those who enjoy dressing up in costume and drag queens enjoying dressing in costume? Nothing. Not a goddamn thing. What's the difference between a clown or, what's the
Every
difference between a
single-
clown or a fucking drag queen? Nothing. Just makeup and clothes.
Every single actor, actress, every
News
entertainer,
anchor.
everywhere is in drag. That's a fact.
Even news anchors wearing makeup.
Yeah,
You know?
that's a fact because they're doing it for entertainment purposes. They are getting dressed up for entertainment purposes. So every single even Disney, Broadway, all of it is drag.
And Yellowtime, you might be right. Minnesota's a good place too. It's too fucking cold for me. And Kimmy, yeah, another drag combo. What happens? How long, Lils? We're here till 1 a.m. at the moment. And, Melody's right. I mean, drag queens aren't hurting anybody. It's no different than anybody else. I don't mean to compare a drag queen to a clown, but my point is that they're dressing in a costume that's not of a quote, and has makeup on that's different from societal norms, I guess, if you will. And so, it is what it is. They just performers, just like a clown or
Yeah.
any actor or a news anchor, because news anchors are freaking plastered in makeup,
Yeah.
for those of you that don't know.
And anybody can be a drag queen.
You're right,
In
Giancarlo.
fact, Kimmy is a cisgendered woman and she does drag.
Yep.
So,
Well, Nymeria says it really good. We're all born naked. The rest is drag. RuPaul. It's true. We should all be worried about how our kids can't go outside without getting raped and murdered by a sicko. Right. Or getting shot in school, for that matter. These are the things we should be worrying about. We should be worrying about the LGBTQ and calling us groomers, because that's just not the case. There was something I saw earlier, and there's a website for it. I just got to look up the damn website. I think it's in Today's News, or what's in today's news.com, I think it is. Let me see. What the hell's the name of that site? It's got statistics as far as like abuse is concerned. Let's see if I can find it. No. God, there's something. I'll find the website, but it talks about all the people who are hurting children, except Colleen Bollinger, who was grooming kids. I don't know who Colleen Bollinger was. I'm gonna have to look that up. So I'll copy it and paste it and get back to you in a minute. So last week, past accusations that Bollinger had, quote, inappropriate relationship with minors surfaced on TikTok, with some social media users resurfacing old clips and others sharing their personal experience with Bollinger. In some case, Bollinger had addressed the allegations years ago. Yeah, I don't know anything about it.
I'm not even familiar with who she is.
Me neither. She's a YouTuber. Shows what I fucking know.
Oh, she's the one who does the. Oh my God.
So Trisha Paytas says oversharing podcast with Colleen Bollinger is over after accusations of inappropriate conduct with minors. She's the one that does what?
Miranda. The kids watched Miranda.
Oh,
Miranda's
okay.
things. Oh.
Okay, so
Okay,
this
I
is
do
all
know
very
who this
embarrassing. It
is.
says it's very embarrassing at the end of the day. I don't get embarrassed by many things like, obviously, Paytas said, the podcast ending 3 episodes is embarrassing. Us doing all this is embarrassing. It takes a lot for me to get embarrassed. Oversharing published their first podcast May 23rd and ran 3 episodes, with the last one being published on June 6th. The end of the podcast comes as Bollinger faces multiple controversies online after she was accused of sharing inappropriate exchanges with underage fans. Bollinger addressed the accusations in a video she shared on YouTube channel, where she sang her responses to the tune of Ukulele. A lot of people are saying some things about me that aren't quite true. Doesn't matter if it's true, though, just as long as it's entertaining to you, right? She says. She denied any wrongdoing. Bollinger, who also had a show on Netflix that ran for 2 seasons, was recently accused of performing in blackface after a video resurfaced where she's seen performing Beyonce's Single Ladies. In a statement given to NBC News, Bollinger's legal team denied she painted her face black and clarified she was wearing green face like the witch from Wicked. She painted her face green from like the witch from Wicked. After that number, she went right into Single Ladies while wearing the green makeup. At that time, she closed all her shows with the Beyonce number. It was one of the most popular bits, the statement read. That's it. That's all I've got. So we're accusing her, but we haven't proven that she's done anything. So we probably shouldn't be talking about her. Right? She had alter ego. I'm going to talk to my work about transferring tomorrow. There you go. Cool. She had a Netflix show. Yeah, I didn't know anything about it. Yep, sending inappropriate texts to kids and doing inappropriate adult in her show. Yeah, see, I haven't seen it, so I don't know. She's been accused, not convicted. So, I mean, there's a difference between being accused and being convicted, right? You know, we're all innocent until proven guilty, are we not? You should see how many Minecraft YouTubers end up being predators and saying all cis men. Oh, I'm not surprised. That wouldn't surprise me at all. Ridiculous.
Yeah, that's really not shocking.
No. I've always had a weird thing with grown men playing video games with children. So, Lexi, I had an update on my friend at the bar. She's the bartender who had the guy saying that they identify as female and enter the club without paying a cover. They changed the policy that it's a smaller cover and everyone pays now. So there's that. See? So solve the problem. That's kind of what I was saying last time. Just have everybody pay a cover and the problem solved. Oh, sassy girl, honey, you dirty boy. Asking kids if they're virgins in text messages to kids under 15 is gross. I don't disagree with you, but show the proof. You know, show me the proof of the conviction and I'm down. You know, but I don't accuse anybody until I know. That would be wrong of me to do. Right? Don't you agree? She was sharing Trisha Paytas' legal sex working pics to underage teens to make fun of her while pretending to be her friends, but it was a huge thing because she was constantly doing inappropriate stuff to minors. No, there's lots of proof that came out. Okay, so I mean, there's lots of proof, and you know that's you know, that being said, I mean,
We're just not versed in
I'm just
all
not
this.
versed in it,
We
so-
don't know. We don't know, so we can't sit here and really say anything because we don't know anything about it.
I've heard of Finster and Nastelak, but I don't remember who they are or what they do. To be honest, I'd be more worried about T-Paytas. She always end up in the middle of a controversy, right? That's why everyone is mad because there's proof and nothing has happened yet. See, Nicole, I don't know anything about it. And so it's hard to, you know, it's hard to talk about something that you don't know anything about because then I sound ignorant and I hate sounding ignorant. So can Nicole or somebody send me some information on this to show me what we're talking about?
Because we always tell all of you not to take everything that we say as the gospel. Look it up. do your own research. Learn how to do your own research.
Right. I only came
So-
across one article, so
So we really can't talk about this.
yeah, it's hard to say yes and okay here without really actually knowing anything.
Yeah, I mean, in our case, it would just be gossip, and we don't do that.
No, we try to spit facts here, and you guys know that. We're all about the facts. Just the facts, ma'ams.
Nightbot is always so sweet.
It sure is. I wonder if Nightbot has pronouns.
They. Them.
I was being facetious. It's a bot. It doesn't have anything. It.
How are you going to say that when AI becomes sentient?
AI will still be it. Right, guys? Even if AI comes out, AI can't have a pronoun. It doesn't exist. It's still it. No, am I wrong?
If it's sentient,
It's still an it. It's not a human. It's it. Bot, robot, right.
you would lose your mind if I called your dog it.
You call my dog she or her or them.
You want me to call your dog it?
Well, no,
It's
because...
not a human.
Yeah, okay. It's not a living, breathing thing. How's that? Better?
Well, when AI has a consciousness, it will.
Right. Nicole says, yeah, no, I understand. I think most came out on Twitter, but I think it was brought up as more of a talking point of the fact that it's a cis woman who is the one doing the grooming, not someone who was trans woman. No, and okay, I can see it from that point of view. Absolutely. Yeah, I can absolutely see it from that point of view, Nicole. It's not a trans woman, it's an actual cis woman doing the predatoring, if you will. No, it's a great point. He's a British streamer who dresses in drag and passes very well. He started as a dare and evolved into a whole persona. It's normalizing drag, in my opinion, though he is still young and does young man things at times. Well, that's okay. Drag queen's just an alter ego, isn't it? I mean, Kimmy, wouldn't a drag queen just be an alter ego? Right? Adam McIntyre is one of her victims, and 3 years ago made a video about Colleen and the grooming she did to him. Just recently, people took this seriously. He had videos on YouTube. Send me some links to that stuff if you would. If it becomes Sentinel, it is still artificial. Yes, it is. What time do we get? We got until 1 o'clock.
How do we know we are?
So here's the question: if artificial becomes sentient, whatever, would it can be considered an it, or would it have a pronouns? Well, I'm happy for you, Wishline. Congratulations on being a black Mexican pizza Dracula. Congratulations. I'm happy for you.
Yeah, but in all seriousness, if something is self-aware, capable of learning, capable of emotions, then, I mean, that's a life form.
Not unless it has a heartbeat. It's not.
Well, that's not how we're classified as live. It's brainwaves. We're classified by brainwaves, aren't we?
I do not believe so, no. Got me hungry, says Giancarlo, right? KC, would that still be like Siri? Yeah, except in a consciousness. And thank you, Dablob. Thank you. Thank you very much. I mean, Siri doesn't have a consciousness. I mean, there's actual real voice behind Siri, but Siri's not like sitting in an office somewhere talking to you. I mean, it's just recorded verses, words put together to make AI. I mean, Apple came out with AI years ago. Wishline was offending my stomach. Wishline was just being an ass, a troll. I bet Wishline is a man. If I had to guess.
Betcha he's not.
Okay, pretending to be. My apologies. Drag is definitely like an alter. Some people consider it themselves just like another side of them. Some say it's a character. It's a bit more than dress up, but it's also harmless and fun and just very expressive art form. Well, I wasn't trying to minimize it just down to dress up. I was just trying to make a very simple point. You know what I mean? Obviously, it's an ego or a character for some, and it's more than dress up because there's a lot of work that goes into that shit. But I mean, I was just kind of trying to make it simple. Don't burst my bubble. Siri is my friend. Oh, hey, have you seen the episode where Sheldon dreams of walking in on Siri then in the office? It wasn't Sheldon. It was Raj Koothrappali. Yeah. The AI is craziness anymore. The AI is absolutely crazy. So did we get midnight? I did one better than that, Deli. I gave you guys 1 a.m. because Monica came in with 5 tier 1 subs. It brought it up to like 60%, 65% or whatever. And then she had tossed down some bits, and some people had tossed down some bits prior to that. So I just said, fuck it, and made it one. They say it can become a huge problem. Well, actually, that's true. They're actually trying to find a way to tune it down now because it's already taken off on its own.
Well, see, here's the thing. We don't really know beyond the scope of our understanding. We don't know what we are. For all we know, we could be in a computer simulation.
Well, it's funny because Lexi, can you prove to us right now that we are not watching AI? No, I can't. I cannot. I can pinch myself. I can pinch my wife and tell you that she's real because I'm touching her. But can I tell you that we're not in a simulation? No, there's actually a lot of theories out there that we're a simulation. There's actually theories about it. Legit theories from real fucking like important people.
Yeah.
So can I say that? No.
But as far as AI,
It does make me wonder if there's
you
somebody
know,
watching me on a puppet string now.
to be quite honest, I love sci-fi. Not only because it's interesting to ponder these things, but you can actually watch them come true over time. All of them.
But it is
pretty
interesting
much.
to think that we could be. I mean, to think somebody is like watching a computer screen somewhere, watching this all go down as I'm watching something else on a computer screen. Maybe I'm dead and I don't even realize it.
But
Maybe she's dead. Maybe we're dead together and we're just as our little hell. I mean, we don't fucking know. Right?
But my point is, they have been prepping us with sci-fi over this very thing.
Well, there's an awful
They
lot
have
about
been-
aliens.
They have been prepping us for quite a long time. I mean, decades. They've been prepping us on computers becoming sentient.
And alien
And
technology.
then we have choices to make. Do we try to force another sentient life form to be, there again, servants, servitude, slaves for us? Or do we learn to coexist with them and not try and do the whole thing of we're better than you because we're real and you're not? What do? We're constantly going through that.
Yep.
See how that works?
Well, look at all the latest news reports. We're seeing a lot of stuff about aliens now, like it's perfectly normal, right? All of a sudden, now the American people can handle the fact that we have aliens coming into the planet. We already knew this. We knew this fucking 30 years ago. But now they're putting it in the news more and more and more and more and more and more, trying to convince us that aliens are real, which they probably are. I mean, I to be honest with you, you'd be completely fucking naive if you really think that we're the only life form out there. You'd be really fucking naive. But now you see it like on reputable news stations, 4, 5, 7, 10, 12, whatever, showing the latest UFO report. And now they put it in the news. Now the government admits to it. I mean, really admits to it on public, not just releasing a few documents from the CIA and shit. So, yeah, there's something going on there that we don't know about. I've heard talk of a galactic federation probably the last 10 fucking years. So it may be true. Who knows? Conspiracy theory.
But sci-fi, you can watch it become real right before your eyes.
She's right.
And you're kind of like, oh my God, here we are with the warp technology and the this and the that, and waiting for the teleporters.
Well, I mean, there's already light bending cloth out there. I mean, I've seen a couple samples of it today, just various different places. It's pretty neat. Can't send you, no, but you can send me a link in an email, Southern T. That's why I have my email, justagirllexi@gmail.com. You saw that too, Casey? Cool. Siri is not my friend. She never understands what I'm saying, and most of the time she doesn't find my answers, says Nicole. I've tried to have conversation with Google. The bitch never answers right. When's the workout routine dropping? What workout routine?
We were going to the gym.
Oh, yeah, we just haven't gotten to that yet. Yay, Monica, right? With everything I got going on right now with the stream, that is the least of my concerns. Hey, Sarah, welcome in. I feel like I haven't seen you in forever. How are you? Like Terminator taught us, it has become aware. Well, I mean, the AI that I just saw a thing the other day. What the hell was I watching it? I don't remember. It was Dateline or something. They were talking to like the people who made AI, and they're saying how AI is literally starting to take over itself. And it's literally learning and writing. And it was an article saying that somebody had typed something in AI in a different language, and the AI literally hadn't been taught that language yet, but it taught itself that language to speak it. So that's pretty fascinating, don't you think? Anytime anyone brings up simulation theory, I just say I can eat a pizza. Who cares? Nice. Deli says, awesome. I tried to get a few subs, but they didn't show up. Then I thought they'd pop up later, like what happened to Nikki. Well, Nikki's took over an hour to do that, so it's possible.
I think it was actually a couple of hours, wasn't it?
No, it was like an hour. It took, maybe it was a couple. I don't remember. I mean, it was a few days ago, so.
It was like between trains. I know that.
Yeah. Southern Tea goes, Lexi, did you take the red pill or the blue pill? Well, technically, I did the blue one, which would be my transition. So. This is how the internet defines drag queen or performer. Typically a man who adopts a flamboyant or parodic feminine persona with glamorous or exaggerated costumes and makeup. Personally, I think stage queens, female or male, are freaking amazingly talented. I agree. I don't know if you've heard me say it on TikTok a few times, Melody, but like I do my makeup and I'll be on TikTok going, God, people ask me, are you a drag queen? I'm like, God, I wish I was a drag queen. I know how to do my makeup the right fucking way and be extravagant about it. So no, definitely not. Truman Show, rated R, definitely, right? I would have to say I'm sure the majority of this chat took the blue pill for sure. I know I did, right? Well, as I put it above, obviously the definition I'm speaking of is relevant to my comment. Of course it is. Of course. Let me see. That's an at.
You cannot keep using this mouse.
Oh, yeah, I'll take care of it in a minute. At this point, the aliens, I don't care. I mean, they gave us Trump and the Kardashians. It can't get any worse. Maybe the alien would be a better president. Ain't wrong about that.
I, for one, welcome our new dark overlords.
The Matrix is literally transcoded, isn't it, though? Well, better stay until they come, right? And that's the bottom. I'm going to go grab that other mouse real quick.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
All right.
Harley, you stay.
Can you fill my water bottle and bring that too?
Yeah, you got one in there? Grab?
Mm-hmm. It's on the table. Got your keys? I guess that means yes. It's okay. She'll be right back, Harley. You're good. When the robots take over, I'll be like, thank God we made a real mess of this place. Gotta wonder if it'll be worth a try. I asked you before you closed the door.
I wasn't
Ah. And that's the bottom. That's what she never says. Oh. I don't know, though. I don't know. It seems like as far as we're concerned, we have made some pretty poor choices when it comes to hierarchy. We done talking about this stuff. It makes me uncomfortable. I had to leave for a bit. Oh, I'm sorry, ridiculous. Hey, snoozies. Harley, lay down. Come on. Harley. Harley. Come lay back down. Look. Harley. Come on. You are going to wind up breaking the table, aren't you? Come on. Get up here. Say hi to everybody. Come on. Come on. There we go. Now you can all see Harley. They should bring back the dinosaurs so as punishment, no lethal injections. Just feed them to the T-Rex. That'd be an awfully quick death. I don't know if you saw my message that, well, as a matter of fact, I did not. I don't know if you saw my message that your house needs to, you need to get away and unplug. We will. Seems like there's a lot of humans out there that need to
Oh,
take
yeah?
a little blue pill to get their
What'd you
asses
think?
up. Thank you. I put her up there.
Oh, she's gonna have to push the
Nobody
fuck
can
over.
see her.
Well, she's gonna have to push the fuck over then.
Well, scoot her over where you want her when you're ready to sit down.
I will.
Yeah.
Lucky for me, we keep spare parts. When we have a failure of one thing, we have spare parts of another. Thank God.
And that's actually the name of a. Never mind.
Yeah, I know. It's one of our strap-on parts. I know.
She is a large dog, but she's good. Seems like there's a lot of humans out there that need to take a little blue pill to get their asses up and moving to being a decent human being all the way around, right?
Can you let me over? There we go. Thanks, girl. Okay.
This
so
is-
this mouse works. We're gonna
This
shut
is
one off.
Alexi's support puppy. Her name is Harley.
We shut that one off. Put it in the drawer. Here's the new mouse. Oh, that's better. I quit social media and looking at any news for over 4 years now, my mental health has been better. I could never quit social media, ever. Adorable dog, Laura Page, so sweet. She's a great dog. Let me take my rogue thing off so you guys can see her real quick. Right here. This is, can I have you? Can I have you? Look, this is my Harley. She's adorable. She's my baby.
Whenever Lexi is feeling anxious or just not quite right, she kind of pulls Harley over to her and she
Yeah.
makes it all better.
So I
That's
cried
why-
earlier, and this is who I grabbed.
Why she brought her out tonight.
Good girl. You're a big fucking tank. That's for goddamn sure. But she's a good girl. Troll 30. Yeah, I didn't cry because of trolls. That's for damn sure. But yeah, we do get the occasional troll here, unfortunately. I didn't even see what it was, see?
Nope.
Nikki's that good. Lucinda's that good. Liz and Dakota are that good. I just don't see them. Once in a great while, a moderator won't be paying attention or they'll be sleeping and I won't really stay, they won't catch it. But it's pretty rare. And sometimes it's a few minutes before they actually catch it, or a few seconds, but it happens.
I mean,
Harley was a quiet shelter dog, yeah.
I made this thing growl and snarl for the first time.
It's true. Hey, come here. Come on. 65 pounds? I don't know what she weighs, honey. I think she's at least 100. She's fucking heavy. I have a really hard time picking her up, so she's pretty heavy.
Why are you hiding? What's your problem?
You her dog today? Traitor.
Yeah, this thing snarled and growled at me, and that was the first time she had
How?
ever
The first
made
time
any noise.
I had the dogs, and the first time that she ever walked into my room, this one growled and snarled, and I had never heard her so much as fucking bark, let alone growl and snarl. She always used to like, she like never barked. She just kind of whined. And then all of a sudden she barked.
And she
So-
was like, "Oh my God." And I just walked right over and sat down next to her and said, "Hey, how you doing?" And,
Oh, she's muscle. She's all muscle, yeah.
and the poor dog looked at me like, "The fuck?"
Come here. Come here, you big fucking heifer. Come
You
here.
can hardly pick her up.
I know, she's so heavy. she overprotective? No, not really. She just didn't know Crystal at that time. That's all. You know, she just didn't know Crystal well at all. And, you know, until she met her, she just didn't know how to react. And so
I was like
Harley,
Satan
she's,
walking in the room.
let me think for a minute. I got her, she was 4 years old. So I've had her now
Don't lick me.
since 2018. I got her, I think. So I got her when I moved into my apartment. That was 2018. So 2018, 19, 20, 21, 25. She's 9. She's 9 years old. I guess she's your dog today,
As long as she doesn't lick me, I'm good.
right? So she's 9. Yeah, she's 9. She's not the one that was hurt. No, she's the one that did the hurting. She is the one that did the hurting. You know, she's the youngest one in the house. She's the one that dominated, and so she put Penny in her place. And I will tell you though, it was scary as fuck to walk in and see her. Her entire face was just red, as red as Sassy Girl's freaking name. She was covered in blood from head to toe. Her chest was completely covered in blood. So all of the can I show you? Can I borrow you for a minute?
You had something to say, didn't you?
All of this white right here was all red, all of it, and she was looking pretty rough, you know. Like I thought that you know she had killed somebody. Yeah, it was a scary thing, but you know, realistically,
It was over before anybody found them.
yeah.
And she chose to just make her point and stop there.
Yep.
She wasn't like out to hurt Penny or anything. She just made her point and it was over.
It was scary. It was very scary. I walked in to see both of my dogs covered in blood. She had actually on Penny. She had actually tore. Come here. She had actually tore up all of this. So like right up underneath here, her entire lip was fucking split really, really bad on the other dog. And then inside her lower canine, right here, this lower section of her canine was actually freaking like separated. And so it was pretty rough, you know?
But I'm really proud of her because she didn't go too far.
Small one had a nearly open cavity in the chest. Yeah. Well, I mean, they had really bit enough, but you know, Harley made her fucking point.
Yeah.
Harley was standing over Penny, didn't kill her, could have, very easily could have at that point.
Yeah.
But it was carnage. Yeah, Giancarlo, it was fucking carnage. It was really bad. It scared the shit out of me. But we brought the dog to the vet the next day, you know, and she got her health cleared. So Lexi, I want you to know that you are worth the time and you deserve to be who you are, and it hurt me to see you hurt and cry. I love you, and I'm so happy that Bonnie always makes me happy. Well, honey, yeah, she's a pet. I mean, just remember, Landon, I mean, I'm a human. I mean, I take a beating like everybody else. My emotions, my mentality, my mental health takes a beating. It does. You know, when you see the way that people fucking hate on you and just troll you and just turn into to assholes, and yeah, it's fucking crazy. You know?
And
so I broke for a minute.
This is the most sensitive, docile, sweet dog you have ever known.
Yeah. But yeah, she's a pit. She's an American Pit Bull Terrier. She's not a mix. She's 100% all the way through. And she's super docile. I mean, she has her tail, as you can see. She has her tail. She has her ears. None of it's clipped. She just looks like a regular dog.
Yeah.
Until she stands up. And then she's massive and huge. You know?
But she's still very sweet. I mean, that's why she's Lexi's emotional support animal.
Yep. I work with a veterinary behaviorist. I'm super glad to hear that neither dog was hurt too bad. Dog can be dangerous, scary. Yeah, I mean, it really was scary, but, you know, she's still got a mark on the top of her head as a result of it. Penny got her up there, and, you know, she had a couple of bites in the side of her neck. You know, she's dealing with her ears right now, you know, so, I mean, it is what it is. Yeah. But it was scary. But, you know, the thing with me was like Harley's chest was swollen. Like her breastbone was really, really swollen. And that made me nervous, you know, but she wasn't yelping out of pain. She didn't seem to have any pain. I could touch her and she was okay. So I just kind of let it be, and now she's fine. So
it's like she was really bruised.
Yeah, she was just beat the shit out. Yeah. She got beat up pretty fucking good. So, The
Yeah.
two of them really fought hard. And I think that
Yeah.
what really ended up happening, more so than the dogs fighting, I think more so what happened is when the pits were fighting, because they're both pit bulls. Penny and Harley are both pits. And so I think more off what ended up happening was they spent a lot of time banging around the room. You know, like they dented my son's refrigerator with their heads. I mean, there was freaking blood all the way up and down one of the fucking walls in the room. You know, the door pan, like the corner of a door jamb was completely fucking annihilated from them. And so I think they really did a lot of tumbling throughout the fucking house. And I think that probably got them hurt more than anything, unfortunately. And so, you know, where was Taco during all this?
nowhere
Taco
to
was
be
fucking
found.
nowhere to be found.
Taco tucked himself away. He didn't want any part of that.
I think he jumped in the fucking closet or crawled way underneath the bed. He was way out of sight. He wasn't hurt at all. Not even a little bit. He's like, fuck this. I mean, he's, you know, he's this
no
fucking
involvement.
big. Nah, he's like, fuck this. Dog gives us an indicator of humans. Some go up and act a fool. Problem is there isn't anyone to push all that leash when these humans get out of line, right? No, you're right. There's nobody to pull on the leash. And I got a big ass leash for her. Look.
It's a horse leash.
It's a fucking horse leash for this one. No, we're not going anywhere. I'm just showing the
Right.
leash. But this is a goddamn horse leash. Look at the size
She's
of
done
this
with
thing.
us. She has to stretch out.
It's fine. So, I mean, we got a big, thick leash. She ain't breaking.
The only thing she does is she chews a lot and she's like sniffing out all the wires for the microphone and stuff.
You bite those wires, I'm going to bite your tail. I promise. I used to have leads for them. I used to have braided leads, but Harley hated them so much she ate them. Literally. For a damn first I was hearing Mexican pizzas, now I'm hearing tacos. I'm starving over here. Sorry. I like Taco. Taco's smart. Taco's really smart. Yep, that's what we have for us. Yeah, I mean, you gotta. I mean, that's a boat more. No, it's not. It's just a big
It's a
ass
horse
fucking.
lead.
It's a horse lead. Look. See the way it's clamped? You ain't going anywhere with this dog. She's gonna. That's it, you know? She looks a lot calmer and happy. Yeah, things have escalated. I mean, they de-escalated, and you know, I think that you know, Penny had just finally pushed Harley, and Penny and Harley said, "No, not today," and that was the end of that. And you know, despite all the carnage in the fucking house, I would tend to think that the fight probably didn't last more than 4 minutes, maybe 5.
And lasted long enough for Penny to wear herself out and finally stop.
Yep. Penny had to realize that she wasn't going to win that battle. You ain't going to win against her because she's twice Penny's size.
But I'm
literally.
really proud of Harley because she stopped. She went as far as she had to and then she stopped. So I'm really proud of her.
Yeah, I'm glad she didn't kill her. Very glad she didn't kill her because she could have. But she, once Penny submitted, that was it. If Penny had just submitted sooner, the carnage wouldn't have happened. But Penny had to try to win, get her fucking point across.
I'm glad that none of us were there to break it up though.
I would've
Because at
broken it
least
up.
it's settled and it's done.
Tie my boat up to that sucker. You probably could. Do any of the dogs use harnesses? No. And they don't pull. When I walked Charlie out here, she stood right by me. I had a loose leash when I came in this door. Did I not?
Yeah. Penny's
don't-
not
I
that
don't
great
need-
on a leash though. Penny has some issues.
Not with me, she doesn't.
No?
No, she'll walk with a regular leash.
Mm.
Also, as a new trans girl, is there any advice you'd give to yourself when you go back in time and talk to yourself at the start of your transition? I would say that remember that transitioning is a marathon. It is
Harley.
not a sprint. And that you'll have good days
Harley.
and you'll have bad days. You'll have more good than bad, and then you'll have more good or more bad than good. But ultimately, you'll make it through it. That's the truth. I think I've had more bad days than I have good as far as, you know, how I feel about myself and my looks and my image than I have had good. But ultimately, I've had more good days than I have bad because I feel great about myself and I still love myself regardless. But
You're
the
having a
important
lot
thing to
more
remember
fun.
is that it's a marathon. It is not a sprint. You will not start, take estrogen, and be there tomorrow. It takes time. What were you saying? I'm sorry.
I was just saying you're having a lot more fun.
I am. Well, I have more fun because I get to be myself. I don't have to.
You
I don't have to pretend to be
second
something,
guess.
right? I don't have to pretend
Yeah.
to be something that I'm just fucking not. You know. If you ever need to break up a dog fight, safest way is to grab a blanket or a towel and put over the dog that's biting's nose and pull back. Obviously, that's an emergency when the dogs won't stop. Yeah, no, I agree with you. My son, my knuckleheaded son, says, "Oh well, if I had seen the fight, I would have broken up." I said, "If you had seen the fight and you had tried to break it up, I'd be bringing you to the hospital to stitch your fucking arm back to your body." He doesn't realize that when the dogs are going into a fight like that, they're not paying attention to who's who. They just know that you interrupted them in the middle of a fight, and they didn't see that it was you. Meanwhile, they tear your fucking arm off because they don't realize it's you. By the time they do, it's too late.
And then animal control comes and picks them both up.
Right.
She's eating the carpet.
Is the sticking a finger in a dog's butt a myth? I've heard it several times before. What the hell are you talking about?
To break up a dog fight?
I don't think I'd try that.
No, I'm not
I don't think I'm trying that.
I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, you don't want to break it up with your hands. No, I agree with you, Yellow Timer. I'm just gonna walk the fuck away. They're gonna kill each other. You're gonna let it. I'm gonna let it happen. I'm not gonna get involved because my safety is more important. You know.
I mean, she's eating stuff.
Harley, what are you doing?
She pulled up the tack. She's got one of the like carpet things that you nailed down.
Nope. No, she doesn't. Spit it out. Lay down. Or you get into too much trouble. Come here. Come on. Down. Come here.
See, this is the
There
bad
is
thing.
fine. Stay there. Come here. Come on.
This is the bad thing
Come on.
about Harley. She's a chewer.
Yeah, she likes to chew now and again, despite all the attention she gets. Anyone who says different has never seen a real dog fight. Yeah, exactly. Can I ask how your parents or family took you coming out? What would you say or recommend to someone whose parents are not accepting? Well, I mean, my father apparently accepted me. I didn't really know much about it. I wasn't speaking to him at the time. But my mother took about a year to come around, to be honest with you, Bunfart. So my parents weren't great with it in the beginning, but they've come around now. What would I say? Be prepared to lose, is what I tell anybody. Be prepared to lose your family because you may very well lose them to be happy. But the other thing, too, is that family is not blood. Family is those who you surround yourself with that love you and care for you and will take care of you. That's family. So I don't necessarily equate family to blood and all of that. So Deli goes, yeah, does the finger in the butthole work? I have no idea. She's not chewing anything, in case you're wondering.
What is she
She's
doing?
licking her foot and chewing her nail.
Okay.
So. What are you chewing on? I think you're chewing on a nail, right? Come on. Oh, a pretzel is on the floor. There's a pretzel on the floor right here. Look.
I haven't had pretzels in a while.
Yeah, well, you dropped apparently a couple on the floor, see? Here, you can have that one too.
Huh.
So I don't know if the finger in the butt works. I would never try it. Anyone who says different has never seen a dog fight in person. I mean, no, you're right. I've seen plenty of them. I wouldn't try that. You're more than likely to get bit than the blanket method. I have to agree with that. I never heard the blanket method, but two things would happen. Either one, I would spray the shit out of them with a fucking hose if they were outside, or two, I don't know. I think if it's in the house, I'm probably just gonna let it play out.
Well,
Let me Google. Yeah, go ahead and Google that.
Honestly, the only safe way that I know to do it, you can't do it alone because you've got to have
Both
one
dogs.
person for each dog.
Yep.
And you've got to grab their hind legs and
Yep.
hold them close to the ground, but drag them back.
Unfortunately, I don't have any in real life friends, so right now everything is on the download, but I'm sure my mother would be accepting. Well, only one way to find out, ridiculous. Only one way, honey. Parents' love is supposed to be unconditional. If it's not unconditional, they shouldn't be a fucking parent. So, says it's a myth, but quite a few videos popped up showing people doing it. Mind blown. Yeah, I wouldn't try that.
People are posting videos of that,
I would not stick my finger in my dog's ass. That's disgusting.
and they're posting videos of that.
I guess. Nicole says, we had bull terriers, and my uncle watched my dad's dog one day, and he knew he was a territorial, but claimed he was a dog expert. Yeah, they all do. He brought our bully in a small pen with another dog he didn't know and food. Oh, shit. Then our dog locked on the other legs, and my uncle broke it up, sticking his hand in the dog's mouth. Clearly ended up stupid, and with surgery and stitches, but dumbest thing I've ever heard, quote, expert do. Yeah, that's pretty dumb. Now I could stick my finger down my dog's mouth, You know, I could stick my hand in there. You know, I could pull her fucking tail, pick her hind legs up. I could flip her right over. She ain't gonna do shit. But she in the middle of a fucking dog fight over territorial. I know my dog loves me. She's still gonna bite me, and I know it. It's gonna be my own goddamn fault.
Now, if a dog were to attack me, the first thing I would do would be to put my fist in their mouth. You know, I'd work
that
my
would make
hand
sense.
in their mouth however I could.
Wreck your
'cause-
hand, not your body.
Right.
Right. No, I'm with
Right.
you on that
I'm
one.
sure I'm going to recover. And you know what? They're still going to be trying to get my hand out of their mouth. But I'm not going to break up a dog fight by putting my hand in the way.
No, because they snap around so fast. Water from a bucket or a hose is okay method. We can't grab something like a blanket. Another last resort we use is an air horn. Oh, I would have never thought of the air horn. I guess that makes sense though. But I would have never thought of that. But that makes complete sense.
You'd have to shock them. Get their attention somehow.
You can always get a cattle prod. I was,
Sadly-
for somebody like a pit bull, I'm sorry, that would work.
Sadly enough, I was roommates with somebody that had 5 dogs, and I was the only one in the house, and they did get into a fight, and I wound up having to, and I only did this because one of the dogs was really much smaller than the rest, and she was being like whipped around like a rag doll. But I had to grab like a standing light, like the one over there.
Yep.
And I actually used that to beat the dogs apart. But
what you gotta do.
I
Deli
mean, I'm
says-
surprised I didn't wind up getting attacked myself.
Yeah. Deli says, I want to get a puppy so bad, but I need a fence in my backyard first before I get one. Why not just get a run? If you can't get a fence up right away, why not get a run? You know?
I can understand. I'd wait for the fence too.
Well, a fence doesn't stop a dog from getting out. It just stops somebody from getting in, you know?
Oh.
Hey, Karen, welcome in. Just do the neck snap from Call of Duty, easy peasy. No. You know, I could grab the leash and whip the shit out of my dog with it too, but I'm not going to do that either. So, you know, I had a friend who got attacked by a dog. He made himself real tall, like, and opened his jacket, said the dog would back down. I told him, I don't think that's how that works with a dog. He got bit. Yeah, that doesn't work with a dog.
Oh.
That definitely won't work. I don't think the veterinary behavior board would allow us to use cattle prods. We do have a mace in case human life is in danger from dogs or people. Yeah, no. I get that. Obviously not. But I mean, a cattle prod would do the fucking job. It would certainly shock the dog very quickly and get their attention. Not that I have a cattle prod, but I mean, I used to have a stun gun. That probably would have worked too. Same fucking thing, just a little shorter. But I don't know if I get in that close to a dog, if you know what I'm getting at. So... I want to get a German short-haired pointer, and I want to accommodate best I can. They're a sporting dog and need freedom to run around. From my experience, yeah, well, that's true too. If you get a smaller one, not a big deal, but a bigger one, yeah. Dogs take down way bigger animals in the wild. They don't give a shit. No, they don't.
Well, they look for the weak spot.
I had a
You know,
lab that would
that's the
climb over
point.
fences easily. Well, the thing about the labs or most dogs, you know, I don't know if you've seen those videos on TikTok, but dogs can fucking run up a tree 30 goddamn feet. You know, before they pop off. So, I mean, easily they can get over a fence. Cattle prod is not ideal method, but it would probably work if delivered correctly. Right. I mean, I would like make a habit out of it, like prodding a dog all the time. But if you're going to use it to break up a fight, stun gun, if you happen to have one, it would probably work. It's the most shocking thing with the most equal distance that you can give yourself. You know what I mean? Because you can put, 6 feet between you and the dog by using a cattle prod that's this fucking long. So you're talking 6 feet. By the time that dog whips around, he's already too shocked. He's out of it. That's it. You're done. He's done fighting. He doesn't even know why he was fighting, and that's it. A stun gun, I don't know.
I know that in that one case, I could either watch the one little dog being killed, or I could get
No,
in
I
there
understand
and try
that.
and get her out. I didn't have much of a
No,
choice.
I don't mean heat up. I mean the electric cattle prods, not a cattle brand, a cattle prod. It's an electric. It's electric. You're thinking of a brander. Very different. Obviously, we want to avoid using anything that would like harm yourself or the animal. Well, that's it. Desperate times, desperate
Yeah.
measures. That's what I'm getting at. Yeah. So, I mean, if I had one, sure. But I'd be honest, but with all of you, if I had walked in and I had seen the 2 fucking dogs fighting, I'd have backed out. I would not have tried to interrupt. I'd be like, okay. I might have yelled for a minute, might have tried to yell at them, but they probably wouldn't have heard me, but I still would have tried to yell. I don't think I would have stepped in to break it up.
The truth of the matter is, when they're trying to figure out who the lead dog is, if you break it up, then it's not done.
Yeah, they were trying to settle a dispute. Now they don't fight. They're not fighting. They stay away from each other.
They're done.
They know their place. I'm really glad. I'm upset that it happened, but glad that it happened at the same time, because now they know the pecking order in that fucking house.
And that it's over.
And Taco, on the other hand, isn't going to get in the middle of any of that. He's just going to do his thing. So
no, he's going to be like, oh shit, time for me to go.
Yeah, exactly. The cattle prod is like a taser used to herd cattle. They shock the cattle in the ass to get it to move where they want. Here, I'll show you guys. Hang on. Hello, Mr. Lion. It's basically a long stun gun. Let me get rid of those since we're not using those anymore. Let me turn my video back on. Or not. Man, everything's fucked up tonight.
You just may not be able to do all that.
I guess the fuck not. Okay, let me try to do this then. Yeah, I guess I can at least do that. So this is a cattle prod. It's basically a long stun gun. It's just same thing, just longer. You know, they're, I don't know, 20 inches. This one's 31 inches, so 3 feet. So you're literally putting 3 feet plus an arm length between you and a dog. Turn OBS camera back on. That won't work anyway. It's not a virtual cam that I use, Nikki. It's the same channel cam, just switched over the channel. I think I have to close OBS and just restart it all to make it all work, but it's fine. I can't wait to wear female clothes right now. I compensate with oversized sweaters and pants that are close to yoga pants, so I can't find. Don't look too sus at work. I hear you. I was the same way. Cat fights and no one breaks it up. Why break up dog fights? Well, because dogs tend to get a whole lot more destructive. Taco's like, I know I'm not a lead dog and I'm not in the mood to die today. Yeah, that's kind of it with Taco. Yeah. Taco just knows that he's so small compared to the other two. He's been bit by Penny enough to know better, and he just stays the fuck away. I'm glad it seems like they settled it. There's definitely dogs that can't figure it out on their own, often why they come see us at the clinic. Yeah, no, and we actually brought Penny. Penny was beat up pretty bad, Yellow Timer. She was really fucking beat bad.
We're especially concerned about her jaw.
Yeah, we were really concerned with how open it was and all the cuts, and she was bleeding pretty good. I mean, Harley ate her up. Yeah, I mean, they even gave her antibiotics and shit. And so we brought her to the vet like she needed to go. But you know, I'm not happy that they did it, but I'm glad they did it at the same time, because then it really does, you know, set that pecking order and just solves that fucking problem. They do use cattle prods, but they're usually shot in the testes. Yeah, I was trying to be kind, just say a shot in the ass without making people creep out. I'm sorry to ask, what's the channel about, and how do I refer to you both? I mean, nowadays everything has to be asked, so I respect. Well, my name is Lexi. This is Crystal.
Hello.
We're both women. So just refer to me as such, and we'll be good. And as far as what is the channel about, we educate, we advocate, we talk about many different things here. As you can see right now, we're going off about dog fights and cattle prods.
You never know where it's going to go.
Right. Earlier in the night, we were actually educating, so that was a whole lot of fun, you know. Pilot, it looks like it's probably going to be about mid-September, I'm hoping. That looks like about the new planned date, so we'll see. 3 dogs survived the Titanic sinking. Maybe you have the 3 descendants. I doubt it. I'm pretty sure one of them wasn't a pit bull. You know, who knows? Yeah, exactly. It's for the dog safety more than anything. You're absolutely right. But in this case, you know, Yellow Timer, I think what I wanted to do is I really wanted the dogs, you know, I'm kind of glad they figured out the pecking order, because had they not figured it out, you know as well as I do, they'd have gone at it again until they had gotten it right. And that could have been more damage. You know, luckily for us, Harley being twice the size of Penny, when Penny submitted, Harley stopped. And that was ultimately what needed to happen, is Penny needed to submit, you know?
Yeah,
This is
it could have
cool.
been way worse. The kids could have been in the room, you
Yeah.
know? Like they could have been on one of the kids' beds with them and
Yeah.
then got into the fight. So
And
this
and
is
a
the
fight can
best
happen between
scenario.
any type. I just want to be clear that a fight can happen between any kind of dog. Shepherds, labs, pits, chihuahuas, dachshund, doesn't matter. If there's a pecking order
Pugs.
problem, right? If there's a pecking order problem, a fight will ensue. So I just want to be clear that I understand they're pits, but that's not why they fought. They fought because Penny said, "This is mine," and Harley said, "No, it's not," and that was that. So this is cool. I need education, girls. Really, I need it. I feel out of the world nowadays, honestly. So congrats. Well, feel free to ask anything you want here. There's only 2 questions you can't ask me. Don't ask me about my kids. Don't ask me my dead name. Both are off limits. That's it. One of my blind buddies was going to do an illegal dog fight, but he chickened out. Yeah, those are pretty nasty. You shouldn't do those. My dog come from one of those types of rings, one of my dogs, and I think that's probably why they ended up fighting more than anything.
I honestly, I hope that your buddy realizes how evil that is.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it escalates with each fight, so I'm just glad they figured it out. Oh shoot, I'm not messing with them anymore. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I still have been trying to keep them fairly separated for the most part, though. You know, I'm trying to keep them apart, you know, and so far so good. Most of the time we get Penny in the morning when my son goes to work. He just drops her in our room, which is fine. But for the most part, I just try to keep them apart. It just seems to be easier that way.
And definitely not together alone.
No, I always crate one or the other when I leave. So my pit was also a rescue from a ring. Yeah, there's a lot of that. The 3 breeds we see the most are pit, labs, and goldens, which may surprise people, but they are the most common dog breeds. We see aggression from all breeds. Yeah, and that's kind of what I wanted to explain is that, you know, we get things from all, you know, any dog can fight regardless of the breed. It's just what kind of mood the dog's in that day, really. What is a dead name? Why would I ask about dead people? That's cute, but I mean, he is dead. I mean, the guy that I used to be is dead, so that's why it's called a dead name. I killed him. He's dead. He no longer exists. Instead, you have this beautiful woman in front of you. So pitties are my favorite. Mine too. Yeah, that's why he didn't go through with it. Yeah, it's inherently evil to go to those fucking dog fights. They're so destructive. I've seen one. They're very, very destructive. Hey, that dude, welcome in. How's the camper going? How's the drinky drink going? I have a German Shepherd. No one can touch him when we go for walks. We have to keep him muzzled, but he is meant for protection. And that's fine too, but let me ask you something. If nobody can touch him and you keep him muzzled while you walk, how's he going to protect you?
I mean, that's a good point. I was wondering that myself.
Just out of curiosity, sweetheart. I was actually bit by a German Shepherd when I was a kid going through a campsite. So it's actually funny that you have a German Shepherd and you have a camper, because I remember I was in Maine and I was a kid, and we were driving through, I was riding my bike or whatever through somebody's campground. They left their dog out when they weren't there, and the fucking dog bit me right in the fucking elbow. So it's interesting you had said that. Pits are the sweetest dogs I've ever had experience with. I think so. Me too, I think. So that name is dead to her. Well, so isn't he, you know? Nishimu, welcome. Lovely stream you're having here. Loving the vibe. Glad to find your stream. Are you both married? Yes, we are married.
We are.
We're together. This is my wife. I've had a great experience with Dal, but also absolutely hated children. Okay. That's the thing. He stays inside. When someone comes over, we have a command for him to stay. He listens to commands. Well, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. But you said you take him for walks too, right? You have to muzzle him. And so if you're taking him for walks, I mean, he can't protect you if he's muzzled. Just a thought. You know, people need to get out of the habit of walking up to people and going, "Oh, what a cute dog," and petting your fucking dog. That's how people get hurt.
Yeah.
People need to get out of that. You see somebody with a dog, you stay 5 feet away, 6 feet away from that person until they say you can come close. Because you don't know how that other dog is going to react when you get next to its owner. No, if I'm walking Penny and you come near me with Penny, she's going to fucking bite your ass. She's going to fucking bite you. I'm telling you.
Not only
Harley,
that,
on the other hand, no, but you do it with Penny, she's going to bite you.
and how do you know that the dog is not a work dog?
That's right.
And busy. I mean, my kids, from the time they were little, they knew to stand back, don't give any attention to the dog, and ask the owner, "Can I pet your dog?"
Yep, that's the safe thing to do. And okay, Mr. Lion, well, good. I'm glad you get it. It's no big deal. If you're new to the terminology, you'll learn. Like I said, feel free to ask what you want.
And you're welcome to ask any question except for those two.
Oh yeah, the children that run up. That makes sense. No, I get it. But you got to teach those kids not to run up to him. With Penny will bite somebody if she's with me and we're walking and somebody would have run up at me. She's going to bite you. I'm telling you, she's going to bite you. Like, I know she's going to bite you. I don't even have to wonder. But with Harley, on the other hand, I can walk Harley and she'll be absolutely fine. You can walk up on her. You can sit on her. She ain't going to do nothing.
We can take Harley to the park with us. We can't take Penny.
No. Chihuahuas scare me because I was bit by one. I've never been bit by a Chihuahua, but it seems to me every time I was in Arizona, I was getting attacked by a fucking Chihuahua. They kept chasing me down the fucking road. Everybody in Arizona has a goddamn Chihuahua. But it seems like every time I walked down the road, I was always fucking have one chasing me down the road. It's like, oh my God, crazy shit. Yellow Time says, please ask to pet dogs, people. I agree. Yes. You love cats. Awesome. Those videos of parents letting their kids pull on ears and tails, and I think it's so cute. I don't think it's cute at all.
No.
That hurts the dog. Now, granted, I want my dog. I want you to be able to pull his tail, pull his ears, put your finger in his mouth, take his food away, poke him in the fucking eyeball, and he ain't going to bite you. And that's how most of mine are trained, in the house. But when I take Penny outside, it's a whole different ballgame for her, and so I feel as though you should be able to do all those things to a dog without having to worry about getting bit. But I don't think it's cute to watch little kids do it. It's okay to teach the dog that, you need to not react, but I wouldn't want to see it happen a lot. I can, grab her ears or, I could put my hands in her ears and pull if I wanted to. Not that I would, but I could. I can grab her tail and I could pull that. You saw me earlier stick my hand in her mouth. Those things I can do. And I want to do it without actually hurting her, and I don't want her to think that it's normal. So, Yellow Timer, 100%. I was walking a 100-pound pit and everyone always wants the pet. Stop saying no. It is hard to say no, but it's for your own safety. It's for the dog's own safety and the kid's safety because you don't know, I've got 2 Belgian Malamu's. We use them, work security, the amount of people that just want to stroke the dog. Yep, exactly, Jenny Wren. It's bullshit. They shouldn't do it. All we have and we do have a do not pet collar on him. We also tell people he's not friendly. That's all you can do. You're protecting yourself as of that point. If somebody walks up to a dog that you don't know and they start petting it and it bites it, the sad part is it's your fault. That's the sad part. Nobody blames them for their fucking stupidity. No, it's your fault. I know a woman once that walked up to a dog and she thought the dog was cute. The dog was great. The dog was always friendly, but it was protective of its owner. And the woman got down to the same level as that dog. Got down to the same level. Oh, you're so cute. Grabs his face. You know what the dog did?
Bit her in the face.
You're goddamn right. And she deserved it. You don't do that. I watched it happen. I watched it fucking happen. Guy was walking his dog. Dog was friendly as fuck. I knew the dog was a normal dog in the neighborhood. I knew the dog. But the woman got down on her knees. Oh my God, the dog's so cute. And the dog went crunch. And that was that. You don't do that to dogs you don't know. And that's the whole point. And you know who got in trouble for it? It wasn't the woman who got her fucking face bit. Nope. It was the dog owner for not having control of his dog. But he had control of his dog. She's the one that interfered. So it's pretty fucked up. That dude said, we do not, okay, no. Also, people get really upset when you don't let them. It's a weirdo energy. Well, it's just like walking up to a woman and putting your hand on her stomach. Oh, you're having a baby. It's the same goddamn thing.
God, I hated that.
Or they walk up, oh, can I touch your baby? No, fuck you. Leave your goddamn grassy hands off my kids. But that's the thing. How many people ever walked up to you and go, oh, you're pregnant. What do you do? Like they have to touch you and they just can't ask.
That I had never met.
That's my point. They can't just ask or, oh, you're pregnant. Like, you don't need to put your hand on somebody. Just say, oh my God, you're pregnant. That's great. What do? You don't have to walk up and go, oh my God, you have a baby. It's like, get your grubby fucking hands the fuck off of me. What is wrong with people? Do you walk your dogs with the thing on the mouth? You mean a muzzle? No, I don't walk my dogs with a muzzle at all. Chihuahuas are evil. No, they're not. I have a Chihuahua. Be terrifying little dudes. Well, I mean, they can. I have one. I have a Chihuahua Terrier mix. She's got a mix in her. I just don't know what it is, or in him rather. I don't know what the mix is, but he's got a Terrier in him because he's got this cute little curly tail.
And he's got long legs.
And he's got long legs and long hair too. So, Charmonique, thank you very much for subscribing with your Prime. Thank you. Bull Terrier, Pomeranian, Great Danes, Dalmatians, Chocolate Lab, Bull Mastiff, and a Rhode Island Ridgeback. Some of those are known as aggressive breeds, and they were all awesome, sweet dogs. But yeah, it's all about the body language too. A stranger walking up all in their face is just a disaster. Amen. I could kiss all of them and lay over them, but strangers, no way. Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, give them a little bit of space.
Mm-hmm.
You're not supposed to be all up in their face when you just meet them. At most, you hold the back of your hand out, you know?
Those videos drive me nuts because then the kids think they can do it to any dog. That right there. Yeah, that's the problem with those. You know, you pull somebody's dog, you're going to pull the wrong goddamn tail one day. I hate when parents don't teach their kids to respect animals. Yep, you're right. It happens, you know. I know one parent that used to let their kid, they had a big fucking Alaskan Malamute. Big motherfucking dog. They used to let the kid fucking climb on its back and ride it like a fucking horse. They're like, what are you doing? It's a goddamn dog, not a fucking pony. You know, it's crazy.
Unless the dog seems to be having fun.
The dog didn't
Really
look like it was having fun.
Now, I wouldn't expect a Malamute to like that kind of thing.
Didn't care for it. You could see it in the dog's face. He was trying to shake the kid off. He's like, as he's jingling around. The parents just looking at him like, are you fucking kidding me right now? What are you going to do when that dog eats your fucking kid? Then what? Still going to be cute and funny? I don't think so. You're going to put the damn dog down and you're going to blame the dog for your kid being stupid because you're a shit parent. That's what happens.
I found a coyote puppy one time.
Oh, God. Tell the story. It's good.
I found a coyote puppy one time. And I was like, okay, this is great. I was going to take it to a rescue. And I just kept it one night until I could get it to the rescue. The thing howled all night long.
I bet it did.
So I was like, you know what? I was like, you know what? Fuck this. Took it to a friend of mine and said, all right, I found the rescue. Here's the number. But, you know, and I had all the kids in the house. So you can't let the coyote run around with it. You know, you get the idea. So I said, okay, here's the number. And here's the dog in the crate, mind you. And then I asked her the next day, did you get the dog to the rescue? And she says, oh, no, so-and-so wanted it because it's a full blood German Shepherd. So they flew in and picked it up. And I was like, it's a coyote.
A fucking coyote, not a shepherd.
It's not even a coy dog. It's a coyote. Oh, no. She knows dogs. It was a full-blooded German Shepherd and she wanted it. So she came and picked it up. So 3 months later, I get to find out that it was taken in and euthanized because it bit her daughter.
Of course it bit her daughter. It's a wild fucking dog.
Yeah.
Stupidity. That dog, the only way that coyote would have been close to friendly, would you say 4 generations bred out?
It has to be 4 generations removed. So,
might have been somewhat
so the
friendly.
coyote would have to have been bred with the dog and then bred with the dog and a dog and a dog.
4 more times. Yep. So you would have waited probably 5 years. Long time.
Yeah.
My dog is a Dachshund Pomeranian. I think they call that a pom doc, don't they? And it's not people friendly. When people look at her and ask to pet her, I always say not friendly. Yeah, exactly. I don't let people pet my pets either. You know, even though I know they won't bite them, it's like, just don't touch the dogs. It's just my protection. If need be, even though my dog is muzzled, we have taught him to take it off. I don't know if that's a good idea. You should just get the quick release ones, you know, where you can just pop it real quick. as much as we strive, says Yellow Timer, for super well-behaved and non-reactive dogs, it's also important to know where your dog's comfort level is and meet them where they are for everyone's comfort and safety. Right.
Yeah.
And I try to tell people too, Yellow Timer, is that you can have the friendliest dog in the world. You back that dog into a corner, he's not going to be friendly anymore.
No.
A dog's going to react regardless, whether they have a great comfort level or not. You back that dog into a corner, you just cornered a fucking dog. You left him no way out. What do you think he's going to do? He's going to bite. I don't give a fuck if it's a Labrador Golden Retriever. I don't care. He's going to bite you. Camper's going great. Not drinking. That's for the weekends. LOL. Well, yeah, it's Sunday night, isn't it? I'm glad you had fun yesterday. It was fun. You were definitely fun to talk to yesterday.
This is our Friday.
Right. Yeah. A friend of mine has a dog from the street, and he taught me that you have to literally know at least the basics of dog before you approach to a dog. That's right. People is not educated about how to approach other living creatures, but it's responsibility of the owner to restrain the animals while in society. Don't you think? I do. I think it's the responsibility of the owner to restrain the dog, and I think it's the responsibility of the individual to not go near said restrained dog. So if the dog is fucking restrained and on a leash and the owner has control of it and somebody walks up to it and they get bit, is that the owner's fault? No, it's not. It's the person that ran up on him, because maybe somebody didn't see him coming up on him real quick and he didn't have time to react with the dog. And the dog turns around and bites somebody or whatever. That's not the owner's fault. It's the fault of the asshole that fucking wasn't supposed to be around the dog. So people think they're entitled to pet strangers' dog. Yeah, like I said, just as bad as walking up to somebody with a fucking pregnant belly or something. It's crazy. As people walk up, I always say, not friendly, don't touch her. As you should. People are so weird. I don't get it. Why do they touch? I don't know. Great question. That is scary to me. Think people could provoke your dog and your dog would be at risk if it reacts to it.
Yeah.
But it's the truth.
Because if the dog does bite somebody, they report it, dog gets taken.
Right.
That's just how it is.
Welcome in. Alec Rooster, welcome in, says, every time I am already in the apartment elevator and someone with a dog comes in, I always notice the dog just walk straight up to me and smell my leg. Once a new apartment to the building literally just scurried up all of my leg and looking up at me and instinctively just went, oh, hello. Should I be more worried about considering I don't even know these dogs? Yeah, you should. So if a dog walks up to you and he's sniffing you, he's not biting you, great. But if you're going to go reach down to that dog, you don't know if that dog's going to feel threatened. I think the best thing to do is, if you're really going to try to pet the dog, is put your fucking hand out first.
Yeah, the back.
Let the dog, the back. Let the dog sniff the back of your hand and then make slow movements. Don't go quick.
In your case, though, I'm wondering why the owner
doesn't have the dog in
dog
restraint.
Sniff you. Yeah, if that were me, I think that I would keep my dog from doing that and then say, do you mind if my dog sniffs you? I have a friendly dog,
Yeah,
But
because if I'm getting into...
I definitely would not allow my dog to be sniffing somebody like that.
If I'm getting into an elevator with Harley, I probably have the leash right about here.
Yeah.
Any dog, whether it's Harley or not, I've got the leash right here, so she's right next to me.
Yeah.
That's the way it should be. You shouldn't be letting your leash out so the dog, no, that's bad.
I don't need a bad situation to happen. I don't need that.
Yeah, but always use the back of your hand.
You don't know what the person's going to do,
Hand down, back. Hand down, back. Never like this.
No. But always communicate with the owner first. And like I said, I'd be concerned that why is the owner of the dog letting the dog sniff you like that without even saying anything to you first?
Yeah, I mean, that might as well let the dog fucking walk up and sniff you in the crotch, because that's not weird at all. Like I said, whenever I come around with people with Harley or any dog, and now I know Harley's friendly, I know she is, but I'm still going to keep her on a very short leash.
Yeah, because you don't know the person.
Right. So, I mean, I'm not going to let the dog take a step forward or a step back. The dog's going to stay right next to me. And that's where she's going to be, because I don't need to worry about it. Crystal does the same thing with the leash. She will grab it fucking short.
Yeah.
That keeps them within range of you, because you're not pulling away from my arm. I have you and the dog right here, and I've got the dog's head up, and that's it.
Yeah, the interaction between a stranger and my dog is not going to happen until interaction between me and the stranger happens.
Exactly. Mr. Lyon says, once I was in Estonia living and I'm waiting. I was at coffee shop and two dogs came in, Pomeranian or something like that. I love those dogs and literally grabbed them and took them on me to pet them. That was dumb. They were super happy, but everyone at the coffee shop stopped and stared at me. I continued, but my girlfriend, Estonian, was in a panic. They take the dogs as kids, and there I learned that you can't touch other people's dogs. Yeah, you can't do that. You don't pick up somebody's dog because that little dog can still fuck you up. That little dog can fucking do some serious hand and arm damage.
No, and that's exactly it. You're not going to turn around and pick up somebody's children.
Right.
If you pick up somebody's children, you're going to get your ass kicked.
Yep. Or killed.
Yeah.
You do the same to my dog, I might be a little upset, you know. When dogs run up to, I always put my hand out to smell and stop moving. That's all you can do. Stop. And just put your hand out. Because we all know there's stray dogs out there, right? I mean, you're going to see them. But if you see a dog and it approaches you, you don't notice, just stop. Stay calm. Don't panic. Put your fucking hand out. And just, if you think the dog's going to bite you, just back up slowly. But don't take your eyes off that fucking dog. Never, ever take your eyes off that dog. And that applies to if you're in the wild too. I see this happen a lot where people go out in the wild and, you know, when you're in the wild and you're hiking, you're on a trail, you may run into something. You may run into a bear. You may run into a mountain lion. You may run into, you know, anything, right? When you're out there and you see this stuff, do not run. Do not turn around and bolt in the other direction. You keep your fucking eyes on whatever it is that's coming at you. And you walk back slowly. Don't take your eyes off it, because the minute you take your eyes off it, it's going to attack you. And that's more common with mountain lion attacks, which they happen out in trails, especially in mountains and things like that. You keep your eyes on whatever it is. That includes a dog.
And me, I'm going to be going, here, kitty, kitty.
Yeah, fuck that.
Kitty. But
that's the point, though. You always keep your eyes on something. You never take your eyes off.
Now, when I met Harley and she snarled and growled at me, and I walked over and sat down next to her ass and said, "Hey, how you doing?" That was already my dog. We were engaged.
Yeah. I did tell the dog wasn't going to hurt her, though. Nicole says, yes, that's the same with pregnancy belly touch. You wouldn't just walk up to a stranger who was cute and kiss their face or pinch their cheeks and say, "Oh, you're so cute." I may bite the weirdo, too. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Fucking exactly, Nicole. Claire, welcome in. How are you? Oh my God, I know. I'm that poor coyote. People can be dumb. Yeah,
I know.
It feels like people want to do stupid for the sake of not having to worry about things, right? People are stupid enough to not recognize a coyote. I know it's crazy. Kai Maria says, my dog is cool with people on walks, just not other dogs. But some people will just be like, let their dog run over to mine, even though I'm moving over to avoid them. Yeah, that's bullshit too, because you don't know if your dog's going to get into a fight with another dog. You don't know what that dog's going to react. So yeah, that's always a bad idea too.
That's a good argument for bear spray.
It is. I want to remind everybody in the chat that I do stop the comments, and it takes me a little while to get through them. So please just bear with me. I will get to you. I'm a little behind on right now, so I will get to you. So just bear with me. I'm not ignoring you. I just haven't gotten to you yet. Josh from Earth, welcome in, says, I have 3 German Shepherds, all sheriff canine trained. So they speak German, most of them probably. No, I mean that literally. They literally teach them German commands. Yeah, so that most people don't know what they fucking mean. Even if it was an F4 4th generation koi dog, it's tamed wild animal, not domesticated. You're right. You're right. But it's still better chance of not, getting bit by the goddamn thing, Well, it doesn't mean you won't. You just get a better chance.
They say that you absolutely cannot, especially around children, but you can't treat something that's that pure. They're not pets.
Nope.
They're not. And everybody wants to get the Kai dogs, or they want to get the wolf hybrid, and it's like, okay,
it's dangerous.
You've got half and half. That's not smart.
Nope. Some, not all parents, the ones that leave their child alone with the dogs. Yeah, that's pretty dumb too. They make you mad. They make me mad too. Yeah. We live in a camper full time. Oh, that must be fun. I almost did that. When Crystal and I actually met, I was getting ready to buy a camper and move on to the property I was working on. I was just going to leave my camper there and plug into the shop and use that. But we ended up with this house instead. So, Nikki says, I got 1 pit, 1 German Shepherd, 1 Chihuahua, and 2 male cats, and 1 female cat. You got the cutest little tiny Chihuahua. Oh my God, I want one. That's an owner issue. Yes, it is. Dude says any dog can be mean or nice. It all depends on how the owner trains the dog. With time, patience, and lots of work, any dog can be trained. Agreed. Agreed. I watched the body language of the dog. Fur up, no touch. Ears back, it's okay. That's a good indicator. Yep. Aldi, welcome in. Ridiculous says, I remember I was walking at our local park and it was getting late and I saw a pair of yellow eyes watching me in the trees. I walked as fast as I could and watched it. And then when I was far enough, I just got the hell out of there. Right. Yellow Timer said, I should get to bed, but it was so lovely to meet you too. Yellow Timer, was a pleasure. You have a wonderful night. We're getting
Very
off here
nice
very
to meet
shortly
you.
anyway. Have a great night. We'll be back tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Alderusa says, I do notice that most of the dogs in the apartment that I came across are very well mannered for sure. You know, the happy wagging tail behavior. That's a good sign, not a bad one. To be honest, I barely hear even barks in the building at all. But yes, I kind of agree too about being cautious. It just took me a while that it hit me. I probably should watch out. Well, you should, because you just don't know.
Yeah.
You know, Brianna, welcome in. Sup, Lexi, your stream is going well. Yeah, Bode Gaming, everything's going really great. I've been very fortunate the last few weeks. We're 10 days on the front page still, even past Pride Month. I think my streams kind of made it, to be honest with you. That's all I can think of, is that I became a big enough Twitch streamer with the followers and everything that they put me on the front page. That's the only thing I can think of. So I'm gonna head out too. Y'all have a great night. You too, Ridiculous. You too. We're getting out here very, very shortly anyway, so you have a wonderful night. But yeah, I mean, you know, when it comes to dogs, I mean, folks, just use your fucking common sense. Don't be stupid. You know, don't do something dumb. Don't,
Always interact with the owner before you interact with the dog, and that includes that weird stare.
yeah, I completely agree. Don't do anything crazy weirdo. Just be a good person, you know? That's all you can do. When you start getting silly and you start, you know, when you're fucking careless, that's when you're gonna end up with fucking issues. It's the minute you're fucking careless.
Careless and thoughtless go hand in hand.
Yep. But like I said, you know, I've seen quite a few people try to do some dumb shit with dogs, and dogs are really quite friendly. I mean, I'm not a dog expert by any fucking means, but I'm smart enough to know how to treat a dog and to be cautious. I mean, I'm old enough and been around long enough to know what I probably shouldn't do. You know, I've been bit by dogs, and it sucks. Phil says, I imagine the ancient Klingon taming for the Targ being similar to proto-human befriending the wild dog. Yeah, probably. Probably. Dude's Klingon reference, nice. Dude says, a good owner will let you know beforehand if you can touch the dog or not. You're right.
Yes.
Because if you see, like you yourself, you know, you talk about your dog, you probably see if somebody runs up and you're like, you might want to stop before something happens, you know, because you see it enough that you know it. But too many people just try to do weird shit. There's sound commands for dog regardless of owners, but don't try to touch. Right. Exactly. You know, canine dogs are actually really neat when you get those. You know, you get them and they give you a list of commands that goes with them, but the one they won't give you is the one that kills. They never give that one.
Yeah.
But if you know the language and you watch enough videos, they're usually all the same. Most commands they teach with the dogs today are pretty much the same commands they use universally, just so you guys know. I yell 3 times, don't approach. That should be enough of a warning, so if they get bit at that fucking point, it's really their own fucking problem, isn't it? You know? Harley, she wouldn't hurt a goddamn fly.
No.
She really wouldn't. She'd take a fly in her mouth and she'd let the fucking thing go.
I'll tell you what,
Worse-
Penny
better
had
than
to
a tender
push her
mouth.
really hard to even
That's
get
what I
to
think.
that point.
You know, Harley being
Yeah.
so docile, I thought about that too after. I'm like, what the fuck did Harley do to get her, or Penny do to get Harley that pissed
I mean, she hides in the corner when Taco snaps at her.
off? I know, that's my point. She tucks her tail. She even tucked her tail coming in here because she knows we don't normally allow her in here. But I think to myself, what could Penny have done that bad just to piss her off?
She was a complete bitch, and I mean that literally.
That's how docile Harley is. Like, I couldn't figure out for the life of me why she did what she did. The only thing I can think of is that Penny just fucking jumped on her shit, and Harley's like, yeah, I don't think you're going to do this shit to me. That's the only thing I could even think of remotely logical that made any fucking sense to me at all, is that Harley or Penny decided to have one of her moments where she went snap,
And Penny,
and Harley said, nope, not today.
Penny tries to do that with her, or at least tried. I think she's done now.
Because yeah, I think so too. I think Penny realized she's not the same dog she used to be 5 years ago. You know, the thing with Penny is like I said, she comes from a pit bull fighting ring, and so you know she could snap in any fucking second. You know, and it's scary to think that, but it's never on a human. It's always been against other dogs, and I've always seen her freak out with other dogs, but never with a human. And so it seems to me with Penny, it's just something strikes her fancy, and she's just like, okay, I snapped, I'm done. I don't know what it is. Dude says, I told a cop one time, 3 times, don't touch my dog. He will bite. Cop didn't listen, got bit. Made him write a report on what happened and turned into his boss. That cop got in trouble. As he
Good.
fucking should have.
Good.
You told
He
him not to
should
do
have
it.
known better.
Not once, not twice, but 3 motherfucking times, and he still didn't listen. Your dog should have bit his fucking balls off. You know? Whenever I stop by your stream, it's good information I am getting. Well, you know, we always try here.
Thank you.
You missed my crying fit earlier, so good information tonight. A little happier subject. I got my little puppy. Life is grand, and I'm a happy camper. So I just flea treated the damn dogs too, which is nice. So
Oh, she's got fleas.
I know she does, you know, but it's not as bad as it
How
would
did
have
that
been.
happen?
I don't fucking know. I don't know. I put Frontline on her. They shouldn't have gotten it. So I'm just, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to round up that fucking whole back section. That should fucking take care of it all.
What I think we're gonna do is we're gonna take them to the vet and get them like
Flea
whatever flea treatments work here.
I
Have them
agree.
give them whatever they need.
I agree. Thank you for all the awareness you bring to the world and the energy you expand for your community. You're making a difference with your vulnerability. Thank you, Cinema Dyke. I appreciate that. Well, you might have missed it, Ezekiel, but you can go back and watch it. We started the stream tonight at actually 5 o'clock. We've been streaming for quite some time. I started it, well, actually, I think I started it more around 6 after we were kind of really into the discussion. And we had some really good discussions up until we ended the forum that we had. And we went back to our regular scheduled broadcasting, if you will. But it was a really great night. I mean, it was a wonderful show for, you know, being able to take another day off. It's great. So it was really nice for a weekending forum. It's something I've been doing every week now, and so I think I'm just going to stop broadcasting that forum every week because it's a lot of fun and there's a lot of good information and discussions that comes along that. Because I mean, you know, you have all different types of people in this forum. You know, cis men, trans men, lesbians, gay people. I mean, it's really good forum to have, and it's a little bit of everybody. And so there's a lot of, you know, interculture going on there, which is great to have. It's a good discussion. So I learned my dog is allergic to the flea collar. How about stuff like Frontline? Because that's what I did with them. I did the Frontline. So it seems to be working on most of them. So I've been in and out. Was glad to be able to support some new creators. Very cool, Cinema Dyke. You know, I loved having the people here. So it was great. What day are we doing the 1 hour? I don't know. We'll discuss it tomorrow, Nikki. I don't know yet. I don't know. That either, yeah. Well, that's crazy. Maybe get them flea dipped, you know.
Thank you, Nanette. It's actually hers. I swiped it.
You swipe a lot.
I
of my
always
clothes,
wear
and that's
it. You
fine.
never
do.
wear it.
Well, that's because I'm not into short sleeves in the summertime. I wanted tank tops and things like. I've always been a tank top girl in the summer. You know that. Even when I was doing the boy thing, I always had tank tops. I wear t-shirts when it gets cooler, you know. $60 pill from the bed is what we have to give him. Yeah, I wonder if I can do that for her. I thought about that too.
Oh, well, I'm kind of hoping that they can get the shots.
Shots, pills, same difference. I'll
just
take whatever
them in.
works.
Well, the shots will definitely be easier because the vet can do those.
Yeah, we'll make an appointment for her. That's all. We'll take her. Anyway, guys, that is our stream for tonight. It has been a great ass night. It's been a wonderful discussion. I really appreciate y'all being here and listening to the discussion. If you're any one of these 500 people that are watching me and you haven't dropped a follow yet, please make sure you guys drop a follow. It's a pleasure to have you. We'll be back Tuesday night. I'll be back to do an ASMR session. I believe it's 6 or 7 o'clock. If you guys want to check that out, we may add the hour then, Nikki. But our normal scheduled broadcast time is Wednesday. We'll be here at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time until whenever our community wants us to leave. So with that said, everybody, remember, guys, be yourselves. The world will adjust. And if they don't,
Fuck them.
Thanks for listening tonight. Thanks for checking in on me. Buntbart, I really appreciate that. You guys have yourself an absolutely wonderful night. Good night. We're going to raid over to John. Go give a follow over at John Lee Music. We love you guys. Have a great night. We'll see y'all soon for ASMR. Good night, guys.